Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Many of us here in the U.S. tend to see the world through a distinctly American lens, especially in terms of history. It was Ron Swanson that said everything before 1776 was a mistake, and that's kind of a play on the belief that America was the first great republic in the world, the country that led the rest of the world into a democratic form of self-rule. Now, that's not entirely untrue, but it's at best half true. The Founding Fathers had a long line of nations from which to draw influence when they were writing the Constitution. There were Greece and Rome, of course, but then there were the nearly democratic states in the Holy Roman Empire. There was England's flirtation with self-rule and their following constitutional monarchy, and then there was the Dutch Republic. Our republic didn't happen in a vacuum. I think it's important to remember, though, that the United States, the early United States, was primarily a maritime nation. Boston and New York, all of our great colonial cities were port cities. The economy here thrived on trade. And here in the Western Hemisphere, a certain culture had emerged. There was a belief among sailors that men on board their ships deserved a vote in their own destiny. Now, officers could choose to ignore that, but that would oftentimes find them thrown overboard with a gunshot through the breast. Now, that attitude started on pirate ships, but almost like an infection, it started touching everything. From merchant ships to navy ships to dock workers to laborers to even the middle and then the upper classes. Now, of course, the Founding Fathers wouldn't cite Black Sam Bellamy or the colony at Nassau as an influence, and they probably didn't even consider them when they were writing the Constitution, but that idea of every man having a stake and a vote, all of them protected by an agreed-upon document, well, that's the pirate life. But however much pirates and democracy and constitutions and revolution might be catching on over on this side of the globe, well, that was all fairly removed from Europe and the centers of real power. Now, most people in Europe looked on to what was happening in the U.S. curiously. They would read their morning papers, and they waited to see how it would all play out. It wasn't until the French had themselves a little revolution and started storming government buildings and chopping off heads that everyone in Europe really stood up and took notice. That was when kings and popes and landlords really started to sweat, and that was when peasants all over Europe started eyeing their pitchforks. Now, all that is to say that the French can get a short shrift here in the U.S. They're the butt of jokes about cheese-eating surrender monkeys and freedom fries. Now, I think that that's a very 20th century prejudice based in the events of World War II and Vietnam. And I think that that's starting to die out. More and more people seem to realize the key role France played in our own revolution. But you still hear that kind of chatter, and I don't really get it. I mean, France was one of the most powerful kingdoms in the world since they clawed their way out of the rubble left behind by Rome. People seem to forget about Charlemagne and Joan of Arc and Napoleon Bonaparte conquering the world. The reason I'm bringing all this up is, the French can get a bum rap, and I think they deserve better representation. As do the Dutch, honestly. They were busy overthrowing their foreign monarch and forging a republic decades before anybody else thought of it. And I'm guilty of shortchanging them too. French and Dutch pirates have been all over this story of West Indian piracy so far, but I've always sort of put them in the background, and there's two reasons for that. First, my pronunciation of both French and Dutch is terrible, so I try to avoid it whenever I can to spare your ears. But secondly, English sources are focused more on English pirates, naturally. The primary sources in English tend to mention French or Dutch pirates only when they intersect with English interests, which happened relatively infrequently. But when it did happen, you can be sure that those pirates were so notorious and so feared that the English were forced to pay attention. They were pirates so successful that they threatened to destabilize the whole region. This is episode 50, Violins and Trumpets. In January 1681, a French sloop sailed into Bull Bay off the coast of Jamaica. She was exactly the kind of small, fast ship favored by pirates and smugglers and anyone looking to avoid prying eyes. Unfortunately, though, someone did notice her lying innocuously at anchor. Word was carried to acting Governor Sir Henry Morgan in Spanish Town. It was the ship of a known Dutch pirate named Jacob Evertson. This put Morgan into something of a tight spot. It was his duty to send out a ship to intercept her and investigate. That was his full-time job as lieutenant governor. Henry Morgan, reformed privateer, was bound by oath to hunt down pirates wherever he found them, but wouldn't you know it, there were complications. At the moment, a French armada was bearing down on the West Indies and specifically threatening Jamaica. Spanish Coast Guard flotas were sailing into English territorial waters with impunity and attacking legitimate English shipping. Morgan had declared an armistice with the pirates, an invitation for them to return to Jamaica and receive a pardon, provided they would sail for Jamaica and defend her when the time came. He was offering them something he technically didn't have the power to give, both the pardon and the potential for a privateering commission. But they weren't coming in. Port Royal and Henry Morgan had become dangerous names to the pirates of the Caribbean. Too many men had died at the end of a rope in recent years there in Port Royal for any of them to feel comfortable sailing openly for Jamaica. No one on the account wanted Morgan's pardon. Except, maybe, this ship lying at anchor off the coast. Maybe they were here to accept his commission and sail for Jamaica. If so, it was definitely in Morgan's interest to bring them into the fold. He would put letters of marque in their hands and fill their holds with powder and shot and food and rum, but well, they hadn't come to Port Royal. They were hiding out, acting suspicious in a small bay far from the harbor. They were trying to avoid detection, and, well, that made them look very much like outlaws. Now, normally in this situation, Morgan might just ignore them or even send a messenger to offer them a commission. But right now, all eyes were trained directly on him. And it wasn't only because he was governor. He'd recently concluded a lengthy and public legal battle that involved the Lords of Trade and the Privy Council. This was the sort of problem that might find its way to the Duke of York or even the King. But what's more, reports were trickling in all across the world of English pirates in the Southern Ocean, raiding cities, taking ships. It was causing a stir at court, and letters were streaming into Port Royal demanding he do something. Now, exactly what they wanted him to do from Port Royal wasn't clear, but they were making it clear that it was all on his head. He had to do his best to look good here, above reproach. So he, quote, manned a sloop with 24 soldiers and 36 sailors, which at midnight sailed from hence, and about noon came up with him in Bull Bay. Then, letting the King's Jack fly, they boarded him. They received 3 musket shots, slightly wounding 1 man, and returned a volley, killing some and wounding others of the privateers. Everson and several others jumped overboard and were shot in the sea near shore. End quote. The Jamaican sloop brought back 26 prisoners. They were a mix of mostly Dutch, but a few Spanish pirates. They brought back that pirate sloop as well. They refit the ship for service in the Royal Jamaican Navy. Morgan said that a ship like that would be perfect for hunting pirates. What ship could better chase privateers into their shallow coves and hideouts than a pirate ship? But then Morgan wrote a letter to the Secretary of State back in London. He informed him of the capture and spent some time patting himself on the back for doing just such a stellar job at pirate hunting. And he let the secretary know very specifically that Captain Jacob Evertson was among those pirates who had jumped ship and been shot to death in the ocean. He wrote, quote, such is the encouragement which privateers receive from my favor, end quote. But then, to avoid alienating the other privateers who might come into Port Royal to serve, he didn't execute those pirates he'd captured. Now, the Spanish were sent on to Cartagena, but the Dutch pirates they captured, well, that bit is left unclear. Now, we might assume they were left to rot in a Port Royal cell, or, well, we might not. 3 years later, reports would start coming in of a fleet of French pirates amassed off the Isle of Pines. All of the big names were there, including a Dutch pirate named Jacob Evertson. that very same name that Henry Morgan assured the Secretary of State that he had killed. It was almost certainly the same man, and I'm forced to wonder what actually happened to that Dutch sloop. It was incorporated into the Jamaican fleet, but who crewed her? It wouldn't surprise me if it was the very same crew of Dutchmen that Morgan captured, and the ship may have even found her way to the Isle of Pines under Captain Evertson. Morgan's relationship with piracy was as complicated as ever. This Dutch pirate here was the least of his troubles. He'd received word that John Coxon was back in the West Indies when the governor chased him after leaving the island. William Wright was causing trouble all along the Main. He and Thomas Paine, both of them notorious English pirates, had just recently joined forces with some other French pirates and attacked Caracas. Those Englishmen were his responsibility. The lords back in England expected Morgan to do something about them. Now, normally that wouldn't be an issue. They were small-time raiders, the sort of men who took Indian canoes and fishing ships and didn't raise any major alarms. But those French and Dutch pirates, though, they were causing real trouble, and those English names were gaining prominence because of it. Among the dozens of ships and hundreds of pirates sailing out there, 3 names stand out. The first name we're going to talk about today is Captain Laurens de Graaf. He was the consummate gentleman pirate. He was always well-dressed. He was tall, he was blond, and he kept his pointed mustache impeccably trimmed and waxed. But that's not all. He, quote, always carries violins and trumpets aboard with which to entertain himself and amuse others who derive pleasure from this. He is further distinguished amongst fleabusters by his courtesy and good taste. Overall, he has won such fame that when it is known he has arrived at some place, many come from all around to see with their own eyes whether Lorenzo is made like other men. End quote. Lorenzo was the Spanish name for him, but it was only one of many names he carried. He was also known as Laurencio, El Grif, and Sieur de Baldran. David Marley calls him, quote, the greatest corsair of his day. Henry Morgan called him a great and mischievous pirate, and he was known to the Dutch as Gesel van der West, the Scourge of the West. Now, he was Dutch, probably born in the seaside city of Dordrecht around 1653. By 21 years of age, he was married, living in the Canary Islands, and working on merchant ships that frequently took voyages to the West Indies. In 1676, the ship on which he was working was impounded by Spanish officials in Havana. The officers were arrested for smuggling and imprisoned, but de Graaf wasn't an officer. He was just a coxswain and a gunner, and here he found himself an unemployed coxswain and gunner. So he took work on a Spanish merchant vessel. It would probably be more accurate to say he was pressed into service, but he was hoping to find his way to Europe and then back home to his wife. But that ship, that Spanish vessel, fell into the hands of buccaneers. He, being a Dutch gunner working on a foreign ship, well, he was then pressed into service on the Buccaneer vessel at the age of 24. For a few years he disappeared from the record. He wouldn't reappear until 1679, when the governor of St. Dominique wrote, quote, from a small bark he took a small ship, from this a bigger one, until at last there came into his power one of 24 to 28 guns. End quote. That ship he was talking about was El Tigre. She was, before de Graaf acquired her, a small warship sailing with the Armada de Barlovento. It was one night, under cover of darkness, that de Graaf sneaked in and stole her out from under the noses of the entire amassed Spanish fleet. He made himself Captain Laurens de Graaf and continued sailing, but he wouldn't reappear again from the mists of history until 1682, when, well, we'll get to that part. I should note, though, that there are conflicting descriptions of him physically. Paintings and woodcuts often show what appeared to be an entirely different man. Now, this could likely be no more than the mythology surrounding him. But the written record differs as well from people who actually saw him. Sometimes he was tall and blond. Sometimes he was dark and swarthy. Sometimes he was a biracial pirate escaped from slavery. Now, it's just speculation on my part, but I think it's very likely that there wasn't just one single Laurens de Graaf. His career was long, and it was varied. He did a lot of different types of work. and we're going to be talking about him for some time from here on out. I think it's possible we might be seeing what I'm choosing to call the Dread Pirate Roberts effect. Remember from The Princess Bride? "I am not the Dread Pirate Roberts," he said. "My name is Ryan. I inherited this ship from the previous Dread Pirate Roberts, just as you will inherit it from me. The man I inherited it from was not the real Dread Pirate Roberts either. His name was Cumberbund. The real Roberts has been retired 15 years and living like a king in Patagonia." Then he explained the name was the important thing for inspiring the necessary fear. You see, no one would surrender to the Dread Pirate Wesley. So we sailed ashore, took on an entirely new crew, and he stayed aboard for a while as first mate, all the while calling me Roberts. Once the crew believed, he left the ship, and I have been Roberts ever since. Now, I don't have any hard evidence to back up the belief that Laurens de Graaf might have actually been different men, but it could be that this Laurens de Graaf was one in only a long line of Captains de Graaf. But moving on, the second name we need to talk about is Michel de Grammont. If Laurens de Graaf dressed the part of the gentleman pirate, Michel de Grammont was actually a proper gentleman, at least according to his legend. He was said to be the son of a nobleman, born in Paris around 1650, but he got into a duel with one of his sister's suitors and killed him, and he was forced to flee his home. Now that's all very much a soap opera, and it's exactly the sort of story a pirate captain might tell to impress the ladies at one tavern or another. Now that's not to say it's not true, we just don't know what noble family he actually came from. There are some hints of him showing up in Petit Goave and Tortuga, taking smaller prizes, but his name first shows up in that French fleet under Admiral Jean Condé d'Estrées. We talked about that last time. Remember, 12 ships of the line, 12 frigates, 12 privateers, fire ships, gunboats, troop transports, and a hospital ship. It was a formidable fleet. It was the sort of fleet that made the Spanish and Dutch enemies of France tremble with fear. This was the tail end of the Franco-Dutch War, and relations were souring between France and England, which is why Morgan had to worry about that armada. But it was the Dutch that suffered her attentions first. The fleet attacked 4 Dutch ports in the Leeward Islands, burning every ship in the harbor and occasionally invading. Finally, though, she wrecked off the coast of Venezuela, and the privateers went off to raid elsewhere. Well, Michel de Grammont was one of those privateers in the fleet. Now, if I were truly to do justice to the story of Michel de Grammont, I would devote episodes to him, since his story is really just as fascinating as Henry Morgan's, but it's all wrapped up in that Third Anglo-Dutch / Franco-Dutch War, so I'll just give the highlights. After that fleet wrecked off the coast of Venezuela, Grammont and 11 other ships sailed for the coast. They were well armed by the French crown. They had letters of marque in their possession, and they were under orders to attack the Spanish and Dutch wherever possible. Now, the fleet under d'Estrées had attacked cities and burned ships, but those were naval engagements. They were as honorable as warfare at sea usually got. But Grammont and his companions were privateers. They did things a little bit differently than the Royal Navy. In this instance, they chose to follow in the footsteps of François l'Olonnais and Henry Morgan. They were going to attack Maracaibo. Now, much like Morgan, Grammont was more of a land-based general than a naval tactician. So he landed the privateers ashore. He had been voted in as their admiral and had more than 2,000 men under his command. He also brought with him a complement of heavy cannon from the ships, so they marched on the city with them. Now, Maracaibo mounted what defense they could, but their garrison there was relatively weak against 2,000 men with heavy cannon. Grammont bombarded the city with his cannon, and soon enough they surrendered. Now, the people of Maracaibo fled as quickly as possible, including the governor himself. They flooded the roads inland away from the pirates, but still, not everyone was able to make it out. One of those unlucky souls wrote, quote, "This French enemy was so tyrannical that after taking everything people had, he would torture them unto death, something which not even a Turk nor a Moor would do." End quote. This poor city. The episode we did talking about l'Olonnais' raid on the city was based around the torture of the population. When we talked about Morgan's raid, I compared the Spanish and English sources, and pointed out some of the discrepancies, but Morgan also tortured the people there as well. And now Grammont employed the rack and the lash on the people of Maracaibo. Grammont sent out parties to capture those fleeing on foot, but the governor evaded them, and he was the prized target. So, on June 28, 1678, Michel de Grammont took 1,500 men to follow him inland. Now, they had left about 500 in the town to hold it. The closest city was Gibraltar, but they found it already deserted. There were only 21 men in the garrison there to defend the city. So Grammont left a few men to hold the city, but most of the force continued inland. The closest city of any real size in the region was Trujillo, which was about 50 miles away. The privateers marched for the city, still hauling their guns behind them. Now the garrison there was defended by 350 men, and their own heavy cannon, and many smaller guns. But on September 1st, the French attacked. They bombarded the city ceaselessly and sent men over the walls in waves from every direction until Trujillo surrendered. Once again, the entire city fled. They carried their valuables to a city that was about 75 miles to the south. However, the governor was already fled. Grammont, though, rather than continue chasing the governor, decided that this was a good place to stop and turn back. However, his men did raid the city's churches and warehouses and wealthy homes. They knew they had a 50-mile march ahead of them, though, so they only took the most valuable treasure, and, to be sure, they stripped the larders. They returned first to Gibraltar, and there they stayed for 2 weeks. This time they took everything of value. Anything that might fetch a decent price back in Petit Goave or Tortuga or maybe Port Royal, they loaded up. They drank every drop of wine in town and ate every scrap of food. But finally, on September 25th, they set the town alight and made for Maracaibo. The pirates stayed there in Maracaibo for much longer. They manned the guns on the fort and positioned their ships to defend the harbor should anyone try to take the city back. But that wasn't really an issue. 2,000 men could defend the city against almost any force the Spanish could raise, at least for a while. So for 2 months they stayed in town, stripping the city bare. You can imagine this kind of scene. 2,000 drunk, disorderly French pirates as lords of one of the great cities of the West Indies. You can be sure that every day was spent hard at work, searching every nook and hidden trove for treasure, and every night was spent feasting on Maracaibo's food stores. Before long, every man was dressed in a hodgepodge of Spanish finery, once fine boots and coats and feathered hats, but the people in Maracaibo suffered greatly. The Spanish records mention their excesses at length, the torture and murder and desecration of churches. Now, once again, the Spanish didn't record it, but we can be sure that untold numbers of women suffered at the hands of the Buccaneers in the 2 months they occupied the city. But finally, on December 3rd, the pirates finished loading up the last of the city's wealth and they sailed away. Now, if you'll remember last time, Governor Carlisle and Henry Morgan went out to meet a small fleet of French pirates off the coast of Jamaica. Remember, there was a panic over a Spanish fleet. 2 ships sailed into Port Royal Harbor, were fired upon, and then the governor and the lieutenant governor had to go out to meet with the invaders. Well, that was this same fleet under Michel de Grammont. They had sailed to Petit Goave and made a fortune off of their haul, and then their fleet split up there on Hispaniola. Grammont now only had 7 ships and 700 men with him, but it was still not a small force. There were 2 familiar names there, William Wright and Thomas Paine, who were English pirates who we'll meet again when John Cook and William Dampier enter the story in a few years. After Morgan let them collect wood and water there on Jamaica, they headed for the city at Caracas. Now, they took the city easily and made a good haul of treasure and hostages, but then they faced their first defeat when 2,000 Spanish soldiers stormed the beach. The pirates mounted a defense there, but the Spanish heavy guns and horses overwhelmed them pretty quickly. In the retreat, Grammont was slashed across the neck with a machete and barely survived to make it back to his ship, but he pulled through and they made for a safe harbor to spend some time recovering. When he was well enough to travel, the fleet made for Petit Goave and spent some more time resting, but more importantly, spending their winnings. And it was there in 1682 that Michel de Grammont met the third pirate captain we're going to talk about today. His name was Nicholas van Hoorn, and he's the member of our trio who was most recently come to the West Indies. He was also Dutch originally, but we don't know much else about his early life. He was short and dark and had an evil air about him, the writers say, but our first records come in October 1681. He was serving as the captain of a ship called the Mary and Martha, a merchantman out of London. Now, she was a big ship of about 400 tons with 150 crew and 40 guns, but she was built for trade, not war. She was accompanied by another smaller ship, but of similar size. Now, they were on their way, according to the manifest, to Cadiz, Spain, where they were to do some trading. Now, a 400-ton ship with 40 guns was not there to trade for lumber or dye or even spices. There was only one cargo that a ship that large would be on their way south to trade in. Now, that crew of the Mary and Martha was a mix of Dutch and English sailors. Most of them were respectable men. But before they made it to Spain, they were forced to put in at a French port. 25 men deserted the ship immediately. Later, they wrote that they had realized what kind of a rogue was in charge of their ship, and they were right to do so. Instead of sailing for Cadiz in the south of Spain, where the ships were supposed to be going, Van Hoorn put in at La Coruna on the northwest coast. He attempted and failed to acquire a license to trade in Spanish America. This was not his mission. You see, he never had any intention of sailing for Cadiz and doing the bidding of some posh, stuffy English businessmen. This was his ship now, and he intended to earn his fortune with her, not just some mere wage. But he was denied his license to trade, so he decided to steal 4 brass swivel guns there and sailed on south. When he told the crew, though, what he intended, well, many of them protested. They weren't pirates, and they weren't about to take part in his piratical crimes. Naturally, the response of Van Hoorn was to have them violently flogged and put ashore. A total of 36 more men, and the last of the merchants who were unlucky enough to have been put under his care, were finally gone. He sailed on for the Canary Islands and then on to Cape Verde before finally landing on the coast of Africa. He didn't have much to trade when he got there, however, so he sold a little bit of his powder and shot, but really just enough to buy supplies. Finally, he came across a ship that made a decent prize. It was a slave ship carrying 100 human beings on board. It was precisely what Van Hoorn had been looking for. He took that ship to shore and traded with some of the local warlords who traded in slaves. Then he accompanied some of those slavers inland on a mission to capture even more. They captured a total of 600 slaves and brought them back to the coast. But this was all unconventional, even for men who traded in human lives, and Van Hoorn was exceptionally cruel to his prisoners. So yet more men abandoned Van Hoorn. They took that other ship which had accompanied him to Africa, along with their entire crew. The men who remained sold some of their slaves there in Africa, but kept most for sale later on. Van Hoorn then raided a Portuguese outpost, taking a few more slaves and a few more guns, but he had pressed his luck there in Africa and chose to flee for the West Indies. Now, most ships traveling on the trade winds first reached the island of Trinidad, and the Mary and Martha was no different. But Van Hoorn wasn't able to sell his slaves on Trinidad. All he could do was buy some much-needed food and water. En route from Africa, maybe 200 of his slaves had died through neglect and abuse, so he only had 300 men and women left. Those 300, though, he was contracted to deliver to the Spanish island at Santo Domingo, where he arrived in November 1682. If he expected a warm welcome, well, what he received was an unpleasant one. Upon making landfall, he was arrested, his ship and his slaves were impounded, and all of his crew was put in chains. There were a number of different reasons for this arrest. First of all, he showed up in a Spanish colony bearing slaves for sale with no license to trade in either slaves or in Spanish America. Remember, he'd failed to acquire that back in Spain. But a few well-placed bribes would usually be enough to circumvent that problem. However, word of his piracies had already reached the West Indies. The Spanish knew of his theft of guns from Spain. They knew of his illegal trading in slaves on the coast of Africa, and they knew of his taking Spanish and Portuguese ships. And it wasn't only the Spanish that knew. The French knew of his crimes, and so did the governor back in Jamaica. That was more than enough reason to see Van Hoorn arrested, but it wasn't the only reason. It could be argued that the real reason he was arrested was revenge. You see, it was here, only a few weeks after reaching the Caribbean, that Nicholas Van Hoorn had his first run-in with buccaneering in the Caribbean. He learned his first lesson about just how things were done on this side of the globe. You see, 4 months earlier, in July 1682, Laurens de Graaf caught his first truly great prize. Captain de Graaf was there sailing his newly acquired frigate, La Tigre, when he happened upon a singularly rich haul. He was in the Mona Passage between Hispaniola and Puerto Rico when he happened upon the Spanish ship Francesca. She was out of Havana under Captain Manuel Delgado, and when de Graaf came upon her, the crew was busy preparing to make landfall. La Tigre came up beside her and opened fire. Now, the crew of the Spanish vessel, Francesca, was well-trained, really an elite crew. They were well-versed in naval battles, so all of the Spanish sailors rushed to man the guns and fired back at La Tigre. The crew of La Francesca fought well. They killed a total of 50 men, which was a full fifth of de Graaf's crew of 250, but the pirates fought harder. They sent over a boarding party. That boarding party was met with pistols and sabers, but the French and Dutch pirates fought through that defense until the Spanish finally at length surrendered. The pirates knew just what they would find in the holds of La Francesca, which is why they fought so hard to take her. There was 120,000 pieces of eight in the hold, a king's ransom in fine Spanish silver. Here's the thing, though. That haul, all 120,000 pieces of eight, well, it was bound for Santo Domingo. This was a payroll ship. That payroll was intended for the sailors and soldiers and officials there in Santo Domingo. And that pay was stolen by Laurens de Graaf, a Dutch pirate. And here, just a couple of months later, this other Dutch pirate, Nicholas Van Hoorn, sails into Santo Domingo without a care in the world. He's got a hold full of slaves. That hold had to be worth at least 120,000 pieces of eight. Plus, they had the privilege of watching him rot in the dungeons. He was arrested for being a Dutchman and a pirate when the Spanish had just been, robbed by a Dutchman and a pirate. Now, Van Hoorn complained loudly of his mistreatment to anyone who would listen. He said the Spanish were petty thieves, that they'd stolen his cargo from him. The magistrate replied via a stout messenger with a sturdy lash. The Spanish told Nicholas Van Hoorn that he could collect his losses from Laurens de Graaf. The pirates there spent a few months in the cells under Santo Domingo. But then an English pirate hunter, who was sent out from Port Royal by Henry Morgan, recognized the Martha and Mary. He requested permission from the governor at Santo Domingo to bring Van Hoorn to Jamaica, where he would face trial, but the Spanish denied him. Then, in the spring of 1683, the crew of the Mary and Martha managed a daring escape. They even found their own ship and sailed off under the cover of darkness. A Spanish customs ship pursued them, but they managed to give her the slip. In short order, the Dutch pirates reached French territory and made for Petit Goave. Now, they petitioned the governor there for redress, and the governor complied. He handed Van Hoorn a letter of marque against the Spanish. The governor did have one condition, though. If this Dutchman were going out privateering, he had to take another, more experienced privateer along. And the governor knew just who to choose. A man who was a Frenchman, a war hero, a nobleman even. Michel de Grammont was there in Petit Goave. His neck was healed, and he was busy drowning in wine and women, but it had been some time since he had been out privateering. So Nicholas von Hoorn delivered himself to Grammont, along with his letter of marque, and informed him of the governor's wishes. This was a windfall for Grammont and his men. Letters of marque were hard to come by lately, and a letter against the Spanish, with whom France was technically at peace, well, those were particularly rare and valuable. Nicholas von Hoorn asked the more experienced pirate exactly where they should sail, where were the best hunting grounds. Michel de Grammont told the Dutchman he was getting ahead of himself, slow down. First, they had to find someone else, another Dutch privateer, the scourge of the West himself, Laurens de Graaf. Now next time we'll follow these two in finding de Graaf and in everything that follows. But, well, right now is a fitting time to talk about French and Dutch pirates. First of all, this story of these three men is really taking off here in 1683, but on a larger macro level, the balance of power back in Europe was shifting in 1683. That shift happened along an axis between the French and the Dutch, but more than just happening between the French and the Dutch, it was happening between the Bourbon dynasty, who was closely allied with the House of Stuart in England, and the Habsburg dynasty, which meant the Holy Roman Empire, Spain, and the Netherlands. In a couple of episodes, we're going to discuss all of the wars and treaties and alliances, marriages, and political maneuvering that was shaping things back in Europe. But next time I want to focus on the pirates. However, it's important to realize that through this entire story of the French and the Dutch and their power struggles, Louis XIV was the most powerful man in the world, and he was throwing his weight around. That French fleet threatening Jamaica, that was King Louis's doing. Michel de Grammont was one of those great French buccaneers. Laurens de Graaf and Nicholas von Hoorn, well, they were Dutch, but they were carrying French commissions and working on the instructions of the Sun King. Jacob Evertsen and his ship, they were Dutch pirates sailing under French colors. That anonymous crew that Morgan invited into his home last time back in Jamaica, well, at this point we can assume that they were probably Dutch pirates sailing under French colors. There were dozens of other privateer vessels menacing the English and the Dutch and the Spanish, both their ships and their cities, and they were all working for France. This period, the early 1680s, after the Franco-Dutch War, sees France becoming in many ways like England back in the late 1660s, a hive of pirate activity. King Louis was unparalleled in his power back in Europe, and he wanted to translate that power into the New World. So remember that everything that's happening here, all of these raids, they're privateer expeditions. They're backed by the full authority of Louis XIV, and they're part of a much larger game being played across the world. Cuius se regio, eius se religio. That's a Latin phrase. Translated into English, it means whose realm, his religion. Cuius se regio, eius se religio. It was a principle adopted in the 1555 Peace of Augsburg following a series of religious wars in the Holy Roman Empire. The principle was something of a surrender for the Catholic forces and one of the first major victories for the Reformation. In effect, it legitimized Lutheranism in the Holy Roman Empire. You see, the empire was basically that confederation of smaller kingdoms, principalities, dukedoms, and city-states. Now, the emperor was Catholic, but many of those kings, princes, and dukes were Lutheran. Those lords asked why so many of their people should be forced to attend Catholic services, when many of them were actually Protestant. Those lords were wondering why so much of their people's money was going to the Pope there in Rome rather than, well, to them. They had rebellions and wars and uprisings all until the Treaty of Augsburg declared cuius regio, eius religio. Whose realm, his religion. This gave the local lords power to dictate the religion of their people. Now, mostly that worked out for the best. It ignored Calvinists and Anabaptists and was far from a perfect system, but it allowed most people in the empire to practice the religion of their choice. The following 125 years or so saw more than a few more religious wars all across Europe, and there were more than a few other Latin phrases thrown around and peace accords established that either built upon or superseded that Treaty of Augsburg. That treaty was really insufficient to deal with the religious and political environment in Europe. There were too many faiths and too many sects cropping up all over. They needed a more comprehensive form of religious tolerance. So things went back and forth for a while, but the end result was usually, okay, fine. I'll stop cutting off your religious leaders' heads and let you go to your own church. Happy now? Everyone lived in this tense but semi-peaceful cohabitation with each other. By about 1680, things had, for the time being at least, mostly settled down. That old phrase, cuius e regio, eius e religio, had become somewhat quaint, something of an old-fashioned idea. But what happens when a monarch turns that old principle on its head? By 1680, Louis XIV of France was nearing the height of his power. The King of England was getting old and licked at his boots anyway. The King of Spain, well, he was an invalid, and King Louis was married to his sister, so Spain wasn't a problem. The Habsburgs in the Holy Roman Empire and in Spain, well, they weren't much of a concern these days. They were weak. Plus, Louis's wife herself was a Habsburg. Louis was feeling confident after that Dutch war and began to plot his next move. With Spain and the Habsburgs in such a sorry state, and with England and the Netherlands in the hands of Protestant rulers, well, it seemed to fall to Louis to carry the flag for European Catholicism. And he turned to that old Latin phrase, cuius e regio, eius e religio, whose realm, his religion. Well, in Louis's eyes, France was his realm, so why should he abide these Huguenot Calvinists and Protestants in his lands? So he chose to do something about it. King Louis's plan was twofold. First, he systematically revoked the rights of French Protestants. They couldn't hold office. They were taxed heavily. It was played off as being the base tax level, but then every Catholic in the country was given a tax subsidy for their contributions to the church. Then Louis restrained the Protestant rights to assembly. He restrained where they could practice their faiths. They couldn't practice outdoors and not on certain days. And then Protestants weren't even allowed to move. They could leave the country if they chose to, but they couldn't move to another town within France. Now, you might be thinking something along the lines of, well, wasn't that all very illegal in France? Yes, it was. The Edict of Nantes had protected French religious liberty for almost a century now, but who out there was going to question the Sun King? Not to mention Louis would officially revoke the Edict of Nantes before too long. Now, you might also have noticed that nearly all of these actions Louis took to persecute the Huguenots is directly addressed in our United States Bill of Rights, in that very First Amendment even, and that's not an accident. The founders knew these tactics of absolute monarchs, and they saw to it that future Americans would be protected from these abuses of power. Religion, speech, and assembly are all freedoms that Louis was taking away, and all of them are protected by that First Amendment umbrella. But then Louis did something else, something that the founders of the U.S. thought was important enough to give its very own amendment, an amendment that, back in civics class, perplexed me. The Third Amendment. Quote, "No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law." End quote. I always thought that was a strange one. When would soldiers be living with you? They have bases and stuff, right? But then come the dragoons. Dragoons were, at least at first, a sort of a mounted infantry. They traveled on horseback to move quickly, but then they dismounted before they fought. They made up the bulk of Louis XIV's French army, and after the war, he knew exactly what to do with them. He called it the Dragonnades. Louis declared that the dragoons would reside in the homes of French Protestants. Those Protestants were responsible for the housing and feeding of those soldiers. It was a tremendous financial burden. But that's the least of it. Think about that situation. You're a middle-class Huguenot craftsman, and you're forced to house and feed these Catholic soldiers. Soldiers that aren't at war. They don't have anything to do, but they do have orders. Orders to terrorize you and your family. They were instructed to harass and intimidate and brutalize their hosts. Try to tell them where to sleep? Well, they might take your bed and leave you to sleep outside. If your wife cooks a meal that doesn't please them, well, they might beat her. If your son talks back to them in a fit of ill-advised teenage angst, they might take a finger. And what do you imagine happens when 3 or 4 bored, armed soldiers finishes off the last of your wine and turns their eyes to your wife and daughters? Everything they were doing was illegal, of course. It wasn't officially sanctioned by the crown, but who were you going to complain to? The lords of France were all quickly adopting Catholicism, and, to quote R.R. Palmer, quote, bending all else to his will, Louis XIV resented the presence of heretics among his subjects, end quote. It was a concentrated effort to get rid of Protestantism. Louis would claim that he got rid of all but 500 Huguenots in France, which was a vast exaggeration, but he did minimize their numbers. I mean, if you didn't want to deal with higher taxes, brutality from soldiers, and having your rights limited, well, all you had to do was convert. And many French Protestants did so. Those that didn't convert usually chose to flee the country, though. They fled to England and the Netherlands and to the tolerant German territories, but those with the means to do so often chose to flee to the Americas. England might be best for a candler or a grocer with a family to consider, but if you were a young man or woman who could afford a trip across the ocean, you might just be able to make your fortune in the New World. That was the case for one Captain Pierre Le Pain, who sailed from France in 1681 and arrived at the English colony of Jamaica in January 1682. Unfortunately, he isn't the pirate in question today. As much as I would love to talk about notorious French pirate Capitaine Le Pain, Le Pain was just a merchant. He arrived at Port Royal on board a 30-gun Royal French frigate, turned to commercial purposes after the war. His intent was to stop there in Port Royal and trade, but he found Jamaica so welcoming to he and his Huguenot brethren that he decided to make it a home. He chose to remain there in Port Royal and send the ship back to Europe with a cargo of rich American goods. He had plans for sugar and rum and dyes and spices. That would earn him plenty to buy a nice home and set up shop there in Jamaica. But he wanted one other commodity. Logwood was immensely valuable back in France. The court of Louis XIV ate it up, and his new Jamaican friends knew just where his ship could pick some up. So he sent his ship off, destined for the Gulf of Honduras at the base of the Yucatan Peninsula, and then it would head on to France. But his ship never made it. She was intercepted off the coast of Central America by a fleet of haggard sloops and converted canoes that were crewed by 120, quote, desperate rogues. This is episode 51, Desperate Rogues. For the last several months, in fact, for the bulk of 2017, we've been covering a large group of pirates in the West Indies and traveling into the Southern Ocean. There have been a lot of names to take in and a lot of places they've been, covering about a 5-year period. So for our end-of-the-year episode, I'd like to catch up with all of them, to see where all of the major players are, where their pieces are on the board. But we're going to do so through the lens of one pirate crew. That was the crew that took that French frigate off the coast of Central America. That crew, well, they were mostly small-timers. They were nothing more than a ragtag bunch of displaced logwood cutters and out-of-work privateers who were trawling the Main for a decent prize. Now, mostly they were French, but there was the usual mix of English and Dutch and Mosquito guides, escaped slaves, and biracial Spanish former Navymen. And probably all of these pirates weren't in any real, tangible way a fleet. They were just a group of scalawags from one of the camps on the Caribbean coast of Central America or another. At least there's no mention of them in the records until they sailed out and took that 30-gun French naval frigate. You see, that ship still belonged to the French government. That's the sort of thing that gets noticed when it goes missing. That's the sort of ship that the French might have something to say about it. I mean, they'd want that back. And its last known port of call was Port Royal, which made it the problem of the English governor. Beyond being a major problem for the governor and a hassle for the French, that ship was the sort of prize that can turn 120 disjointed, drunken, broke, homeless maritime nomads into a real first-rate pirate crew. With a ship like that, well-armed and fast, they could take on any prize and probably win. It could take them from little better than beggars to the sorts of men that bring cheers when they sail into port, the sort that make merchants and prostitutes and rummongers smile with pleasure. But before all that, they needed a captain and a code. Now, the code was likely the typical sort of pirate code that they signed in the Buccaneer era. The ship was a prize, so no owner got any extra shares, but there were shares for captain and quartermaster and carpenters and surgeons, if they had any surgeons, and any man who got injured on the job. Then they voted in a pirate who was, until now, totally unheard of, a man named Jean Hamelin. There's nothing on him in the historical record until he was voted captain of this frigate. No record of naval service or marriage or birth. We know he was French, but we don't know that he was necessarily born in France. He might have been one of those young, ambitious young men who came to the New World in the wake of Huguenot persecution, or he may have been an anonymous son of someone in the West Indies. But those pirates chose to name their ship after electing Hamelin, perhaps after the new captain himself. They named it Trumpets, or in English, the Trickster. For the next few months, they went on a rampage, taking ship after ship after ship. Mostly, they were taking high-profile merchant ships. Now, nothing tremendously valuable, usually, but enough that the Port Royal merchants started gnashing their teeth and demanding that the governor do something. And the governor would, but right now seems like a good time to set the stage for exactly where we are in our overall story, to catch up with a lot of the pirates that we've been covering these last few months. See, almost all of them are actually active right here in 1682, so I'd like to recap exactly where they are. Bartholomew Sharp and Basil Ringrose, remember them? Well, since we left them, they had stuck around in the Pacific for almost a year. In November 1681, they rounded Cape Hoorn and then sailed up the eastern coast of South America. Right when Captain Jean Hamelin was taking the Trickster, Sharp and Ringrose were in the Danish Virgin Islands, selling off their goods. In the months that followed, while Hamelin was taking lots of ships and cranking up the heat, the crew under Sharp disbanded, and Sharp and Ringrose left the West Indies and headed for England. And then we've got William Dampier, Lionel Wafer, John Cook, and Edward Davis, that last group of pirates to abandon Sharp in the Pacific. Right when the Trickster was taken, they were traveling from St. Kitts to Puerto Rico, along with the other captains, Captain Wright, Captain Yankee, Captain Willems, and Captain Archambaud. In July, right when Hamelin was busy giving pirates a really bad name across the island world, that group of pirates disbanded and fled into the wind. If you'll remember, Wright left the fleet and then Archambaud betrayed the English pirates. Well, Wright and Willems went to Port Royal. Archambaud and Yankee stayed there in Petit Goave. William Dampier and a few others fled to Virginia, while Wafer went to England. And then Cook and Davis went to somewhere quiet, probably full of rum and far from the law. And then we've got the pirates we talked about last time. At almost the exact same time that Hamelin was taking the Trickster, Captain Laurens de Graaf was taking La Tigre from the Armada de Barlovento and subsequently taking La Francesca, that Spanish payroll ship. And then again, at almost that exact same time, Capitan Michel de Grammont was attempting a failed blockade on Cuba. And then, in those following few whirlwind months when Hamelin was busy taking English prizes, Nicholas von Hoorn was arrested in retribution for de Graaf's piracies. This was one of those moments in history. The summer of 1682 was one of those times when everything came together. It all seemed to be happening at the same time. The seas were full of pirates. Now, none of that activity was on the level of Morgan's greatest raids, but taken together, it was creating real problems in the West Indies. The merchants were grumbling and losing confidence in their colonial governments. Those governments were prosecuting what amounted to a de facto war, largely because of the pirate problem. And those great powers back in Europe were reading those reports and beginning to snarl at one another. It broke down something like this. Well, basically the French were behind it all. They were clandestinely supporting piracy in much the same way that Governor Modiford had supported Morgan back in the 1660s. You'll notice that our English pirates, Ringrose, Sharp, Dampier, Cook, Wright, they all seem to have disappeared, and they really did. They fled the West Indies. Some of them went north, some of them went back to Europe, some of them went to hidden coves somewhere in the islands, but the pirates who were truly active were mostly French or Dutch pirates operating under French commissions. But then, France was also reassembling that great French naval armada. See, the Spanish had the Armada de Barlovento sailing out of Cartagena, but that was only in response to the French fleet. And then the Spanish had flotas of Coast Guard ships out hunting pirates, but really patrolling their waters in case of a need for defense. Now, the English Navy out of Port Royal was, as usual, a pretty pitiful thing, but the governor there was taking steps to rectify that situation. However, Henry Morgan was no longer governor of Jamaica. A new governor had just arrived and shaken things up on the island. Now, the new governor was actually an old governor. Thomas Lynch was serving once again as governor of Jamaica and was proving as much a thorn in the side of Henry Morgan as ever. He had immediately cut Morgan's government stipend in half. He had stripped the council of all of Morgan's allies. Then Lynch promoted men who were loyal to himself in the militia and basically just removed Morgan from the seat of power. Now, Morgan was still lieutenant governor and colonel of the militia. He still had all his titles, but he never attended council meetings. He never reviewed the troops, and he never sat in judgment. But none of that really bothered him. He was a rich man, and he was starting to get older and not in the best health, so mostly he drank his days away and enjoyed his wealth. But Lynch was still vibrant, and he had a particular interest in quashing English piracy in the Caribbean. He had been given the authority to pardon former pirates and bring them into naval service. Now, not privateering, not out hunting for prizes, but enlisting their ships in the Navy and going where they were told, when they were told, and doing what they were told. Lynch had a lot more success recruiting pirates than Morgan had, though. A number of them sailed for Port Royal and took the governor up on his offer. It was a particularly good option when foreign authorities were after you, and a lot of pirates saw that. The most notable pirate to do so was John Coxon. If you'll remember, after Coxon left the fleet at Panama and crossed the Isthmus, he sailed north and stopped in 1680 at Jamaica. Then Governor Carlisle chased him off as he was leaving the island. Now, Coxon was a pirate, but he may have been there seeking pardon. Perhaps he'd heard that Carlisle was leaving the island and was waiting to approach Morgan, or perhaps he just thought it a good time to try and reestablish himself as a legitimate privateer. And if you'll remember my theory that John Coxon may have actually been under orders to scout the Kuna region, well, it's entirely possible that those orders came directly from Morgan and he was going there to, report. Regardless, though, he received a less than warm welcome there at Jamaica and he left those English waters. But he turned up next in the Bahamas at New Providence Island. The only settlement of any note at all on the island was Charlestown, and it was only about 10 years old. It was founded in 1670. It was still a very small town. It had maybe 1,000 inhabitants. The estimates claim about 400 men who were old enough to bear arms, about 200 women, 200 children, and 200 slaves. The governor was a man named Robert Clark there on New Providence, and he was known to freely give out privateering commissions, even after the English barred him from doing so. He argued to the Lords of Trade, as had many Jamaican governors, that without a proper naval force, privateers were the only reliable option for defense. But those who turned up looking for commissions at New Providence Island were the meanest sort of pirates. They were really just scavengers. They were men who would lay traps for Spanish shipping in the maze of shifting sandbars surrounding New Providence Island, and then they'd go to pick the bones of those wrecked ships clean. Occasionally, if any survivors were present at the wreck, the English pirates would just cut their throats and dump them in the ocean. But John Coxon was once the most famous pirate in the Caribbean. However, he turned up there on New Providence looking for a commission. Seems his fortunes had fallen a bit. But he was granted one by Governor Clark and went out hunting. He did catch a few small prizes, but he wound up off the coast of Florida in 1681. He raided what was, at the time, still a relatively small fort at San Augustine. He burned the houses there, he stole piles of plunder, and he carried off prisoners. After that little adventure in Florida, though, John Coxon found his way to the coast of Darien in April 1681. That was near the Kuna camp, and he was in the company of Wright and Willems and all that lot. That was when William Dampier and his companions arrived out of the jungle, and they sailed off north. Then that fleet was dispersed by the Spanish, and then John Coxon decided to once again try his luck in Port Royal. This time he received a much warmer welcome. Thomas Lynch was the governor now, and he received Coxon as an old compatriot, and decided to hear his tale. Coxon never wanted to be a pirate, he said, and honestly that might have been true. He was a privateer. He did hold a legitimate position for most of the time that he was out on the ocean, except for that raid on Panama. He'd been chased off by the former governor, Carlisle, but then he'd gone immediately to seek out a commission in another English territory. Everything he did, except for that raid on Panama, which you'll notice he didn't really take part in, well, he did that under official sanction. Some of it may have pushed the boundaries of legality, but he tried his best to stay within them. Then he showed Governor Lynch his letter of marque, that one given him by Governor Clark. Lynch was astounded by this. He may have been a little bit impressed that Coxon refused to go out hunting without a commission, but Lynch was horrified. He had special dispensation from the crown to recruit pirates into the Navy, but privateering was absolutely not permitted these days, nowhere in the English Empire. So Governor Lynch wrote to Governor Clark on New Providence Island. He admonished him. He threatened to tell the Lords of Trade exactly what he was up to. Robert Clark wrote back. He claimed that Coxon had stolen that commission, and that he was never given leave to sail for New Providence. He wrote that, quote, Captain John Coxon, being denied a commission to take St. Augustine, Florida, went hence in contempt of any orders and contrary to law and custom, carrying away some persons that are indebted to the inhabitants. All that he did in landing and plundering on Spanish territory was done by his own power. I thought it fit to inform you of this, since I hear he is now at Jamaica. End quote. So, someone is lying here. Did John Coxon get his commission officially, or did he steal it? Either the governor of Charlestown on Nassau or John Coxon was a liar. Now, one of them was a pirate. The other, though, was a host of pirates. Lynch chose in this matter to side with Coxon. See, John Coxon was a legitimate privateer, and he was a veteran. He was at one time a naval officer. Robert Clark, on the other hand, was just an old, disgraced Cromwellian. Then Lynch did write that letter to the Lords of Trade, but it, in the end, didn't matter very much. A few months later, a Spanish fleet would arrive in Charlestown under Captain Juan de Alcaron, on orders from the governor at St. Augustine, Fernandez de Cordoba. The Spanish fleet opened fire on the harbor and sunk most of the ships. Then they landed soldiers in Charlestown and burned the city to the ground. It was a one-sided affair. There was virtually no defense in place. Those 400 men who were of an age to bear arms were not necessarily trained to bear arms. Many of them would have been no more than farmers. There was a fort there, but it was abandoned almost immediately. Anybody who had the opportunity to do so ran. Now, a few ships did escape, but not nearly enough. The Spanish soldiers were set loose, and they defiled Charlestown in every way imaginable. Governor Clark was carried off and subjected to torture before mercifully being allowed to die. And it was rumored, though probably inaccurately, that he was killed on a spit over a burning fire. Now, all of that was in retaliation for the attack on St. Augustine, yes, but it was for a lot more. It was for at least a decade of ships lost there in the Bahamas, of crews murdered. It was for more than that even. It was for decades of English atrocities in Spanish cities. There was a lot of rage built up in the Spanish, and they took it all out on Nassau. The Spanish were aware that New Providence was to blame for so much of that, but here, after the attack on St. Augustine, well, they had their proof. Now, a few scavengers would continue to make their home on the island for the next few years, but it wasn't until 15 years later that Charlestown would be reborn. This time it would be named after the new English king, as Nassau, New Providence Island. In the meantime, though, Governor Lynch had made up his mind about Coxon. He did indeed want to bring him into the English fold, and he had a perfect job lined up for him. First, he sent him on something of a test run to go break up some of the logwood camps in the Bay of Campeche, but then he brought him back to Jamaica and told him to capture the pirate John Hamlin. Immediately after John Hamlin captured the trickster, back in early 1682, Lynch ordered a different privateer, this time an actual legitimate privateer named George Johnson, to go intercept that pirate. Now, the governor wasn't really concerned with Hamlin, but the French naval frigate he'd captured, well, that was another story. George Johnson had orders to, quote, preserve the ship as the French king's property, end quote. What happened to the pirate here was inconsequential. He could be brought back for trial, he could be killed, even if he escaped, he wasn't really a big deal. So Johnson chased after the trail that was left in Hamlin's wake. He happened then upon Hamlin's second prize. It was an English sloop out of Antigua that had been boarded, raided, and pillaged by Hamlin and his men. They did, however, have word of the pirates' next move. The captain of that English sloop told Johnson that Hamlin was headed towards the Mona Passage between Hispaniola and Puerto Rico. It was said that he hoped to catch New Englanders and Irish ships on their way to the Leeward Islands. Dutifully and grateful to this English captain and his fortuitous news, George Johnson headed out to the Mona Passage on his hunt for the trickster. Here's the thing, though. John Hamlin wasn't headed out to the Mona Passage. He was on the other side of Hispaniola entirely, a few hundred leagues away. Oh, he'd allowed that English captain to overhear him talking about the Mona, but he never intended to go there. It appears that the trickster was well named. For Captain Johnson, though, the trail would naturally go cold. He would eventually stumble across another pirate, though, Nicholas Van Hoorn. Van Hoorn was currently rotting away in a dungeon under Santo Domingo. Van Hoorn was on that list of pirates that Captain Johnson was to capture if possible, but the Spanish were perfectly happy to let him rot, so they turned Johnson away. There were other privateers out hunting for John Hamlin, though, already. Captain Matthew Tennant of HMS Guernsey was searching around the well-known pirate haunt at Isla Aveche. He was the luckiest of the pirate hunters. He spotted a set of French sails in a hidden cove that were familiar to him. He'd seen them at Port Royal months ago. It was the trickster, and she was laying at anchor and had no idea that he was there. So Captain Tennant set a course to block the trickster from escaping that cove in which she was hidden, but the wind died before he was actually able to reach the trickster. By that time, Hamlin had noticed the English ship and was preparing to run or, if need be, to repel her. But the wind left both ships idle. They waited each other out. They were searching for a breeze. Apparently, the English captain had no oars on board, so the two ships just kind of stared at each other, waiting for something to happen. Finally a breeze did come, but it wasn't a pleasant breeze. Sudden gale-force winds came down, and a storm followed them almost immediately. Now Captain Tennant ordered his men to take the wind and intercept the trickster, but the French ship slipped out of the cove right under his nose and sailed off. Tennant gave chase, but he said that the trickster could sail 3 feet to our 1. So Hamlin was off again, looking for new prizes, and the next one he caught was the greatest that he ever took. The Thomas and William was a slaver in the employ of the Royal African Company. She was out of Barbados and bound for Jamaica when she, quote, spied a ship standing towards us, which, coming up, ordered Captain North to strike, hoist out his boat, and come aboard, at the same time firing a volley of small shot and the great guns. North answered the fire, but was perplexed, some of the crew saying that this was an English frigate firing to make him strike his topsail yard. Some of the crew hauled down the colors, while others presently rehoisted them. End quote. That was an account of one of the crewmen on board the Thomas and William. What he's saying there is that a ship came up on them and ordered the captain to strike his colors and come over to their ship. This was the sort of thing that one might do to a foreign ship they didn't recognize, or maybe if they were out hunting for pirates. Were that the case, Captain North could show his license to trade with the Royal African Company and be about his way with no trouble. You see, Spanish Coast Guard ships would board or sink regular merchant ships with impunity, but attacking a Royal African slaver? Wars had been started for less, much less. If Spain attacked one of those vessels, well, they would likely find the Royal Navy, the private navy of the Royal African Company, and a decent bit of the East India Company knocking on their door. But then some among the crew of the English slaver noticed that the ship that was hailing them was flying English colors. But she wasn't crewed by Englishmen, she was crewed by French sailors. They were unsure who was aboard. Their colors were struck, then they were rehoisted. All the while, no one knew who that other ship was. So Captain North chose not to go over to that other vessel, but he did send his first mate over to see what all the fuss was about. As soon as that mate was aboard, that stranger ship opened fire. There wasn't much of a battle to talk about. The slaver attempted to return fire, but they were completely outgunned. The Thomas and William surrendered, their crew was put in chains, and the ship was looted. The captain, Jean Hamlin, announced himself and gloated over his English captives while his crew carried away about 65 pounds of gold, an unknown amount of silver, a bunch of slaves, and more than a few of the skilled seamen aboard. This was a serious matter, to say the least. If England would have sent their Royal Navy after a Spaniard who attacked one of these ships, what would they do if a pirate attacked one of them? Well, unfortunately, the pirate had proved wily. He had avoided all of the hunters sent after him so far. So Lynch knew that whatever defense he might mount wouldn't be up to the task of catching Hamlin. He needed someone who thought like a pirate, and here, standing before him, was John Coxon. Coxon was enlisted and given a commission, and then he was given orders. He was to take his crew out along with the crew of Captain Thomas Paine and find the Dutch privateer Jan Willems. Willems was rumored to be somewhere along the Mosquito Coast, and Lynch was prepared to offer him, quote, men, victuals, pardon, naturalization, and 200 pounds in money if he will go after La Trampouse. End quote. Those three, Coxon, Paine, and Williams, were then to reunite and hunt down Jean Hamlin. So Coxon sailed for the Main. All the while, Jean Hamlin was busy taking English prizes. He took a sloop here, a merchantman there, but things were getting a little bit dangerous for him. So he set out for St. Thomas. The governor there, who historian David F. Marley styles, quote, the notorious Adolph Esmond, well, he received Hamlin's gifts of silk and satin and sent out an emissary carrying rum punch and a message. Hamlin was welcome in the Danish colony. He was welcome to stay there. He was welcome to trade. All that he required was that the governor get a cut. Meanwhile, back on the coast of the Main, John Coxon had indeed found Jan Willems, but he found a lot more than that. Willems was there, but not alone. There was a gathering of pirates off the coast, a large one. There was Jan Willems, there was a French pirate called Francois Lesage, there were several other smaller names. Remember Jacob Evertson? Last time Henry Morgan assured the English Secretary of State that he'd killed Jacob Evertson? Well, yeah, he was here at this gathering of pirates. Nicholas von Hoorn was there, after his escape from that Spanish cell. He captained his ship, the Mary and Martha, which he'd renamed the St. Nicholas. Did he name his ship after himself? Nicholas von Hoorn on board the St. Nicholas? And apparently he sainted himself as well? That's bold. Now, nominally, von Hoorn was in charge of the expedition. If you'll remember, he was the man who had that commission from the governor of Petit Goave. But then, aboard the corvette Colbert, was the French pirate Michel de Grammont, who was easily the most experienced and favored captain there. He was, in actuality, in charge of this little gathering. For now. When Coxon and Payne met with Willems, they learned that another pirate was coming. That little gathering was waiting on Laurens de Graaf. Willems said that all of these pirates were planning something big. They were planning something really big. He didn't have time to go off hunting some two-bit French pirate with Coxon. I imagine Willems even offered John Coxon a place at the table. He was, in his own way, as famous and well-respected as de Graaf. But John Coxon was apparently tired of the roving pirate life. He preferred a home. He wanted a place to lay his head, and he wanted that guaranteed bag of coin. So Coxon and Payne left that fleet behind. They set out in search of Jean Hamelin. I imagine that, with hindsight, John Coxon regretted not sailing with Willems and de Graaf and all the rest. The voyage on which they were about to set sail would net them far more than the paltry 200 pounds silver John Coxon was promised. And what of Jean Hamelin? Well, John Coxon would be frustrated there as well. Hamelin had decided that things in the West Indies were getting a little too hot at the moment and chose to flee across the Atlantic to the coast of Africa. In this, he was ahead of his time. That barrage of high-profile attacks were a harbinger of something else. They were the opening moves in what would prove to be the last days of the buccaneering era. The raids that were coming up, well, they were comparable to the greatest raids of Henry Morgan. They would shake the world of the pirates to the core, and the response that the great powers mounted would be even worse. Most of the English had already fled the New World, but after what's about to happen, almost all of the rest will flee as well, and many of them will follow Jean Hamelin across the Atlantic. They'll flee to Africa, and then move on to Madagascar, and then on to the Indian Ocean and the pirate round. Next time we'll talk about the upcoming raid, the raid that, although the pirates didn't know it, spelled the end of the buccaneering era. Were I to write a novel about this era in Caribbean piracy that we've been covering, that buccaneer era, I would choose to tell that story through the eyes of one pirate. If I were to tell the story of exiled Europeans seeking refuge in the New World and taking to the high seas in search of revenge and fortune, this pirate would be the perfect candidate. However, it would have to be a novel. Historical fiction, I would need the freedom to take some artistic license with his story. There are narrative questions of his emotions and his story arc, but there are also historical questions to answer. Where was this pirate here on this raid on this day? How many pirates did he command? Did he take the outpost or the beach? That kind of thing. The problem is, though, with very few exceptions, we just don't know that kind of thing about, well, really nearly everyone in this story. See, when I began this show, I wanted to tell the stories of men and women on the ground, living the life. I wanted to tell the people's history of piracy. I wanted to tell the stories of slaves and Indians and women, of Jews and mulattoes. I wanted to tell the stories of all the dispossessed people that were active in this story. And they were all there. These pirate ships and ports and their pirate havens, they were filled with the most varied groups of people you can imagine. However, we've mostly covered the captains. That's really one of my failings. I need to do more digging, more research to find the stories I want to tell. And it's also, in part, a failing of the source materials. Especially in this Buccaneer era, the sources aren't exactly exhaustive or inclusive. If I were to write that hypothetical novel about the Buccaneers, I would have to invent characters, or at least deeply fictionalize real people, to tell the stories of those who weren't white Protestant ship captains. But make no mistake, those people were there. Even when histories don't mention those people or they actively whitewash them, they were actually there. One of our main players today, Captain de Graaf, has been painted and portrayed through the years as a white man, but he was likely biracial. And a not insignificant number of the Buccaneers were gay. The majority were probably at least bisexual. Now, the captains may have been Protestants, or let's be honest here, they probably didn't care about God at all. But their crews would have had Jews and Indian religions and West African religions all on board practicing their own faiths together. Although, to be fair, there probably weren't any Catholics. Now, on board, there weren't many women during the Buccaneer era, not yet at least. They were in port, but not cruising. Happily, we're about to introduce our first major name in the history of women in piracy, and as time moves on, we'll see more and more of them. And not just women, but people of all different groups. Not because there were more of them in these latter years than there were in the Buccaneer era necessarily, but because people finally started writing about them. After the success of books like The Buccaneers of America and the writings of Dampier and Bartholomew Sharp, publishers and authors back in Europe realized there was an audience for this stuff, an audience beyond the lords of trade and the king. There was a middle-class audience that paid money to read stories about pirates, and as these publishers rushed to fill that demand, the stories got more detailed and therefore more inclusive. We have stories there about daily life on board pirate ships and the real people that lived those lives. If we had records like that for the pirate I mentioned earlier, well, I wouldn't need to invent historical fiction to tell his story in real depth. We would just have it. His name was Pierre Le Picard, and the reason I would choose him, the reason he was the perfect person from which to tell the story of the history of Buccaneers, well, he was there for all of it. He was there from the pirates' initial explosion in the 1660s to their eventual decline and their retreat from the Caribbean. This is episode 52, Twilight of the Buccaneers, Part 1. The very first Buccaneers arrived in the New World in the 1620s. Mostly they were refugees from the French Wars of Religion. Now, they weren't Buccaneers yet, they were just people looking for a place to settle. Some of them chose to settle on the northwest corner of one of the West Indies' largest islands. The Spanish, who occupied the southeastern coast, called the island Santo Domingo. Those French refugees, though, chose instead to call it by the name used by their only neighbors, the Taino people. They called it Haiti. Haiti was, well, you couldn't call it a colony. It was mostly made up of men, and they lived a mostly nomadic lifestyle. They hunted and they trapped for meat and furs, much like the Taino had done and taught them to do. They were named for the racks on which they cured their meats, the Taino Bucan. They Gallicized the word and called themselves the Bucaniers. It wasn't until Pierre Legrand that the Bucaniers became synonymous with piracy. He and a crew of 28 in what really was an open boat, using those new flintlock muskets, boarded and captured a small Spanish vessel. This set off an eruption of French Buccaneer piracy. They were eventually chased off of Haiti by Spanish authorities and settled on the nearby island of Tortuga, where piracy really began to take root. Now, the island traded hands a few times. The Spanish came and reclaimed it, built a fort, the French took it back and forth. But by 1640, it was back in control of the French, and they now had that fortress to guard their island from incursion. France sent out a new governor who was open to granting letters of marque to some of those pirates in defense of the island. Those privateers called themselves the Brethren of the Coast. That confederation attracted young men and young women from around the world. Now, many of them were Protestants, a lot of French Calvinists and Dutch Lutherans and English Anglicans. Many of them were petty thieves in exile. Many were gay, and they were searching for a life free from rigid societal structure that they found back in Europe. Many of the women that came, though, were middle class. They were fleeing unwanted marriages or being forced to adhere to their family's plans back in Europe. See, here, they weren't the subject of a lord. In Tortuga, everyone had a voice, a say in their own destiny. And that's the key here. This place afforded otherwise dominated people a chance at freedom. But not just freedom from the shackles of old Europe, it was economic freedom. If you could make it to Tortuga, you had opportunities. You could join the Brethren and take to sea to attack Spanish ships, and if you were in the Brethren, you had a vote. In every decision that took place on board, you had a say that allowed you to make a real living and make a name for yourself, something that was closed off to most of these people back in Europe. These were lower-class capitalists, and this was a time before any of those words really meant anything to the people living those lives, but it attracted people from all different backgrounds. There were escaped slaves joining crews, and they got a vote. They could earn an equal share. Some of those Taino people who were displaced and brutalized by the Spanish, well, they jumped at the chance for revenge. Now, the women were mostly forbidden from serving on board Brethren ships. It was part of that old superstition that women on board were bad luck, and that prejudice would continue for some time until a very few talented pirates proved just how foolish those prohibitions were. But for now, those women had the same sort of economic freedom that the pirates did. Women ran most of the affairs back in Tortuga. Many of those middle-class women who fled to the New World served as fences and merchants for the pirated goods. It was the sort of job that many women in Europe with some education might have, but here they could actually keep their profits rather than giving them away to their fathers or husbands or whoever rightfully owned the business. Now, the brothels in these early days were owned by women. Oftentimes they were run in much the same situation as those pirate ships. They had a say in how the place was run and the rules of the house. And even to call them brothels is really a misnomer. They were more like, well, look, pirates didn't have homes waiting for them back at port. They didn't have a quiet farm and a family in Tortuga that they retired to. They were homeless. Which is honestly not the worst way to think about the pirates. If you're ever wondering what it was like to be in the middle of a pirate raid, imagine being confronted by a gang of homeless veterans with serious drinking problems, spouting off about God and the government, and then pulling out an antique pistol and demanding your wallet. And if you refuse to give up your wallet, they'll burn your house down. When they returned to Tortuga, or eventually to Port Royal or wherever, they had these establishments. They would be better described as hospitals in the old sense of the word, a place where you could find hospitality. They were a place where you could grab a drink, served by the woman behind the bar. You could buy a meal, cooked by the women who ran the establishment. You could rent a real room with a real bed, and you could hire some company. But if you broke the rules, if you got violent or mistreated the staff, well, those pirates would be lucky if they found themselves out on the street. It wasn't equality, no, but it was better for some of these women than their prospects back in Europe were. Eventually, though, the French crown would see all this and clamp down on Tortuga. It was this sense of freedom, this world where you weren't as beholden to the old order and had the opportunity to make your own fortune, that threatened the empires of Europe just as much as the piracy. It was into this world that we introduce Pierre Le Picard. Now, he might have been born in France, and some estimate his birth as early as 1624, but it's likely he was born later, in the late 1630s or early 1640s. Or he may have been born in the West Indies, even potentially in Tortuga, a child of that strange world. Now, some descriptions indicate that he may have been biracial as well, or maybe some of them thought of a Spanish-Moorish heritage. Regardless, he was probably sailing on pirate ships by about the 1650s, but our first record of him comes from the Buccaneers of America. He was sailing under Francois L'Olonnais on their voyage against Maracaibo in 1666. This was where L'Olonnais earned his reputation for torture and brutality, and we can assume that Le Picard, as a member of his crew, took at least some hand in all that. The next year, on L'Olonnais' next and last voyage, the pirates assembled to discuss their next move. A pirate called Moses Van Klein by the English, who was also called Von Kiln and properly Vauclin, chose to leave the expedition. Exquemelin then writes from the 1969 translation, quote, Pierre Le Picard, on seeing the others leave, decided to do the same. He sailed along the mainland coast to Costa Rica, where he made a landing at the river Veragua. He marched his men to a small town of the same name and pillaged the place, despite the resistance put up by the Spaniards who had taken up arms. Le Picard and his men carried off several prisoners to their ship, but their plunder amounted to little, for Veragua is inhabited only by poor folk who work at the mines. Their intention had been to go further on and plunder the town of Nata on the South Sea coast, but Le Picard's men could not achieve their object, as the Spaniards were in wait for them in great numbers. End quote. So Le Picard was now a captain, and he was sailing alongside other brethren of the coast, namely Gel Laca and Roque Brasiliano. In 1669, he returned to Maracaibo under Morgan, and then they sailed on Panama together in 1671, with Pierre Le Picard as captain of the Saint Pierre. It was here, in the early 1670s, that France really began to flex her authority over Tortuga, and that was when the Buccaneers fled the island. Those middle-class fences, well, they were shut down in favor of proper, licensed, company-approved merchants. Those brothels were shut down and the women forced into the streets or forced to work for brothel owners who had less care for their well-being. Taino and African people were disenfranchised, and if they were unable to flee, well, they were forced back into slavery. This was a hard time for everyone in the sphere of influence of the Brethren of the Coast. The Brethren were essentially disbanded. It was becoming harder and harder to find work at sea, and many turned to logwood cutting until that war broke out in the 1670s. As did almost everyone else we've talked about lately, Le Picard served as a privateer flying French colors. But at war's end, he found himself out of work, and, as did so many others, he returned to piracy. He was older than most others at this point, though. He was probably somewhere in his late 40s, but he was potentially as old as 58. Many of the privateers he sailed alongside were in their 20s or 30s. You see, this is why he would serve as the perfect set of eyes through which to tell this tale of the Buccaneers. His death was reported in 1679, at the end of the war. He may well have actually died here, but in 1682, the acting governor of Jamaica, Henry Morgan, reported a Captain Picard harassing English shipping near Jamaica. And look, I don't want to make ham-fisted analogies here, so I'll just point out that, yes, Captain Picard was in command with an ethnically and sexually diverse crew. They explored and sought out new civilizations. They boldly went where no man had gone before. There wasn't an android on board, but you can be sure there were some guys with wooden legs and hook hands. There was probably a blind guy. There weren't Klingons, no, but there was probably a cool black guy with great hair. And I assume that whenever they set a new heading, Captain Picard said, "Make it so." But, in French. But here's the question, though. Was that Captain Picard the same Pierre Le Picard that attacked Maracaibo and Panama? Morgan didn't come out and say, "Captain Picard, notorious pirate who massacred people at Maracaibo, twice, once under my command, and followed me on my quasi-legal mission to attack Panama and burn her to the ground, is now attacking and killing English citizens in my own territorial waters. So it could have been another Captain Picard. Or it could have been another Pierre Le Picard. His first name does get a bit dodgy in the records here, but whether this was the same man or someone new, he apparently sailed alongside Thomas Paine for a time after the war, and then he partnered up with Michel de Grammont. And that, right there, is as succinct a history of the Buccaneers as I can give up to this point. And Pierre Le Picard was there for nearly all of it. He served under various French captains until he had his sea legs. Then he sailed under Francois l'Olonnais and Henry Morgan as a captain. He served in the Franco-Dutch War, and he sailed with that new bunch of young pirates that followed the war. He sailed out of Tortuga and Port Royal and the logwood camps in the Bay of Campeche and the Mosquito Coast, and finally, from Petit Goave with Michel de Grammont. Captain de Grammont had a respectable fleet under his command. It was, at the moment, the largest in the Caribbean. There was Pierre Le Picard, there was a Captain Pierre Botte, there was Jan Willems, Thomas Paine, and then a Captain Blot. Now, Grammont sailed in his 18-gun corvette, La Colbert. The corvette was a new French ship design introduced in the 1670s during the war. It was slightly smaller and sleeker than a frigate, and it carried a few less guns. They were ideal for Coast Guard ships and for privateers and for pirates. Now, they were larger than traditional sloops of war, which usually formed the backbone of any pirate fleet. The Colbert was among the best ships sailing in pirate hands in those days. The others in the fleet, namely Picard, Willems, and Paine, well, they were sailing 10 or 12-gun sloops of war. In 1682, though, their fleet was lurking off the northern coast of Cuba, hoping to intercept Spanish shipping. But things weren't going well for them. There were no disasters, just no luck in finding prizes, so most of the fleet just chose to head home for Petit Goave. Paine and a few of the smaller craft in the fleet chose to sail north to the Bahamas and spend some time doing some salvage work. They were hauling Spanish silver up from sunken ships while fighting off any Spanish that might come looking for it or other pirates that wanted a piece of the action. Now, that little fleet made a stop off the coast of Florida, hoping to raid San Augustine, but they were forced away and just raided a few smaller villages. The rest of the fleet, Michel de Grammont, Pierre Le Picard, Jan Willems, well, they were all just sort of loitering around Petit Goave when a young Dutch captain named Nicholas van Hoorn approached Captain de Grammont. He had a letter of marque in his possession, granted after he and his men spent a stint in that Spanish cell. The governor had only granted him that commission on the condition that Van Hoorn bring Grammont along as his lieutenant. Grammont jumped at the opportunity to sail with him. This letter of marque would give him the opportunity to properly raid a Spanish city again, just like he'd done at Maracaibo during the war. So he agreed to the expedition, but he said that preparations still needed to be made. First, he granted Van Hoorn the use of his ship, the Colbert, to collect the rest of his fleet. There were a few that had remained off Cuba, and the rest were up in the Bahamas. In the meantime, Grammont could outfit Van Hoorn's ship into a decent pirate vessel. So Van Hoorn sailed off and collected those other ships and brought them back to Petit Goave. When he returned, the St. Nicholas, his ship, was refit and ready to sail as a proper pirate vessel. She was a frigate, the largest ship in their fleet, and Grammont had stripped her of all her unnecessary weight and loaded up a number of guns. With Van Hoorn's return, the fleet numbered 10 ships. Nicholas Van Hoorn on board the frigate St. Nicholas, Michel de Grammont on the Colbert, Jan Willems, Pierre Botte, while they sailed on the Cagon and Diligente, respectively. Pierre Le Picard had his own sloop, along with a few smaller boats. The fleet set sail and headed west for Port Royal. All in all, there were about 300 men under sail. It was a decent-sized fleet. Nothing to make Spain tremble, but they could take some sizable prizes. However, Michel de Grammont had plans to grow the fleet. First, though, they had to make a stop at Port Royal. They were known pirates, and right now Port Royal was unfriendly to pirates. Governor Lynch had arrived and was actively hunting pirates as far away as Charlestown in the Bahamas or Barbados in the Windward Islands and Campeche. However, England and France were at peace, and the pirates here had a legitimate letter of marque signed by the governor of Saint Dominique. So Grammont sent a messenger to the governor informing him of these facts and informing him that they meant no harm to Port Royal or English ships. They merely wanted some time to gather wood and foodstuff for the upcoming voyage. Lynch sent out his French secretary, Charles de la Barre. He was there to treat with the French and Dutch pirates. Lynch wanted to be certain that the pirates were being honest in their intentions and to double-check on that letter of marque. You can be sure that he had several warships at the ready in the meantime. These interactions are the times that I really wish I could go back and see. I just love it when someone puts something like this on screen. I want to know what it was like at this meeting. Was de la Barre imperious? Was he cold? Did he look down his nose at the pirates? Were the pirates, in return, polite, even deferential or subservient? Or was de la Barre meek and terrified? Was he clutching his satchel and hiding behind his guards while the pirates loomed over him? Did they intimidate the French secretary? I think probably it was neither. Charles de la Barre was just a bureaucrat doing his job. He was French, and he was actually working for the French government. He was a sort of ambassador to Governor Lynch. When Lynch had business with the governor of a French colony, or, say, a fleet of French privateers showed up in his city, it was the French secretary's job to facilitate communication. Right now, France and England were allies, so officials like this were in every major colony. So I imagine that the pirates just offered him rum, and he maybe politely declined, but maybe took some wine. He probably checked over their papers, saw that they were in fact legitimate privateers in the employ of France, and saw that everything was in order. He likely asked after some news of Petit Goave or any other big events in the greater West Indian region. He finished his wine and went about his day. But he did have a report for the governor when he returned. He told Lynch that the letter of marque was made out to Nicholas von Hoorn, a Dutchman. Von Hoorn was nominally in command of the fleet. However, it was apparent that Michel de Grammont was actually running the show. All the assembled captains, save Van Hoorn, were loyal to Grammont, and they took their orders directly from him. Even the crew of the St. Nicholas was peppered with Grammont's men. He said that the pirates all resented Van Hoorn for his, quote, insolence and passion. In some ways, this reminds me of a pirate relationship we'll see in 35 years or so. Edward Teach happened upon Stede Bonnet in the swamps of Carolina, and he found a sniveling, oblivious captain who was close to being voted out and probably tossed overboard with a slit throat. But Teach convinced Bonnet to join forces. Now, Bonnet acted as though he and Blackbeard were equals, but every man in the fleet was obviously following Teach. There's a quote in Black Sails that illustrates this situation perfectly. Captain Flint happens upon a derelict pirate vessel belonging to some new-come upstart pirate. Flint argues that they aren't beholden to help the other ship because of the quality of the men sailing her. He says, quote, "These days, any man who can sew a black flag and get 10 fools to follow him can take a prize. They can take it because of the fear that I, and men like me, have instilled in their prey, but they can't do what I can do. They're not built for it." End quote. And that's precisely what we're seeing here. What exactly had Nicholas von Hoorn done to become admiral of a fleet of pirates? He took a merchant job and ran off with the ship. He kidnapped a few slaves and immediately sailed into a Spanish port where he was promptly arrested, clapped in irons, and thrown into a cell. I mean, come on here. Michel de Grammont was a hero of the Dutch War. He'd sailed on Maracaibo with 1,500 men. He'd taken her and ransacked a dozen more cities. He'd captured scores of ships. He'd had his throat cut by a Spanish saber and lived to fight on. He had the allegiance of the largest fleet of pirates currently sailing the West Indies, simply because he was willing to do what needed done. And Nicholas von Hoorn? He had a slip of paper. Now, that slip of paper might grant them passage here in Port Royal. It might legitimize them to the French, but that's really about it. The Spanish weren't about to take a look at that letter of marque and say, "Oh, you escaped one of our jails, did you? Well, very good. All seems to be in order here, so feel free to take all of our silver." Anything that they took would be won at the point of a sword, and to do that, the pirates needed someone they trusted in command. I have to think that von Hoorn knew this to be the case. The pirates wouldn't be shy about exactly who was in charge here, but von Hoorn continued to act as though he were actually the admiral. He gave orders. Now, if those orders didn't get in the way of the real plan, they were carried out. But if they did, Grammont just ignored them and went about carrying out the real plan. After leaving Port Royal, their plan headed out to the Bay of Honduras. It was a perfect place to recruit a few other pirates. When they arrived, they found there Captain Francois Lesage and the late Captain Jacob Evertson, very much alive. Both of the men had decent ships and were roving around the Yucatan region, but they were happy to sign up with this fleet and take some real prizes. It was here that John Coxon sailed in to try and recruit Jan Willems to go off hunting Jean Hamlin, but Jan Willems declined. Now, Coxon was working for the law here. He was under a commission to hunt pirates, especially Jean Hamlin. But he was an old buccaneer and one of the greats. He knew these men, and he had what passed for trust between pirates. He wasn't about to try to take them into custody. There were way too many pirates here, first of all, but he didn't really want to. Some of these men were friends. Grammont and Willems were perfectly candid with Coxon about their business. They were here to recruit a fleet. They needed as many sailors as possible. They had told almost no one what their real plan was, but they told Coxon they were, quote, trying to unite all the privateers for an attack on Vera Cruz, end quote. Vera Cruz was ripe for plunder. It hadn't been attacked in living memory. Maybe Pierre Le Picard was old enough to remember the last time Vera Cruz had been plundered, but if he was, he would have been a boy, and certainly none of the other pirates were old enough to remember it. Francis Drake had taken the city a century prior, but the last raids had been almost 50 years ago, in the 1630s, and mostly they'd been scattered. And therein lies the problem. Vera Cruz was certainly a rich prize, but they had a strong militia. They had a fleet of warships, and they had the fortress San Juan de Ulloa. It was the biggest, richest, most important port in all of Nueva España. Vera Cruz was the entry point for every slave brought to New Spain. From there, those slaves were transported all over the Viceroyalty. Vera Cruz was also the shipping point for all of the goods produced in New Spain. There were gold mines there and massive plantations. The city was bursting with plunder. But all those riches meant that Vera Cruz was the most heavily guarded port in New Spain, maybe the most heavily guarded in all of the New World, outside of perhaps Cartagena and Havana. It was lunacy to try and take the city. All the same, the pirates meant to try. Maybe it was just crazy enough to work. The reward? Maracaibo had been plundered half a dozen times in the last 15 years. Attacking Portobello was almost an annual tradition for the Buccaneers. Campeche had been drained of almost every bit of treasure that the pirates could squeeze out of it. Panama was a ruin, destitute. Vera Cruz was rich and worth it, if they could recruit enough pirates crazy enough to try. Certainly they tried to recruit Coxon, but he was happy to have a stable job and a port to call home without the threat of a noose. Now right here I like to imagine Nicholas von Hoorn stamping his feet in protestation. They couldn't just tell John Coxon about their big plan. He was the law. He would run to tell Lynch all about them. And then I like to imagine Jan Willems and Michel de Grammont turning to him, blank-faced, and saying, "Quiet, boy, you know who this is? This is John Coxon." And then turning back to the grown-up business. I do wonder, though, exactly how Coxon knew to come here to the Bay of Honduras. It was a well-known haunt of pirates, and likely there would be some ships about, but it seems like Coxon knew that these pirates would be here. which makes me wonder what kind of network the pirates had in all of the major port cities. How did they get the word out that there was a meeting of the Buccaneers? Remember those hospitals I mentioned earlier, run by the women of the West Indies? Well, they were still around. The hospitals in Tortuga had been shut down, but, while Petit Goave was the seat of government in Haiti, the real home of the pirates was another settlement just a few miles down the coast. It was built around one of those hospitals. It was so central to the affairs of the region that the pirates dubbed the city Hôpital. Today, that city is the largest in Haiti. It's the capital, Port-au-Prince. I wonder if that hospital and her sisters in Port Royal and Nassau and all of the other pirate havens, I wonder if they provided a sort of networking service for the pirates. And if so, I wonder exactly what their cut was. But whether it was the women at these hospitals or secret agents at the docks or Henry Morgan himself, someone in Port Royal was told of the plan to meet at the Gulf of Honduras, and that someone, John Coxon, who was an old pirate, it was someone he knew to ask. He basically followed the pirates to the Gulf after they left Port Royal. But when Jan Willems declined his offer, John Coxon sailed away. The fleet chose to stick around. They roved around the bay, looking for their quarry. But not ships to take, not prizes, not necessarily at least. They were here looking for 2 ships belonging to 2 of the most feared pirates in the world, Laurens de Graaf and his lieutenant, Michiel Andrieszoon. Captain de Graaf and Captain Michiel were known to be around the bay in command of, quote, 2 great ships, a bark, a sloop, and 500 men. That would, if added to the fleet under Grammont, bring their number to almost 900 men, to 4 warships and at least a dozen smaller craft. That was enough to execute the plan of Michel de Grammont. However, just because they weren't looking for prizes doesn't mean they wouldn't take one if it fell into their lap. One night, while out cruising, Nicholas von Hoorn happened upon La Nuestra Señora de Consolación and La Nuestra Señora de Regla. They were 2 fat merchantmen, and they were just lying at anchor off the coast. They would be easy prizes to take, and, to Van Hoorn's way of thinking, they would cement him as a real pirate, worthy of the respect he deserved. So he put it to a vote, and the men on board his St. Nicholas were more than happy to take this easy haul. They put canoes into the water and crept up on them. Silently they boarded the vessels. With pistols aimed and sabers drawn, they took the deck. There was virtually no resistance. There was only a single watchman on either ship. The pirates then ventured below decks and found them equally empty. Just the cook and a carpenter and maybe a few hands. It was a skeleton crew. Then they found that the holds were just as empty. There was some foodstuff and water, a bit of lumber, but no cargo. No gold or silver, no jewels, no indigo or spices, not even any sugar or tobacco. It was a disappointment. But von Hoorn ordered the Spanish put ashore and the ships taken. At least he could salvage something out of this. Then he put boats back in the water to head back to the St. Nicholas and continue on. Little did Nicholas von Hoorn realize, though, someone had seen him approach those 2 Spanish merchantmen, someone who would be angry about it, and someone who would be waiting for him when he returned. Von Hoorn made his way to the St. Nicholas and found her decks occupied and his men there cowed by a group of the most fearsome sailors he'd ever seen. They were armed, they were angry, and they were all looking at him. Their captain approached. He was tall and good-looking. He was blond and well-dressed. He had impeccably trimmed facial hair. He had a rich, gentlemanly air about him. But right now, he looked furious. Von Hoorn didn't know him, but some of the men in his crew seemed to, and they looked terrified. The man introduced himself. His name was Captain Laurens Cornelis Baudouin de Graaf. And those 2 ships von Hoorn had stumbled upon had been his for the taking. Their crews were away on the mainland. They were busy selling their cargo at a commercial fair far inland. They would be returning in a few days with all of their profits in gold and silver and a rich cargo of indigo. De Graaf had been lying hidden just down shore, waiting for those ships to load up with their cargo and weigh anchor. This was when De Graaf was going to take them and carry away a king's ransom, and Nicholas von Hoorn had stumbled in and ruined everything. You see, that's the difference here. Skilled, experienced captains operated like that. They gathered intelligence, they formulated a plan, and then they executed it. That's how they earned money. That's how they gathered together fleets of hundreds and hundreds of pirates willing to follow them, even risk their lives for them. And upstarts like this von Hoorn think they can just waltz in and do the same job? They happen across a couple of ships and just think, hey guys, what do you say we go get 'em? Any pirate worth their salt would observe the ships, they would analyze the situation, and maybe they would actually send somebody over to scout them out. They wouldn't just march on over and alert everyone to their presence. But von Hoorn was clearly not worth his salt, and he'd cost De Graaf thousands of dollars. I imagine that von Hoorn tried to defend himself. I even imagine that he told De Graaf about his plan to attack Vera Cruz, but De Graaf wasn't having any of it. He let the crew of the St. Nicholas off without any violence, but he sailed away in a rage. Von Hoorn was forced to sail back to Michel de Grammont with his tail between his legs. He told Grammont the news that he'd run into De Graaf and he'd sailed off in anger. But Grammont rushed off to meet up with De Graaf. The whole fleet followed him, but it was Grammont who caught up with De Graaf. You see, that's why those corvettes were so impressive. De Graaf was sailing the frigate he'd stolen from the Armada de Barlovento, La Francesca. He'd renamed it Dauphin. His lieutenant, Michiel Andrieszoon, was sailing the frigate Tigre. Both were impressive ships and carried a lot of guns, but the Colbert was much faster, and she carried enough guns for any decent pirate. But when Grammont caught up with De Graaf, he brought him up to date on the situation. This fool Van Hoorn had a letter of marque in his possession. He had a grievance and the right to attack the Spanish, but Governor Jacques Nepveu back in Petit Goave brought in Grammont to actually lead the expedition. It was his plan. It was his men and his fleet. Von Hoorn was just there for convenience and a piece of paper. They had 400 men between them, but they needed De Graaf and Andrieszoon to carry it through. So De Graaf stuck around. The rest of the fleet arrived the next day, and on April 7th, 1683, the largest gathering of pirates to meet in years disembarked and met in council on the beaches of Honduras. Their plan, they told everyone assembled, was to attack Vera Cruz. It was west of the Yucatan, west of Campeche, far into the Gulf on the coast of Nueva España. The pirates, the average crewmen, all voted aye to attack Vera Cruz. However, rather than all join forces under their admiral, von Hoorn, Laurens de Graaf required that he keep command of his fleet. They would sail as partners to von Hoorn, but not as subordinates. Right here, I like to imagine Nicholas von Hoorn stamping his feet in protestation. Partners? He was in command here. He had the letter of marque. He had orders from Governor Jacques Nepveu, Sieur de Ponquet himself. Then I like to imagine Michel de Grammont and Jan Willems turning to him and saying, "Quiet, boy, you know who this is? This is Laurens de Graaf," and then turning back to the grown-up business. And that clause, that de Graaf be a partner, not a subordinate, was a point of contention. Likely the entire meeting would have fallen apart right here if it was left to the captains. You see, de Graaf was still furious with von Hoorn, and von Hoorn felt he'd been unfairly maligned for taking a prize. Grammont was there to try and mediate, but there was real animosity there. However, it was the crews that decided the day, the average sailors. This was a pirate gathering, and every man had a vote, and all of them wanted a piece of Vera Cruz. The ayes had it, so the meeting was concluded, and they set their plan in motion. Laurens de Graaf and Michiel Andrieszoon gave command of their frigates over to two other captains, probably Jan Willems and Pierre Le Picard. These were the two best ships in the fleet. But instead, Michiel Andrieszoon and Laurens de Graaf took those two captured Spanish merchantmen, Nuestra Señora de Consolación and Nuestra Señora de Regla. They weren't bigger ships. They weren't faster ships. They certainly didn't have more guns. But they were Spanish. They had Spanish hulls. They had Spanish sails. They flew Spanish colors. They looked exactly like what they were, Spanish merchantmen. So with the fleet assembled, they set sail. Just over a month after their meeting on that Honduran beach on the afternoon of May 17th, 1683, those two fat, slow, lazy ships ambled toward Vera Cruz. They anchored just offshore, and this wasn't out of the ordinary. Vera Cruz's harbor was treacherous. There were sandbars and shifting shoals under the water. Then there was Fort San Juan de Ulloa. It sat on an island at the mouth of the harbor, which further obstructed an easy entrance to the harbor. As Vera Cruz saw it, all that was to the good. It would make it difficult for enemy ships and pirates to approach. However, in the failing light of the late afternoon, those shoals could sink unwary ships. So a lot of legitimate captains chose to wait out the night offshore. Then in the morning they could enter the harbor with better light. This is exactly what the guards at the fortress and those atop the high stone walls of Vera Cruz proper thought those two merchantmen were doing. There was no cause for alarm, nothing out of the ordinary. In the very first hours of May 18th, Laurens de Graaf and Michiel Andrieszoon led 300 men quietly ashore. They landed just 2 or 3 miles down the coast from Vera Cruz. It would be tricky to get into the city unnoticed, but that was exactly what they intended to do. It was essential to their plan. Vera Cruz was a city of 6,000 inhabitants. Maybe a quarter of those were men of an age to bear arms. There was a standing army garrison of 300 Spanish regulars, with 300 more regulars manning San Juan de Ulloa. Then, Vera Cruz had at least 400 militiamen in the city as well. That's 1,000 trained and well-armed soldiers. And then there were about another 1,000 men who weren't soldiers at all, but they had guns and families to think of. But de Graaf was a tactician. In much the same way that he'd scouted those 2 Spanish ships, he'd scanned the walls of Vera Cruz with his looking glass. They were tall, and they were strong. A frontal assault would have been doomed to fail. But there was a place where the wall was relatively lightly manned, and the sand had piled up in dunes more than halfway up the walls. So the pirates all wore dark colors. They carried no flames, and they had no ammunition boxes to rattle around and make noise. Every man had a pistol, but it was only to be used in the most dire of circumstances. They were not to fire even in defense of their lives unless the entire party was ambushed and forced into a retreat. It would be swords and sharp knives that decided the night. De Graaf led his 300 men up to that point on the wall without detection. They climbed the dunes and used grappling hooks and ropes to climb the rest of the way. Soon all 300 of them had climbed atop the walls of Vera Cruz. No one cried out. No one raised an alarm. So the party of pirates split into groups. They swept around the walls silently. Unsuspecting guards who were looking outside of Vera Cruz had their throats slit and they were dragged away. Then pirates were left in their places to avoid arousing suspicion. Should anybody look in their direction, they didn't want them to see a guard missing. And then guardhouses were swept over by deadly shadows. Barracks full of sleeping men were infiltrated and neutralized. All of this silently. You see, these were the best pirates in the world. The rest of the fleet under the other captains, well, they were pretty good. They got the job done. Think of them as sending in the Marines. But Laurens de Graaf was the greatest pirate captain sailing on any ocean anywhere in the world. That attracted the best of the best. And if you weren't one of the best, well, you didn't have a place on his crew. Those pirates who were currently sweeping the walls of Vera Cruz, they were experts in their field. Think of them as Navy SEALs, only murderous, rapacious thieves. They plied their trade that night for maybe 3 hours, undetected. As dawn was approaching, any hope of an honest defense of Vera Cruz was left dead, bleeding out, and no one in town had any idea what was coming. De Graaf had done his job. He'd proven his reputation. However, the other 600 pirates in their fleet hadn't been idle. They'd had to land a bit farther out than de Graaf, but as dawn approached, so did they. When the rest of the pirates were approaching the city, de Graaf opened the gates, and at dawn on May 18th, 600 pirates swarmed into Vera Cruz and opened fire on an unsuspecting city. Their need for stealth was gone. The pirates came in screaming and firing their guns. They threw grenades and fire pots. They cut down anyone in their path. The militia roused themselves, but de Graaf was ready for them. He'd already taken the armory, and he'd swarmed the barracks. The militia was forced into pockets of fighting, and that inevitably led to their death. The fort, San Juan de Ulloa, attempted to mount a counterattack. They were only a third of the pirates' numbers, but an organized attack of 300 men might rally the city together. However, they were out there on an island. They would need to send the men over on boats. And when they tried to do just that, La Dauphine and La Tigre sailed up and blew those boats out of the water. Those 1,000 regular men with guns and families I mentioned, well, some of them did try to hole up and create pockets of resistance, but what could maybe 24 untrained merchants armed with hunting muskets do against hundreds of trained killers? The citizens of Vera Cruz were overwhelmed. It took less than an hour, and the fighting was done. Every Spanish soldier was either dead or captured. The pirates, well, they lost only a handful. The citizens were all herded into the cathedral and put under guard. Then the pirates turned to questioning. They wanted information. They wanted to know about treasure. The city hadn't had warning that the pirates were coming, so they didn't have time to hide it. The pirates wanted to know where the treasure was and how to get it. If you didn't give them what they wanted, you were tortured. And this wasn't the slow, methodical torture of inquisitions and interrogations. They weren't slowly putting bamboo under people's fingernails. No, it was tell me what I need to know or I start cutting off limbs. It was quick, it was sloppy, but it was effective. The pirates invaded storehouses on the tips of lightly tortured citizens. They invaded churches and defiled them, as they were wont to do. They ransacked the houses of the wealthy. But there wasn't what you might have come to expect from these sort of raids so far. There was no debauchery. There was no drinking all the town's wine until sloppy drunk. There was no going after the women. There was no eating the larders dry. See, they had work to be about. If one of the men started drinking or eyeing the women, he was quickly upbraided by one of his fellows. If you want a drink, well, you can afford all the drinks you want when we get back to Hopital. You want a woman? Well, they've got those there too. Get back to work. It wasn't honor that stayed their hand in Vera Cruz, it was time. See, the pirates here were on a very tight schedule. They only had about 4 days to search and plunder the largest city on the coast of New Spain. Now, they could do it with 1,000 men, but there was no time for pleasure. In 4 days' time, they were sailing away from Vera Cruz. They had sacks of plunder that amounted to a decent haul, but they also had 200 of the city's finest, and their wealthiest, as captives. They really were the city's best. The governor was there, the bishop was there, the council was there, all of the wealthiest merchants and noble wives and daughters, and all sorts of dignitaries. The pirates made for an island just off the coast with ancient Mesoamerican structures on it. The pirates didn't know it, but Hernan Cortez, the conquistador, explored the island in 1518. One of the men under Cortez later would write, quote, "We found 2 stone buildings of good workmanship, each with a flight of steps leading up to a kind of altar, and on those altars were evil-looking idols, which were their gods. Here we found 5 Indians who had been sacrificed to them on that very night. Their chests had been struck open, and their arms and thighs cut off, and the walls of these buildings were covered in blood. All this amazed us greatly, and we called this island Isla de Sacrificios." End quote. The pirates didn't know what it was called, but considering the events to follow, it was a fitting name. The pirates waited with their hostages for several days. They were waiting for Vera Cruz to come up with a ransom. Later, some of those hostages would write that Laurens de Graaf was a gentleman, as far as a pirate holding captives could be considered one. He saw that they were properly fed. He saw that they were cared for. He ensured that no one was unduly harmed, and he kept the women safe from any pirates who might have notions about how they were to be treated. Now, you couldn't call their accounts glowing praise for de Graaf, but they realized their situation, and they were thankful that someone with at least a shred of honor was in command. Meanwhile, though, Nicholas von Hoorn was growing more and more agitated. He felt shortchanged by all of the pirates. De Graaf had led the assault on Vera Cruz on an expedition that rightly belonged to von Hoorn. It was his to command. The other pirates sat in council without him. They ignored his commands, and they made decisions all on their own. They all deferred to de Graaf, though. They took his suggestions like orders. They heaped praise on both he and his men. Even the prisoners seemed to like him. So von Hoorn decided to reclaim his command. He was going to take matters into his own hands. He decided that all of this waiting was taking too long, so he chose to send Vera Cruz a message. He ordered 12 of the prisoners taken and brought to him. He was going to remove their heads and send them back to the city. Whether he ordered them taken to those Aztec sacrificial temples to have their heads removed, I can't say. Now, this was in direct opposition to de Graaf's orders. One of the men ran off to tell de Graaf what was happening, and the pirate rushed back with as many men as he could muster. He told von Hoorn, who was preparing to have those heads removed, quote, "It was not right to behead any surrendered men who had been granted quarter," end quote. Now, von Hoorn was harboring some serious animosity towards de Graaf. So he drew his sword, and he ordered Laurens de Graaf to stand down. He chose poorly. De Graaf drew his own sword. In one smooth, swift motion, he slashed Van Hoorn's wrist, the wrist holding his own sword, and then he drew another deep gash across his chest. Whether Nicholas von Hoorn fell back onto one of those Aztec sacrificial altars, clutching his bleeding wrist to the open wound in his chest, I can't say. Either way, though, de Graaf ordered von Hoorn clapped in irons and taken to the Dauphin. In one of those moments that's, well, not exactly irony, but nearly averted tragic coincidence, maybe. The payment arrived from Vera Cruz shortly thereafter, so soon after this event that even if von Hoorn had cut those heads off and sent them to Vera Cruz, well, he was too late. The payment was already on its way. However, they sent their payment in slaves. That was really what amounted for most of the wealth of Vera Cruz. There were 1,500 men and women, and children, presumably, who were marched aboard the pirate ships to be sold again in friendly ports. There was a reason, though, that the pirates had been in such haste when ransacking Vera Cruz. The Plata fleet was expected to the city any day now. Now, that might sound like a rich prize. Spanish plate fleets had tons of silver. But the fleet was comprised of armed Spanish galleons. She was accompanied by gunboats and fire ships and even a ship of the line. This was not a fleet the pirates wanted to encounter. Immediately after leaving the Isla de Sacrificios, the pirates encountered the Plata fleet. If they were forced into an encounter here, the pirates were doomed. However, the admiral of the fleet, Diego Fernandez de Zaldivar, chose not to engage the pirates. He allowed them to flee. He didn't want to fight and potentially lose one of his ships. The pirates fled into the wind. Nicholas von Hoorn, though, was sitting in the brig aboard the Dauphin. I don't imagine he was receiving the best medical treatment, but David F. Marley writes of him, quote, "As the pirate fleet slowly beat back around the Yucatan Peninsula, von Hoorn's life ebbed away. He died off Isla Muerjes on June 24, 1683, his body being rowed ashore and buried in an unmarked grave near Mexico's Cape Lo Great, where it, presumably, lies to this day." End quote. I wonder if anyone missed Nicholas von Hoorn. He had a son who would pass away shortly after his father, but I don't know that he had any friends and allies among the pirates. Before Vera Cruz, he'd been useful, but it seems that his use had been used up. Once the pirates were on the eastern shore of the Yucatan, the fleet divvied up the earnings and went their separate ways. They had gold and silver, but they also had 1,500 human beings to sell, illegally, so they'd have to do so tactfully. In the end, looking back, Vera Cruz would prove to be the last truly great pirate raid of the buccaneering era. There would be others, but none were 1,000 brethren of the coast marched on a great city. There were none like L'Ollonais at Maracaibo or Morgan at Panama, or like de Graaf and Grammont at Vera Cruz. However, the story of de Graaf and Grammont isn't finished. When we return to them, we'll follow the fallout of their raid on Vera Cruz. Much like Morgan's raid on Panama, a raid of that size would have consequences. We'll follow them then to Campeche and Santiago de Cuba and Cartagena. And then we'll introduce one last member into this cadre of buccaneers, the last to be inducted into the Brethren of the Coast, Anne-dieu-le-Veut. Bruges, Antwerp, Luxembourg, Alsace-Lorraine, Ypres, Dunkirk. Today, these names might invoke an image of idyllic Belgian countryside, but to our grandparents and great-grandparents, they were something else. For those of us with a passion for history, especially those with an interest in military history, those names are familiar. They invoke images of some of the darkest moments of our past, as well as some of the moments of greatest hope and heroism. August 1914, the Schlieffen Plan, the Western Front, trench warfare, mustard gas in the Battle of Passchendaele, the Maginot Line, the Blitzkrieg, Operation Dynamo, the Holocaust, and then Case Yellow. The country surrounding those cities has seen, throughout their history, an untold number of battles. Still today, they'll find debris from one or another of the many wars fought on that soil. But those battles go much farther back than the 20th century. They go into the mists of prehistory. It was home to a number of Celtic tribes when recorded history finally caught up to the region in 54 BCE, when Julius Caesar conquered the territory of the Belgae. That territory, that chunk of land, was the northernmost point of Roman conquest on the continent. It housed the northernmost garrisons against the Germani tribes, and it topped off a front that stretched for hundreds of miles. Even during the Pax Romana, there was never really a period of true peace on that front. And that frontier, that split between Roman lands and German lands, would define the region, well, really until the present day. When Rome pulled back to Italy, the region once again fell into war. This time it was between the Romanized Gauls and their German neighbors. Eventually, the Merovingian Franks would push the Saxons out of the region, and under Charlemagne and his heirs, the Carolingian dynasty, the Holy Roman Empire would secure the region and defend it from the Saxons. Eventually, though, that Frankish kingdom would split, and the region would once again be the home of fierce fighting. Eventually, it would be split between what would one day become France and Germany. When things had finally begun to settle down, the Vikings invaded from the North Sea. The Vikings terrorized the people of the region, and their kings, who were in cities far removed from this region, could really do little to help them. That was when, in 862 CE, a local nobleman, through a bit of diplomacy and a well-placed marriage and a bit of his own fighting, was named the first count of the region, what would become known as the County of Flanders. Under that count and his heirs, Flanders experienced a boom. Many of the autonomous city-states nearby were incorporated into Flanders. Largely, they did so through a mutually beneficial commercial agreement. Flanders grew to be larger than their neighboring kingdom of France. This was when part of what we would consider modern-day France was also occupied by the Norman kings. This upset the French king, and in the 12th century he invaded Flanders. He conquered what would then become known as French Flanders in the southwest of the region. The rest of Flanders would flounder. The Black Death visited her shores, and then the 100 Years' War between England and France saw some of those mutually beneficial commercial agreements become less beneficial. Eventually, what was left of the County of Flanders was incorporated into the House of Burgundy under the Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. He was himself born in Flanders. Through a series of wars and a system of complicated dynastic inheritance, which actually we've covered most of that on this show before, what was once French Flanders became the Spanish Netherlands, and what was once Burgundian Flanders became part of the United Dutch Provinces. In the 19th century, Flanders would eventually become part of Belgium, named after that tribe conquered by Caesar back in 54 BCE. The region would go on to play a key role in the Napoleonic Wars, the Franco-Prussian War, and both World Wars. But that region, call it Flanders or French Flanders or the Spanish Netherlands, has been a key factor in every war that we've talked about here on this show, usually fighting between French kings and German emperors. The 80 Years' War? If you'll recall, the Violins Trumpets set off the Dutch revolt in 1566, and that first erupted in a town called Steenvoorde, which was once French Flanders and now belonged to the Spanish Habsburg Netherlands. The English Civil War, well, yeah, that happened on English soil, but the soldiers that fought there earned their stripes fighting in the Dutch War for Independence. The 30 Years' War that followed, well, that happened all across Central Europe, but France, Spain, and England were mostly interested in fighting in and fighting over once French Flanders, now the Spanish Habsburg Netherlands. The War of Devolution was when the French Bourbons tried to reclaim some of once French Flanders from the Spanish Habsburg Netherlands. The First and Second Anglo-Dutch Wars were fought between England and the United Dutch Provinces. Really, the Spanish Netherlands shouldn't have been involved at all. But both of those wars proved to be a good opportunity for Bourbon France to stick her nose in and try to wrest some of once French Flanders from the Spanish Habsburg Netherlands. The Franco-Dutch War and Third Anglo-Dutch War, which were in many ways the same war, they were fought largely over the Bourbon French trying to wrest some of French Flanders from the Spanish Habsburg Netherlands. And each of those roles largely played into what was happening in the West Indies and the New World in general. But that last war, the Franco-Dutch/Third Anglo-Dutch War, well, that was when the conflict really boiled over from Europe and infected the West Indies. In the Third Anglo-Dutch War, we see thousands of sailors arrive in the West Indies carrying commissions and letters of marque and flying Bourbon French colors. They were there trying to wrest territory from the Habsburg Spanish. The entire Buccaneer era was really an extension of those wars. Now, of course, the Buccaneers themselves didn't much care about the power politics back in Europe. They were there to make a living. But they got letters of marque and tips on where might be the richest prizes from governors who knew where might be the most tactically advantageous targets. However, that era, when warfare dominated the Caribbean, was coming to a close. They wanted to focus on commerce and building colonies, but in employing those pirates as privateers, the kings in old Europe had unleashed something upon the world that, well, they would never really be able to control. This is episode 53, Twilight of the Buccaneers, Part 2. Of course, King Louis and King Charles and all the rest thought they could control the Buccaneers. They thought it would really be pretty easy. The plan was basically to entice them back into the fold, to re-enter civilization as productive members of society. They used a carrot-and-stick approach to draw the pirates back in. The stick was simple. Continue pirating and we'll catch you, try you, and hang you. And that worked pretty well, especially for the English. Lynch and Morgan made the English position clear with a series of high-profile hangings. John Coxon, for example, chose to join the Jamaican Navy, as did many others. Pirates like John Cook and Edward Davis and William Wright and Thomas Paine, well, all of them tried to go legit at some point too. Now, none of them did a very good job, and we'll see them all back on the account in a few years, but all of them tried. The French, though, were less successful with that approach, mostly because they continued to grant letters of marque. Governor Jacques Nepveu, Sieur de Pontquet, was authorized by the crown to issue those letters when the situation called for it. So rather than the stick of arrest and execution, the French tried to offer the Buccaneers a carrot. The colony of Haiti, which French officials were now calling Saint-Dominique, was really pretty far removed from the commercial hubs of the West Indies. The Windward Islands were where ships on the Triangle trade bearing slaves and looking for sugar to buy, well, it was where they first landed. The most civilized colonies of England and France and the Netherlands, well, they were found there. There were planters running sugar plantations and their wives. There were slave mongers trading in human lives and their wives. Merchants who traded in all of the goods and currencies of the world and their wives. All of them wore European fashions and had homes built of European architecture. They read European newspapers, which were only a few weeks old, and they had rich, powerful European contacts. But much like Jamaica, Saint-Dominique was deep in Spanish territory. It still had yet to feel the civilizing effects of the slave plantation system and King Sugar himself. They were populated with uncivilized, barbarous, uncouth men who earned their livings at the point of a sword from Spanish pockets. So the men back in France asked how best to civilize these barbarians. The answer was clear. What has always been civilization's driving force? Women. The king and council back in Europe cooked up a plan to start shipping over women to those less refined colonies. The idea was this: we gather up a bunch of less fortunate young women. Maybe we send out agents to some of the local orphanages. We ask the sisters that run the place what girls are about to age out of the orphanage and, well, how to put this, aren't exactly likely to become nuns. And we offer those girls a chance at a new life in the exotic new world. There they can find a husband, a good sugar planter, and settle down on a farm in paradise. Maybe those agents would give those girls a bag of silver to help them along. Perhaps those agents would go to the local brothels. They would offer the women there a chance at a new life. They can go to the New World, find a husband, a good planter, and settle down on a farm in paradise. However, if we're being honest here, those agents likely asked the pimps who ran the brothels which girls they could part for cheap, and then packed them on a ship and told them to go find a husband over on the edge of the world. Maybe they gave those women a smaller bag of silver to help them along. And then those agents would have gone to the prisons. There was probably less beating around the bush in those situations. Women were picked out of jails and then sent off to Tortuga with or without their consent, and there was certainly no bag of silver there. Now, there are two important things to note here. First, the English had already tried something like this before. Port Royal had been basically a penal colony for England. Many women were picked out of jails to go to Port Royal. It was also an attempt to curb piracy, but less in a go find a husband kind of way and more of a go be a prostitute kind of way. Remember Mary Carleton, that famous con artist that traveled from town to town with her loyal handmaiden, pretending to be a German princess to con men out of their fortunes? Well, she was among those sent to Port Royal to work in the brothels. Now, she was savvy enough to find her way back to England, but most women weren't so lucky. The French, though, were sending all sorts. It was an express campaign to have these women marry, civilize, and settle the pirate haunts on Saint-Dominique. And then here's the second point. This wasn't the most terrible plan, in theory. In execution, it turned out to be deeply flawed and exploitative, but the idea makes sense. You see, Tortuga was very skewed in favor of men. It had between 80 and 90% men in the early days. The very few women that actually lived there fell into two categories, which we touched on last time. There were the women with no prospects back in Europe that found themselves by hook or by crook there in Tortuga to work in the brothels. Those were the women that owned and ran the brothels, what I argue would better be called hospitals, the place where pirates could get a meal and a bed and a drink and care for their wounds if need be, and some company, either a woman or, as was common in Tortuga, perhaps a young man. Now, let's not romanticize the lives of these women. It was hard going, but they had an ownership stake in the hospital and earned at least decent money. At the very least, it was a far better life than those women who would later be plucked from a debtor's prison and shipped over, forced to work in a brothel owned by a man. But then there were those women that ran the island. While Tortuga's economy may have been fed by piracy, it was run really by a small class of educated women. Now, these weren't noble daughters reciting Latin poetry and discussing the merits of Marcus Aurelius, but they were middle-class merchants' daughters. They could read, they could do arithmetic, and they knew how to run a stable business. That was, frankly, a lot more than anyone else on Tortuga. But both of these types of women, the merchants and the women that ran the hospitals, really ran Tortuga. It was a place where the civilized world hadn't yet arrived to put them in what it thought was their rightful place, and it was also basically a colony at war. The men were all brethren of the coast. They were all away on their ships most of the year. The women had to run things back in port. It's not unlike the Athenian women who were really running things back at home. The men were all soldiers, so women ran the shops and the homes and managed the affairs of the city. It's also not unlike the Viking women that were in charge back at home. Now, those Viking women had a societal role that was a lot different, and I think eclipsed those in Tortuga, but you can see similarities. But I think we might best see the similarities in the role of women here in the U.S. during World War II. While the men were all off fighting, it fell to women to run the factories and the businesses and the baseball teams and the homes. If you think of the women in Tortuga as piratical Rosie the Riveters, well, that might be a little bit romanticized, but not tremendously far off. As a side note, if there are any artists out there listening, I would love a painting of a pirate version of Rosie the Riveter. If there are any of you listening that might be interested in doing that, get in touch. Here's the thing, though. After the Franco-Dutch War, France put the kibosh on women running things in Tortuga. They enacted their plan to start sending women to Tortuga, as well as more men, to run things properly. They turned Tortuga into a proper European colony, where men from the East India Company ran the trading houses, where men ran the brothels who didn't care if you beat one of their girls, as long as you paid for the privilege, and where men ran the show who absolutely didn't recognize your voice in local politics or your blathering on about rights. In much the same way that women in the post-World War II era didn't appreciate it when the men came back and told them, "Very good job, now get back in the kitchen," those women who'd been running Tortuga weren't happy when things started to change there. Now, many of them moved on to a settlement outside of Petit Goave, which we talked about last time, Hôpital. But Tortuga was lost. The French crown now saw their plan through. Officials started showing up and changing things. Planters started arriving to establish sugar plantations, and they began to turn Tortuga into a thriving hub for the slave trade. Women started arriving by the boatload from France to civilize the place. As far as the masters in France saw things, all seemed to be going well. But there were two factors that the French government didn't take into account. First, there were the Buccaneers. They weren't interested in any of this. Not the new officials, not the new merchants, not the call to farm, and not the women. I mean, many of them weren't at all interested in anything those women had to offer in the first place. And while a few did choose to settle down and take a wife, most of the pirates followed those other women to Hôpital. And second, some of those women that they shipped over didn't really seem to take to the place. Many of them couldn't read, so they didn't know how bad things were over in Tortuga when they left, but they discovered quickly. The men there were brutes. They were violent, smelly, drunken pirates, not exactly the polite planters they'd been promised. Tortuga was hot. It had mosquitoes and yellow fever. Not to mention there was a cocktail of diseases that the pirates passed around to all the women, and not a single doctor of any repute in sight. Most of the women who actually intended to find a husband and settle down, well, they were hard-pressed to find one healthy enough to marry. So the women who were shipped to Tortuga misbehaved. However, if a young woman wouldn't find herself a husband, those wig-wearing Frenchmen thought, well, she could find herself plenty of other work. And as long as they weren't in France, they didn't really care how orphans and prostitutes and criminals were treated. I'd like to read a passage here from Laura Sooke Dunkam's fantastic book, Pirate Women, the Princesses, Prostitutes, and Privateers Who Ruled the Seven Seas. Quote, "The women of Tortuga were financially dependent on the buccaneers' patronage. While some of these men eventually fell in love with and occasionally married the bawdy women, many more took out their more violent urges on the prostitutes in encounters that were, quote, predatory in nature," John Appleby reports. Rape complaints in nearby Port Royal were, quote, made a jest of even by authority, claim the state papers from the period. Many of the young, poor, and vulnerable women of the Caribbean, plenty of whom had been deported there, were abused and assaulted by the ruthless buccaneers. The Tortuga of Disney's Pirates of the Caribbean franchise conjures up sassy tarts who slap an offensive man's cheek, but in reality it was the women who were slapped, and worse. End quote. I wanted to read that passage, partly because I love that sassy tarts line and I didn't think I could get away with it on my own, but partly because, well, women in piracy and in the world of the pirates have been characterized as symbols of equality. And that's just not how it was. Life in the West Indies was hard for everybody, but life for women in the West Indies was especially hard. Life among the pirates was not only hard, but deadly and dangerous. Life for women among the pirates, many of whom were Amerindians or Africans, well, that was especially hard and especially deadly. A mediocre man might be able to make his way with the Brethren of the Coast, make his life among the pirates, but for a woman to do the same, she had to be cut from a special kind of cloth. She had to be strong and fierce and intelligent and implacable and defiant. And into that world, into that post-war Tortuga of powdered wigs and prostitutes, enters a young woman named Anne. Now, we know virtually nothing about Anne in her early life, and I call her a young woman, but to our modern eyes, she would probably be more like a girl, probably a teenager who was shipped over from France. Now, historians think that she was born in Brittany, but we don't actually know her maiden name, so we can't be sure. Writers have speculated wildly about what circumstances brought her to Tortuga, but again, we don't know. There might be a grand romantic story behind it all. She could have been the daughter of a local nobleman, a man who fought for the rights of his people, until a vile baron invaded his lands, killed Anne's father, and took her mother as a concubine. Then he sent Anne away to Tortuga to meet her fate. And that's the kind of thing that Victorian authors liked to invent about pirates, and some of them said about Anne, but it's almost certainly not the case here. It's more likely that she was the daughter of a prostitute in France and was sent off to Tortuga to try and salvage her real life. But again, that's speculation. The most likely story, given the statistics about the women sent to Tortuga, is that Anne was probably an orphan and likely a petty thief back in France who was plucked out of a jail and put on a ship over to the New World. We know she arrived in Tortuga with this wave of women from France, but after that we lose track of her. That's, I suppose, what happened to a lot of women who arrived in Tortuga in those days. So for the time being, let's return to the pirates. Last time, the pirates we've been following sailed off from a successful raid against Veracruz, deep in the Gulf of Mexico. They had ships full of plunder from the city and about 1,500 slaves traded as ransom for Veracruz's finest. The slaves were actually a problem for the pirates. It doesn't appear that any of the pirates had a moral objection, but exactly what to do with them was a problem. Slaves were hard to smuggle into a city. A bag of plunder or legitimate-looking cargo like indigo, sure, you could do that, but 1,500 human beings, well, that was something else altogether. Plus, then the various trading corporations who operated in the Caribbean and ran the slave trade had a strict hold on exactly who was allowed to deal in human flesh. Now, Nicholas von Hoorn had a letter of marque from Governor Jacques Nebevoux of Saint-Dominique. The governor would be expecting the pirates, and he would be looking forward to their slaves. But Nicholas von Hoorn was dead. He was buried in an unmarked grave somewhere on the Yucatan Peninsula. Now, Nepveu knew that Michel de Grammont was sailing with Nicholas von Hoorn. Grammont was known and accepted, but the governor was expecting maybe a few slaves, but mostly sugar or indigo or something. 1,500 captured slaves was a tall order for any governor to swallow, even the most complicit. Beyond that, Grammont was expected. Laurens de Graaf, on the other hand, was neither expected nor welcome. He was a Dutch pirate of the worst sort, and Nepveu wasn't exactly happy with him. So the pirates decided on a plan. They would divide their plunder and sail off in different directions. Laurens de Graaf would take La Tigre and head north, accompanied by Michiel Andrieszoon in La Francesca. Jan Williams and a few others would accompany them. They were headed to the Cayman Islands to sell what slaves they could there, and then onto the islands off the southern coast of Cuba, from where they could smuggle the rest of their slaves onto Jamaica. The rest of the fleet, led by Michel de Grammont, the San Nicolas, and bearing the letter of marque, well, they would head home to Petit Goave. Grammont had taken command of the St. Nicholas and renamed her the Hardy, or the Audacious in English. It was a fitting name after the attack on Vera Cruz. The Colbert, his old ship, he'd passed on to Pierre Le Picard. He and the rest of the fleet headed south along the Main so they could catch the winds that would carry them north to Petit Goave and Saint-Dominique. Now de Graaf had a fine time of it. He was the greatest of the corsairs, and he proved it once again. He stayed far from the eyes of the Spanish, and he sold the slaves he had on board there in Jamaica without any trouble at all. Port Royal was undergoing a similar transformation to that of Tortuga. They were, in fact, further along in it. Their sugar plantations were famous, and their rum was the most drunk rum in the world. More sugar plantations cropped up every season, so Port Royal needed as many slaves as they could find. The English East India Company there in Port Royal might not look too closely at the origin of any slaves that were sold in what was quickly becoming the largest slave market in the West Indies. Michel de Grammont, on the other hand, was having a harder time. He'd avoided the law as well, but the winds weren't in his favor. It was hard going trying to travel east across the Caribbean. The winds were contrary, and even the most skilled sailors, if they didn't know those winds by heart, well, they might not be able to catch the favorable gusts to carry them either east or north. So Grammont floundered, and they waited on the wind. For the fleet, this was a problem. Not only did they have 300 or so pirates on their ships, the fleet had a bunch of prisoners left over from Vera Cruz. You see, the women and children would have been sent back, the governor and maybe the bishop as well, but it was good practice to keep a few of the locals until you were safely back in home waters. Then you could send them home safe and sound, but they were insurance. If you were surprised by a flota of Spanish Coast Guard, it helped your bargaining position to have a few dozen Spanish dignitaries on board that, well, might resent being blown out of the water by Spanish Coast Guard. But getting them back safely now seemed less and less likely. The fleet was waiting off the coast, and food was running short. Beyond the pirates and beyond the Spanish prisoners, Grammont also had another problem. He had his share of the slaves to feed. Now, he probably didn't feed them all that well, but keeping them alive was a priority. They were his haul. They would see his men paid at the end of all this. Meanwhile, Laurens de Graaf was having his own troubles. He'd successfully sold off the slaves and made a boatload of loot, and then he'd sailed home. By that point, Petit Goave should have offered him a warm welcome. There should have been a pleasant reunion with Grammont and his men, and plenty of idle time to spend their money. But that's not how things worked out for him. The governor was furious with de Graaf. Here's what happened. Governor Jacques Nepveu had received word of the raid on Vera Cruz from the Viceroy of Nueva España. Then Governor Nepveu received further word from the French crown. He was recalled to France to discuss the actions taken by those privateers he'd empowered. It was in a lot of ways reminiscent of Governor Modiford after the attack on Panama in 1671. The French then sent over acting Governor Francais, and he was there to meet de Graaf instead. Now, the acting governor wasn't immensely upset at the raid on Veracruz. The pirates had been empowered to attack the Spanish. After all, they were flying the flag of the Bourbon King of France, and they were attacking Spanish Habsburg territory. So that's all well and good. Maybe they could have chosen a less high-profile target, but that wasn't the problem. What upset Francais? The question that he asked very, very forcefully was, where exactly are all the slaves? Right now, the French crown was going to great lengths and sparing no expense to send supplies, respectable men, and thousands of women to Saint-Dominique. They were trying to build a profitable colony here and willing to allow the pirates to do business, if they supplied the needed goods. Right now, the needed goods were slaves to work the sugar plantations, and Lorho Cornelis Baudouin de Graaf, this Dutch scoundrel, had used a French commission to steal Spanish slaves, and then he sold them to the English. That was unacceptable. Now, if things had gone according to the plan, Grammont should have already been back in Petit Goave and sold his windfall of slaves. That would have sated the governor. He would have been happy, so de Graaf could have slipped in unnoticed. But things had not gone according to plan. Grammont was still sitting idle. He was still becalmed in the sea off of the Main, and things for him had gone from bad to worse. People were starving on board. They were rationing the water, and things looked grim. The slaves, their cargo, the human beings that meant their payday, well, they were no longer a priority. Getting home alive was the priority. Meanwhile, back in Tortuga, things weren't going well for the young Anne either. Probably. She'd arrived in Tortuga penniless and friendless. Again, probably. If her story were anything like the majority of the women sent to Tortuga, she was likely forced to work in a brothel. And not one of those hospitals, just a regular brothel. Now, she was still young, and later reports would remark on her beauty, so it was probably one of the nicer establishments, but it still wasn't a pleasant life. It was around that time that she would have heard what was likely the first major news of the Buccaneers that had cropped up since she arrived in Tortuga. Now, she knew Buccaneers. They still called in Tortuga, and many of them called on her bed as well. Some of them were kind, some of them were brutal, and most just weren't memorable. But down in Petit Goave, where she'd heard things were better, the most famous pirate of them all had arrived. Now, all of this is speculation. I don't know that Anne heard this story, and I don't want to paint her here as some sort of maiden in despair, longing for Prince Charming to come and rescue her. But things probably weren't going very well for her. She probably wasn't particularly happy right then. And then she would have heard tales of Laurens de Graaf. He was, according to those tales, tall, blonde, handsome, and remember, quote, he always carries violins and trumpets aboard with him to entertain and amuse others. He is further distinguished by his courtesy and good taste. Overall, he has won such fame that when it is known he has arrived at some place, many come from all around to see with their own eyes whether Lorenzo is made like other men. End quote. If you were a teenager, forced to take work in a brothel, well, that might sound quite appealing. And what exactly was the news that she heard about Lorenzo? Well, de Graaf had marched on the governor's mansion with 120 men. He'd threatened to see the governor killed and burn his home to the ground. The governor was threatening all sorts of retribution against the pirates, and the pirates weren't having it. So, handsome, courteous, but also the sort of man who terrified the sort of men that brought you here and made you work in a brothel. Lorenzo might sound very much like a Prince Charming. Meanwhile, though, things were finally looking up for Michel de Grammont. The pirates had been stranded for weeks when a stroke of luck finally came their way. In late July 1683, the merchantman La Nuestra Señora de la Candelera sauntered right into their path. The pirates immediately took the ship, but in this one instance they were hoping that the ship wasn't carrying gold and gems. They needed food, and they needed it desperately. This time they were in luck. The ship carried flour, which the pirates loaded onto their ships. They also loaded water and sails and what other foodstuffs the Spanish might have on board. Grammont left the Spanish enough to get home safely, though. He also unloaded a number of his Spanish prisoners aboard La Candelera. Now, the pirates impressed 5 Spanish sailors into service, but it was understood that they would be sent home as soon as Grammont made it home. You see, the pirates were weak. They were hungry. They hadn't eaten anything in days. Frankly, they needed the help to make it to Saint-Dominique. In addition, though, Grammont gave the captain of the Spanish ship a pass. It was a note signed by him personally that allowed the Spanish vessel safe passage from any privateers that might also intercept the ship. All of this, to me, smacks of a genteel exchange. Yeah, they were pirates. They might have sacked Veracruz. They might have Spanish prisoners and Spanish slaves on board, but, well, these men were starving. And they were also armed. It made sense on both sides to see that this little interaction went as politely and smoothly as possible. So with their new Spanish pilots on board, the pirate fleet was able to get underway. They brought Grammont and the fleet safely into Petit Goave. Grammont and de Graaf and all the rest had their happy reunion, and the governor, who had backed down, was finally sated with the arrival of several hundred human beings to work on their sugar plantations. So he gave de Graaf and Grammont leave to undertake another raid. Everyone knew that they had been given permission to raid again, but everyone wondered where exactly were they going. Well, it was going to be big, and it was going to be explosive. Now, you might be wondering right now why I chose to begin today's episode with a, frankly, unwieldy amount of history about Flanders, about the constant warfare that had been seen there between French and Germanic, or Spanish Habsburg, interests. Well, believe it or not, it ties in. After the attack on Veracruz conducted by von Hoorn, de Graaf, and Grammont, Governor Nape-Vieux was recalled to France. King Louis and his council spoke to him about the situation in the West Indies, about exactly what had happened in the raid. And King Louis decided that this pirate raid on the city Veracruz was a perfect excuse for him to send his armies back into Flanders to try to wrest control of some territory from the Spanish Habsburg Netherlands. Now, this attack was a large-scale military invasion, but it would be fought on 2 fronts. That attack into Flanders would be accompanied by another attack, carried out by pirates halfway around the globe at Cartagena. And what about Anne? There in Tortuga, well, for her things were going better as well. While de Graaf and Grammont were busy planning their next big, explosive piratical raid, Anne had fallen in love. She'd gotten married. Her husband's name was Pierre Lelong. He was a buccaneer that had taken France up on their offer. He'd settled down, he'd bought a farm, and he'd entered into local politics. And then he met a beautiful young woman. She had a past that was as storied as his own, but now they were married. They were preparing to settle down and start a family. We didn't know Anne's maiden name, but we know now that her name was Anne Lelong. And if that were the end of her story, of a young woman who'd been forced to go to Tortuga, who'd weathered the storms of the West Indies, and who'd finally made good, that would be a story worth telling, because there were thousands of women who had a story just the same. But we don't know Anne's name because she had a peaceful life and started a family. We know her name because she will soon be the most famous woman in the Brethren of the Coast. Next time, we're going to continue following these 3 names. We're going to follow them to a grand sea battle. We're going to follow them to a failed piratical raid. And we're going to follow them to the end of the buccaneering era. We're going to follow them in a great sea battle, We're going to follow them on an essentially failed piratical raid, and we're going to follow them to the end of the buccaneering era in the West Indies. Count Dracula was never a count, nor was he Transylvanian. He was Wallachian. It was a state just to the east of Transylvania. He was what the people of Wallachia called a voivode. We in the West might most accurately understand this title as a sort of a duke. Wallachia was a sovereign state, but she gave her allegiance to one of two empires vying for control in the region. It was either the Kingdom of Hungary or the Ottoman Empire. Dracula's name was Vlad, and he got their family surname, Draculisti, from his father Vlad Dracul. It meant Vlad the Dragon, and Dracula meant son of the dragon. He spent many of his early years as a hostage to the Ottoman Sultan to ensure his father's good behavior and continued allegiance to the Ottoman Empire. Upon his release in 1447, young Vlad invaded his home country of Wallachia. There he usurped his brother, who was allied with the Ottomans, and massacred hundreds of local noblemen called boyars. Many of those boyars he had impaled, which earned him the moniker Vlad Tepes, or Vlad the Impaler. He then set about, what he did was take his army to nearby cities and kill all of the Ottoman leadership there. If you were an Ottoman, this looked very much like an invasion, but if you were Hungarian, this looked more like a liberation. Now, Vlad the Impaler was a brutal, violent warlord. However, in the eyes of many in the Christian world, he was doing God's work in fighting the Turk. He was famously cruel, which would lead to Bram Stoker making him Count Dracula, but many in Europe thought cruelty against the Turk to be a fine thing. Now, Vlad Dracula doesn't have a part in our story of Caribbean piracy, but I'm doing a lot of reading on the Ottoman Empire right now. We'll be taking a look at the empire when we talk about the Barbary pirates, but they do play a role in today's story. Beginning back in 1447, the story of Vlad Tepes illustrates just how old this conflict between Christian Europe and the Muslim world was. When Dracula was still alive, that conflict was already centuries old, and that fight was the fight for Europeans. Whatever struggles might be happening inside Europe, they always came second. And King Louis XIV of France knew this. After the Franco-Dutch War, he was busy pressing his claims on territory that he'd won from the Spanish Netherlands. He had armies all across the region, snatching up countryside and smaller hamlets wherever he could. It was open aggression, but no one could really do anything to stop him. He was grabbing territory that, for the most part, rightly belonged to the Holy Roman Empire, but they were too busy fighting a war on their eastern border to contest it. By the 1680s, the Ottoman Empire was at its largest point ever. Hungary was basically in Ottoman hands, at least half of it was, and they were pressing their offensive into Europe. The Sultan had built up his armies, pushed them into Austria, and was preparing to attack Vienna itself. Now, Louis was perfectly happy to see the Habsburgs pressed on their eastern front. He refused to give them any help against the Turkish threat, and he even sent envoys to the Ottomans. Allegedly, he was even funneling money and perhaps material aid to them as well. They called the war that followed, the war that Louis declined to join, the War of the Holy Alliance. It's one of those seminal moments in European history. It was when a truly impressive alliance between the Holy Roman Empire, some of the Italian states, the Pope, and Russia, among many others, broke the wave of Ottoman expansion. Now, I keep calling them Ottomans here, and that's accurate. They are part of the Ottoman Empire, but don't think of them all as Turkish. Largely, they weren't. There were Turks there, but most of the Ottoman forces that were invading Austria were, there were Hungarians and Wallachians and Transylvanians and even Mongols, or at least the descendants of Mongols from the Crimean Khanate. The picture that I'm trying to paint here is an army made up of dozens of nationalities led by the Sultan, as well as the descendants of Genghis Khan and Vlad Dracula. That's who was invading Austria, and Louis XIV, the most Christian king, according to himself, was funneling them money and pecking at the Europeans defending against that threat. That's not a good look. So Louis decided to pull his troops back and quietly put the hostilities on pause. If he was unable to, for the moment, invade their empire to the east, there were other fronts on which he was able to attack the Habsburgs. Louis empowered and perhaps even encouraged his governors to hand out letters of marque against the Spanish in the New World. Perhaps his agents encouraged those privateers to attack the most critical centers of power in the Spanish Empire. Whether those agents did or not, though, using the privateers was a great plan. It allowed Louis to prosecute his ongoing war while keeping his hands clean. It's not a French attack if they're privateers with a legitimate grievance and a letter of marque. Now, I do wonder what Louis's wife, a Habsburg, thought about all this. She probably wasn't exactly thrilled that her husband refused to help out her family in the East, and she was probably equally unhappy when she heard he had empowered the pirates. But that's if that sort of thing concerned her at all. She was probably equally concerned about Louis's many affairs and the many diseases that he brought home. But Louis did empower the pirates in their attack on Vera Cruz, and when the Holy Alliance finally beat back the Ottoman incursion before the walls of Vienna, Louis decided it was time to re-engage the Holy Roman Empire and enforce his claim on their territory. And thus began the War of the Reunions. This is episode 54, The War of the Reunions. Today's episode was very nearly Twilight of the Buccaneers Part 3, but this latter half of 1683, really only about a month in 1683, and the War of the Reunions really required a more in-depth look. See, the War of the Reunions is the real catalyst that ended the Buccaneer Age. Last time, we talked about the summer of 1683 in the lives of de Graaf, Grammont, and Anne. Today, we'll continue that look, but we're going to add in another player, a slightly more illustrious, august name than the others, Louis XIV of France. Now, Louis probably didn't know the names of our other three players. Maybe he'd heard of Michel de Grammont, who was, some historians have postulated, actually Sieur de Grammont, a chevalier or knight back in France. Maybe he'd heard of the Dutch pirate de Graaf, who sailed on the Armada de Barlovento under French colors and stole one of their ships right out from under Spanish noses. De Graaf was fairly famous, but still inconsequential. However, we can be fairly sure that Louis hadn't heard of Anne, who was at this point still just a French girl in Tortuga, working probably in a brothel, and eventually finding love and getting married. But he would soon hear of all three. These aren't, though, names to remember for a man like Louis. They didn't have any real role in the great chess game being played in Europe. They were just pawns in the game. But his decisions would directly impact all three of them and change the course of their lives. It was in 1680 when Louis called the first Chamber of Reunions. It was a body formed to determine what rural land belonged to France after the treaties of Münster, the Pyrenees, Aix-la-Chapelle, and Nijmegen. These treaties all ended France's role in, respectively, the 30 Years' War, the War of Devolution, and the Franco-Dutch War. All of them ceded cities to France, but exactly what rural lands were included with those cities was up for debate. These chambers of reunion, though, were tasked with making that decision. But really, in effect, it was a war council. They looked at the maps of the Spanish Netherlands and tried to decide what lands France could conceivably claim with the backing of their armies. There were obvious areas of surrounding farmland to each of the cities, but that wasn't what Louis was interested in. The Chamber's primary goals were two cities, Luxembourg and Strasbourg. Both of them sat on waterways that created an easily defensible border. You see, Louis wanted to press his territorial gains all the way to the Rhine. It would mean war to press those claims, but it makes sense, really. The Rhine held a lot of emotional weight for the French, as the Rhine was the traditional border ever since the Frankish Carolingian Empire split up. It's also one of Europe's most important waterways and would mean easy access to trade on the river. Most importantly, though, it was a strong natural barrier that was easily defensible. So the Chambers of Reunion decided it would be war. But when the war inevitably ended and the inevitable treaty was signed, Louis would then be able to point to the Chambers of Reunion and say that he was legally allowed, no, obliged, to march his armies into those lands and enforce France's territorial gains. First up was Strasbourg. It was the only major garrison city in the Alsace region, and Alsace now belonged to France. However, Strasbourg didn't. It was officially supposed to be a free and independent city. It had been for many centuries now, but it was still technically a part of the Holy Roman Empire. In practicality, it was an easy entry point into France from the Holy Roman Empire. During the Franco-Dutch War, the empire had used it 3 times for that very purpose. So on September 30th, 1681, France's army marched into Strasbourg. This was only 3 years after the Treaty of Nijmegen ended the Franco-Dutch War. They took the city with relative ease. France had a very large army and was able to surround the city. Negotiations, surrender, and annexation into France quickly followed. This wasn't the bloody conquest of medieval warfare or the pirates. France wanted Strasbourg as part of her own. They considered Alsace part of France, so they didn't want to subjugate and brutalize the people there. Indeed, when Louis cracked down on Protestantism and the Calvinist Huguenots a few years later through the Edict of Nantes, Strasbourg was exempted from the edict because it was, in its way, still a free and independent city. That was also a bone to the people of Strasbourg, who were still only tentatively part of France. But then Louis turned his attention to Luxembourg. He ordered Marshal Louis-François Boufflers to march on the city with several artillery units and bombard the walls of Luxembourg. Now, Luxembourg wasn't a free and independent city. It still belonged to the Habsburg dynasty. Technically, it was part of the Holy Roman Empire, but it was practically under Spanish control. But then, just as his army was about to make its move on Luxembourg, hundreds of miles away, the Ottoman Empire invaded Austria. Now, that whole conflict is fascinating. I won't go into too much detail here, though. In short, Hungary, just to the east of Austria, was a collage of different ethnic groups and religions, much like it is today, really. There were Muslims and Jews and Catholics and Protestants of all different stripes. There were Greek Orthodox Christians and even a handful of ancient steppe religions. The Catholic world, under Holy Roman Emperor Leopold and the Pope, was trying to bring Catholic hegemony to the region. On the other hand, the Ottomans promised a relative sense of religious liberty and were busy funding all of the various religious rebel factions. Basically, anyone that wasn't Catholic was part of some small uprising. France, in addition to treating with the Ottomans, was perhaps secretly funding some of those rebel factions as well. Now, Louis was a Catholic, to be sure, but trouble in the region there meant trouble for the Habsburgs, and that was always good to Louis's mind. In the midst of all that turmoil, the Ottoman Sultan sent his armies in and quelled all of the warring factions. He brought them under one roof, an Ottoman roof. Then, when the Ottomans were firmly in control, all of them were mobilized, and they were pushed into Austria to invade. That picture of Mongols and Transylvanians under the Dracolisti and Turkish armies that I mentioned earlier will throw in a dash of the Huns and give them all firearms and cannons. That was what marched on Vienna. Imagine the armies that marched on Rome with guns. So, naturally, Louis couldn't, in good conscience, or really good form, continue his assault on Luxembourg. It looked really bad for a Catholic king to attack his Catholic brothers, even when they were enemies, when they were facing a force like that. So, Louis pulled his armies back to Strasbourg, he reinforced the lines, and he set about figuring out exactly where he could attack. A few months later, in March 1683, on a totally unrelated note, not at all connected to the conflict in Europe in any way, a fleet of pirates met in the Bay of Honduras under Michel de Grammont and Laurens de Graaf. They had a French letter of marque from Governor Jacques Nepveu to attack Spanish cities in the West Indies. That Louis was prevented from attacking Spanish Habsburg territory in Europe had absolutely nothing to do with the 1,000, mostly French, private contractors that sailed on Vera Cruz in May. I mean, sure, it would disrupt Spanish shipping and silver fleets from reaching Europe for several months and keep soldiers in Vienna from getting paid, which nearly led to a mutiny that almost derailed Vienna's defense before it had begun. But Louis had nothing to do with that. It was just these privateers, little more than pirates, really, and they did have a legitimate grievance, or at least a Dutchman who would be killed before returning home had a grievance, but it was an entirely unrelated attack. Louis swore to it. Last time we detailed that summer of 1683, after the attack on Vera Cruz. If you haven't listened to that yet, I suggest you do so. But the West Indies were relatively quiet that summer. But in Austria, things were at their hottest. The combined Ottoman forces made their move on Vienna. That Battle of Vienna was one of the greatest battles in history. It may have been the height of land warfare up until Waterloo, and arguably it held that title until World War I came along and changed everything. It's complex and it's epic, and I won't go into detail here, but I urge you to Google it or go to the website and look at some of the paintings of that battle. I will share the end of it, though. The Ottoman forces had dug trenches to avoid cannon fire, and from those trenches they got sappers under the city walls to try and blow them up with black powder. The siege was weeks long, and the inhabitants were near to starvation, but on the 11th of September, 1683, a Polish-Lithuanian army arrived, shortly followed by the Holy Roman Imperial Army. Those two armies caught the Ottomans in a pincer move. They had huge combined forces of artillery and infantry squeezing the Ottomans between them. They left a way out for the Ottomans, though, a means of escape for the Ottoman army away from the city. When the Ottomans took that way out, as any army would, the Polish cavalry emerged from the tree line above them. What follows was the largest cavalry charge in all recorded history. 18,000 horse. There were Lithuanian Tartars and Polish winged hussars and German and Italian and Austrian knights. They all stormed down on the Ottomans, breaking their ranks and forcing them into full retreat. This cavalry charge marked the beginning of the end for the Ottoman occupation in Eastern Europe, and it was also the beginning of an alliance between Germany and Austria and Hungary and Poland and Russia that would last in one form or another essentially until World War I. It's been portrayed as the great battle for Christendom against the Turk in much the same way that Tours has. I think it's more complex than that, but the Polish general there summed up the attitude of the assembled Catholic forces when he said, quote, "Veni, vidi, Deus victi." I came, I saw, God conquered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the empire, Louis XIV enjoyed the days in his gardens and evenings with his mistresses. He was asked to join the Great Alliance, but he had declined. His army was perfectly happy sitting there in Alsace, just near Luxembourg. They were resting and they were waiting. But Louis hadn't been entirely idle. He had recalled Governor Jacques Nepveu to France to discuss the privateer raid on Vera Cruz. Now, this could be seen in a number of different ways. Louis might hope that those in Spain saw it as him dressing down one of his governors, removing him from office and bringing him back to France to be dealt with. More likely, though, the Spanish saw it as what it was, just a bit of political theater. And it was also an opportunity for Louis to learn more about just what these privateers, what they were capable of. Queen Elizabeth I of England has often been called the Pirate Queen. Now, I think she earned that title, but I would argue that Louis could, in the same vein, be called the Pirate King. His use of privateers in the Franco-Dutch War was second to none. There were a lot of English and Dutch rovers around, but France had more than both of them combined. And then, after the war, only France still continued to hand out letters of marque, and they did so almost with impunity. They did when von Hoorn, Grammont, and de Graaf attacked Vera Cruz, and, well, they were preparing to do so again. Last time, we talked about the return of the pirates to Petit Goave and the tense situation that arose when the acting governor discovered that de Graaf had sold all of his slaves in Port Royal. De Graaf marched on the governor's manor with more than 100 men, and the governor capitulated to the pirates. But when Grammont returned with hundreds of slaves, the governor was sated, and all the talk in Petit Goave was of where the pirates would attack next. Names were thrown about like Campeche or Maracaibo or Santo Domingo, maybe. Of course, the governor would have to give his leave for the attack and a commission, but that was coming soon enough. For now, though, King Louis was back at war. He had paused to allow the Habsburg forces time to deal with the Turkish threat, but as soon as Vienna was safe and the Ottomans on the run, Louis re-entered the fray. His army, now under Louis de Crevant, Duc de Humeur, marched from Alsace towards Luxembourg, in Spanish territory. Spain, who was pulling her troops back from the Battle of Vienna across the empire, received word of Louis's actions and declared war on France on 26 October 1683. Now, it took time for news to travel in 1683. However, in under 2 weeks, the governor of Saint-Dominique had given Laurens de Graaf a new commission and orders to sail. It happened at almost the same moment. Spain declares war, and de Graaf had orders to sail. See, this wasn't a privateering raid, and it certainly wasn't piracy. This was, I would argue, a military operation. Laurens de Graaf was to serve as admiral of a French fleet with a capital A. Now, all the typical privateer stuff was there. They would sack a city, they would take plunder and reap the profits. That's how they would be paid. But they were under orders from the governor, and those orders came from the highest levels of the French government. De Graaf was working for the crown. They were ordered to attack Santiago de Cuba on the southwest coast of Cuba. It was strategically an important target that would upset Spanish shipping and occupy the Spanish in the West Indies while Louis prosecuted the war back in Europe. Laurens de Graaf would be sailing, though, without Michel de Grammont. Everyone expected the two pirates to leave together, but Grammont stayed there in Petit Goave. Perhaps he didn't fancy working for the crown. However, de Graaf wasn't sailing alone. There were 7 other ships with him. All of them were pirate vessels. Michiel Andrieszoon was there, as were Pierre Le Picard, Jan Willems, Francois Lesage, and a Captain Francois Groinet. They were expected, to be sure, but there was a new player in the mix, and he was a source of contention. While Laurens de Graaf was the admiral and had absolute command at sea, he was forced to share his command overall. Major Jean Le Goff, Sieur de Beauregard, was given command of all of the forces on land. He was to plan and execute the attack against Santiago in conjuncture with de Graaf, but he would have command once they landed. These kinds of arrangements always seem to turn out poorly. Those land commanders tend to see themselves as actually in charge. In their minds, the admirals and their ships are just there to get the soldiers from point A to point B. So they try to exert command, to prove that they are truly in charge, and it always goes badly. And this was no exception. See, here's the thing. Privateer ships were being used to transport the soldiers, but all of the privateers themselves were still there. The captains, the quartermasters, the boatswains, all of the crew, well, they were still on board, they were still running the ship. But then they had a bunch of French regulars acting like they owned the place, and some army major barking out orders like he was in command. But these were their ships. These privateers had a code, they had a vote, and they earned an equal share. They weren't accustomed to doing whatever some big-shot major told them to do, not on their ship. Of course, that big-shot major did give out orders, as though this were his mission, as though this were his ship and these were his men. And he got ignored. Probably he got laughed at. They were free men. They were brethren of the coast. They wouldn't even take those kinds of orders from de Graaf, and they respected him. So Major Jean Le Goff did what you do when some insubordinate underling balks at his orders. he ordered one of the men hauled to the deck, where he would be put before the mast and receive lashes as punishment. This was incredibly stupid. Just monumentally obtuse. Astronomically idiotic. The dictionary doesn't have enough words to describe how painfully foolish this move was. These privateers had worked on merchant ships. They had served in His Majesty's Royal Navy. They knew the pain of the lash, and they knew the humiliation that came with it. But they'd thrown that yoke off, and now they ran the show. They had no masters. And they weren't about to accept either orders or the lash from this puffed-up buffoon. I'm really trying here to illustrate this scene and keep the language PG, but to be sure, the pirates started throwing out language that was harsh when they saw that one of their comrades was being hauled to the mast to be whipped bloody. Exactly what follows isn't recorded, but I tend to think that Laurens de Graaf probably tried to tell the Major what was going to happen if he went through with this, how incredibly dumb it was. He probably yelled and stormed at the Major and then was coolly shut down. The Major was going to teach these men respect and discipline, which was evidently lacking in them. Then, I imagine, de Graaf left the deck, fully aware of what was going to occur. I wonder if the Buccaneer, who was being hauled away, ever actually made it to the mast. Was there a period of several tense moments when his arms were strapped and tied, when his shirt was cut off of his body, and when the Major produced a lash? Did the pirates sit back and wait? Did they silently grab their weapons and await that first crack of the whip? Was there a crack of the whip, and was it followed by the sound of a single gunshot? Perhaps it was by de Graaf himself from the quarterdeck looking down, which was a signal for the men. More probably, though less dramatically, there was likely shouting and shoving and cursing as the condemned pirate was brought forward, and then one of the pirates probably pulled his knife, slashed at one of the men carrying his comrade, or stuck it into his belly. I imagine that erupted into a flurry of drawn blades and pistols from both sides when soldiers and pirates faced each other down on deck, and then it fell into fighting. When the fighting was over, was the Major condemned to the lash himself? Was he tied to the mast and whipped over and over and over until he bled to death? Did the regular soldiers, who were outnumbered and outgunned and frankly nowhere near as skilled at shipboard combat as the pirates, did they resist, or did they surrender? Or did they decide to join up with the pirates? Most of that we don't know. What we do know is that a mutiny occurred when the Major tried to discipline that pirate. The Major was killed, and the mission to Santiago de Cuba fell apart. That mission, ordered by the governor, backed by the king and his war council, was over. The fleet was less than a day out from Petit Goave. Back in Europe, things were going better for the French in the Spanish Netherlands, or, in France's eyes, French Flanders. On November 3rd, French forces under Louis de Crevant, Duc de Humert, surrounded the fortress known as Courtrai, or Courtrai. 3 days later, the fort capitulated and the French occupied the fort city. Another 4 days later, the French army arrived at Dixmude, who again surrendered quickly. And I should apologize to any Belgian, Flemish, or Dutch speakers who might be listening for my clumsy tongue stumbling over what I'm sure are beautiful names. While all this was going on, though, the pirates under Laurens de Graaf and Michiel Andrieszoon, Picard, Lesage, Gournay, Willems, all the rest, well, they were dealing with the fallout from their mutiny. And this was a mutiny. Writers, especially Victorian historians, when there was a surge of interest in piracy, well, they were fond of calling every change in leadership among the pirates a mutiny. They had trouble processing that the pirates were entirely within their rights and they were exercising a vote most of the time. But on this occasion, they had accepted a commission from the French governor at Saint-Dominique. They were to escort and aid a French army major to Santiago, and then they'd killed him. What happened to the French regulars that accompanied him is unclear. They all might have been killed, but probably not. Considering what's going to happen later on, the probable explanation is that de Graaf explained the situation to them. He explained to these French soldiers exactly what the Brethren of the Coast were, what they were about, and how they did things. He then told them that they were still going to attack the Spanish. Those soldiers could take part in that voyage. They could complete their mission, as it were, if they chose, but they could also sit it out. But if they interfered, they would be killed. But that's all speculation. What we do know is that the pirate fleet set sail, but not the relatively short distance to Santiago de Cuba. They sailed due south to lay anchor just off the coast of modern-day Colombia, very near the port city, Cartagena. I just adore Laurens de Graaf. His distinction as the greatest of the freebooters was well earned. If any of the buccaneers outstripped him, it was Henry Morgan, but even that's up for debate. Veracruz hadn't been successfully raided since Francis Drake, and yet de Graaf took the city under cover of darkness with only 300 men. Cartagena hadn't been attacked since Francis Drake. And back then, in 1586, Cartagena was just a port. An important port, yeah, but just a port. And Spain didn't have any real concern for English pirates at the time, which really didn't exist. England had no presence in the West Indies in 1586, so it came as a surprise when Drake attacked. After that raid, though, Cartagena built up their defenses. Spain contracted the Italian architect Battista Antonelli to design port defenses for their West Indian colonies. In Cartagena, Antonelli designed and oversaw the San Felipe de Barajas castle, then the San Sebastian de Pastillo castle, and then the San Fernando fort. Then Antonelli would move on to Panama, where he would suggest moving the colony from Nombre de Dios to Portobello. They had better natural defenses, and he would also design the fortifications there, as well as Havana, where he built the fortress El Morro. In 1631, Governor Francisco de Murga, back in Cartagena, began a project to turn the inner bay into, quote, an impregnable lagoon, end quote. De Murga added 4 new forts. He built new walls that were both around the city and that separated the city into defensive quadrants, and then he put 3 new gun batteries around the city that made approach by either sea or land entirely impossible. If you remember when William Dampier and John Cook and that lot passed by Cartagena, they were filled with a sense of awe. That was because, well, nobody attacked Cartagena. I've put pictures up at the website of the defenses in Cartagena, and I suggest you take a look. These are impressive castles and intimidating. Now, Portobello still occasionally did get raided, but only by the best privateers. But Havana and Cartagena, never. Not Limonade, not Morgan, nobody attacked them. A few pirates did try to attack Havana or Cartagena, but you might notice we don't remember their names, because none of them survived the attempt. It was common knowledge that trying your luck against those cities was madness. Still, Laurens de Graaf and his crew, well, they were willing to try. Exactly why they were willing to try for Cartagena against overwhelming odds, well, that's a decent question to ask, and there are a number of potential answers. These pirates were, first of all, unusually well supplied for this mission. They had more men than usual, assuming some of those French regulars chose to stick around, and the governor probably made sure that all of their ships were well provisioned with powder and shot. They were also sailing better ships than was usual, not big ships of the line or even frigates, but the governor would likely have made sure that every captain was sailing at least a well-armed sloop of war. Now, de Graaf and Andrieszoon were sailing their own ships, but the lesser-known captains or smaller-time captains would have had an upgrade. Open boats and periaguas wouldn't have cut it for this mission. And then there was the question of Cartagena's defenses. There were all of those forts and all of those guns that made the impregnable lagoon, but the real threat at Cartagena wasn't there right now. For many months during the year, Cartagena hosted one or another of Spain's great fleets. The Armada de Barlovento frequently made their home in Cartagena. When the Armada wasn't there, one of the treasure fleets was likely to be there loading up on silver, but that treasure fleet would deter any pirates that might stray too close. And when there was a division of the Spanish Navy in the West Indies, they usually called at both Cartagena and Havana. But right now, in November 1683, the Armada de Barlovento, the Windward Fleet, was away at Campeche, hunting down rovers. Those treasure fleets, well, they were back in Europe for the winter. And all those Royal Spanish naval ships, well, they were occupied back in Europe. A French army under Marshal Francois Joseph, Marquis de Croquet, was marching on Luxembourg with a concerning amount of artillery. The Spanish were transporting as many troops from Spain to the Spanish Netherlands as was possible, as fast as their ships could sail, but they had to pass by miles of French coastline, which also took them near to England, so the Navy was otherwise engaged. That means that, at this point, Cartagena was relatively lightly guarded, and it was relative. There might not be any ships of real note there to fight off an invasion, but there were still those 5 forts, there were still hundreds of cannon, and there were thousands of Spanish soldiers there. De Graaf had faced overwhelming odds at Veracruz, and he had used stealth and cunning and tactics to overcome them, but Cartagena wouldn't fall so easily. But here's what I think is the main reason that the pirates chose to attack Cartagena. This wasn't a pirate raid. This was a military venture. Now, the plan had been to attack Santiago de Cuba, but they sort of killed off the major who was supposed to lead that expedition. Most historians take that as a sign that the pirates were going rogue, that they were sailing off to steal booty and plunder and such. And yeah, they planned to find plunder. They were privateers after all. But then they planned to go back to Petit Goave. After killing a French army major, that was the only place they had to return to. That was the closest thing they had to a home. So they had to make good on their commission. They had orders to do mischief against the Spanish. If they raided Santiago de Cuba, as the plan had been, well, most of their strength was now in their ships, and Santiago de Cuba would be a land-based attack. If they raided Portobello or Campeche or any of the other usual buccaneer targets, well, it would look like they just killed the major and went off to do some old-fashioned pirating. They needed to pull off something big and something bold that would hurt Spain, something that would damage Spanish morale while bolstering the French position in the West Indies. Their job here was to do something that King Louis could rub in Spain's nose back in Europe to prove just how powerful he was, how impotent Spain was to stop him, and the timing here, it just couldn't be more perfect. It's so synchronistic that I cannot believe it was happenstance. On December 22nd, the French army under Marshal Francois Joseph had arrived outside Luxembourg. Around noon, they began a barrage of heavy mortars against the city that pummeled Luxembourg's walls in a steady, slow, unceasing drumbeat. It wasn't the flurry of mortar fire you might think of from World War I, but it was dozens of heavy cannon firing every few minutes, striking the walls of Luxembourg. The siege continued throughout the night. Soldiers worked in shifts, and that kept the inhabitants of Luxembourg up throughout the night. 5,000 miles away, the very next day, December 23rd, the governor of Cartagena, Juan de Pondo Estrada, first learned of the fleet off his coast approaching his city. There were 8 ships in the fleet. 2 of them were frigates, and 6 of them were sloops of war. They were commanded by none other than what the Spanish called Laurencio. This was the sort of news that nobody in the West Indies would be happy to hear. Laurencio had attacked and occupied Veracruz itself. Governor Estrada knew his soldiers could defend the city, but he had no ships to repel Laurencio, and the pirates could do untold damage from the sea. So the governor commandeered the 3 ships in Cartagena harbor that might be able to repel the pirates. 2 of them were slavers. They were large, sturdy ships, which he outfitted with guns and enough men to sail them. There was the 40-gun San Francisco and the 34-gun Paz. They were to form a line to block the entrance to the harbor and prevent the pirates from entering the bay. Then the governor outfitted a smaller galleot to combat the pirates. This was a sort of swift, shallow gunboat. It had no more than a single mast with sails on the fore and aft, and a set of oars that would help it to move around quickly around a naval battlefield. Estrada outfitted her with 28 guns and a heavy mortar. That was the type used to bombard stone walls, very much like what's happening in Luxembourg, and hopefully that gun would be able to sink a few of those pirate sloops. The ships were under command of the 26-year-old naval officer André de Perez and crewed with 800 men who rushed to get them ready for battle. The fleet under Laurens de Graaf, Michiel Andrieszoon, Jan Willems, François Lesage, Pierre Le Picard, and François Groinet waited for the morning to sail on Cartagena to do battle. Back in Luxembourg, the siege continued. The mortars hadn't ceased all throughout the night, and come dawn, they continued their steady drumbeat. Now, I should mention that all those cannon could eventually break through Luxembourg's walls, but not with ease. The city would have erected a sturdy wooden palisade around the heavy stone walls. These would have been tree trunks, large pieces of lumber that could actually absorb a lot of the cannon blows. And compared to the fast-moving, highly explosive mortars that we're used to, these were really just large grenades that moved relatively slowly. But the constant drumbeat of cannon fire, combined with the rather large army outside the walls, well, it was a sort of psychological warfare that was breaking down the morale of Luxembourg with every concussion. Back in the West Indies, a few hours later, the pirate fleet weighed anchor. They unfurled their sails and they moved on Cartagena. Those 3 Spanish vessels were in the best possible position to defend the harbor. They had complementary fire from nearby forts. If they stayed put and they held their ground, they might just chase the pirates off. Now, we only have cursory accounts of the battle that follows. If you take what we do know of the battle and combine that with the tactics of the Buccaneers, tactics that they were fond of, it probably looked something like this. That French and Dutch fleet would have split into 3 units. The first unit would have been 2 sloops following de Graaf and La Francesca, and they would have made for the San Francisco. That was the flagship of the Spanish. The second unit would have been another 2 sloops following Andrieszoon and La Tigre, and that would have headed for La Paz. The last 2 sloops, probably led by Jan Willems, would have sailed for the galleot. The 2 frigates, La Francesca and La Tigre, would have engaged the slave ships directly. They would be able to trade heavy volleys with the larger ships and generally give as good as they got. Their 2 escorts, the smaller sloops, they would have swarmed around the 2 freighters. One sloop would sit opposite the frigate and occupy the Spanish on deck with grape shot and musket fire and the threat of a boarding. The other sloop would sit aft of the Spanish vessel, near the helm, where they could pick off anyone who tried to take the wheel and maneuver the ship into a better position. The third unit would occupy the galleot, which actually might be the most dangerous job of the 3. The 2 freighters were heavily armed, but the pirates kept them from being able to maneuver very much. But the galleot was quick, and she was nimble, and she had that mortar, so she could dance around the pirates and fire back with at least equal firepower. Now that's very much how the battle at Panama under John Coxon had gone. There were a number of smaller ships swarming over larger, more powerful ships, but outmaneuvering them. They were outfiring them, and they wore them down. The Spanish traded musket fire with the pirates for a few hours, but this was a hastily assembled defense. These soldiers were well armed, and they were well trained. They were Spanish regulars, but they weren't a navy. This wasn't an armada. These foot soldiers were at the very best Marines that were accompanied by a smattering of merchant sailors who were forced into a fight that they weren't trained for. And the pirates, well, they were the best in the world. With the exception of Michel de Grammont and the English pirates who were laying low, this was the Brethren of the Coast. They had cut their teeth on the Franco-Dutch War. They were engaging in that war on raids that looked almost exactly like this. They would sail in, surround the enemy navy, and dismantle it. Finally, after 4 hours of heavy fighting, Laurencio attempted boarding of the San Francisco, but the ship slipped away. However, in this little lagoon, there wasn't much room to move. Those two larger ships were supposed to hold their position, so when the San Francisco fled, she ran aground on a sandbar. When the La Paz saw this, she struck her colors and surrendered, which left the galleot open to be boarded by Williams. The smoke cleared, and the pirates found that they had lost 20 men. The Spanish, on the other hand, lost 90. The casualties were disparate, but not huge on either side. Still, the Spanish naval defense of Cartagena was broken. So, the pirates took the Spanish soldiers prisoner and began to sort themselves out. The Spanish ships were outfitted for battle by the governor, but that meant there wasn't any plunder on board to speak of. However, those vessels, for now, were prize enough. Laurens de Graaf got the Spanish flagship San Francisco back in the water and made her his new vessel. He renamed her the Fortune. Michiel Andrieszoon took command of La Paz and renamed her the Rascal. The other ships in the French fleet were similarly handed down. Jan Willems took command of La Francesca, Francois Lesage took over La Tigre, and their ships were likely handed down to probably Picard and Groinet. The following day, Christmas Day, 1683, the bombardment of Luxembourg continued. That's not an accidental choice, either. If you bombard a city for days, that's bad enough. But if you do it over Christmas, well, that's an extra kick in the teeth that people tend to notice. Off the Spanish Main, the pirates went about their business. The fighting was over now, but they set about to blockade the harbor. They wanted to hold Cartagena for ransom. Probably, since they had those large new 2 ships, some of the smaller crews would have come aboard the Fortune and the Rascal, and they would have abandoned the smaller sloops in the fleet. They would have transferred all the guns and the provisions and the materials, but then they would have sunk them just outside the harbor, as well as the galleot, to prevent anyone from entering or escaping the harbor. Then they sent the Spanish prisoners back to Cartagena. This might seem counterintuitive, but they held the entire city hostage. And anyway, soldiers make poor bargaining chips, plus they didn't need the extra mouths to feed. They did give the soldiers a message to carry back to Governor Estrada. They thanked him for the Christmas presents. See, this timing here wasn't a coincidence either. It served the same psychological purpose as the siege of Luxembourg, and I would argue that this Battle of Cartagena was timed purposefully to coincide with the siege of Luxembourg. The next day, December 26th, Boxing Day to the British, the French cannons ceased their bombardment of Luxembourg. They'd spent days shelling the city with over 4,000 mortar shells. That was a huge number of shells at the time, and then they stopped. They pulled back. They wouldn't return to lay siege to Luxembourg until the spring. There wasn't an encroaching Spanish defense on the way. There wasn't discontent in the French ranks. This was the plan. All throughout November and early December, France took towns and forts all across the region. They burned a few others to the ground, and then they spent 4 days bombarding Luxembourg ceaselessly. But then they pulled back. Now, the coldest months of the year were in front of them. But if that were the reason they pulled back, then why bother bombarding Luxembourg at all? Why not just save your strength and wait until spring? I think it's all part of that psychological warfare that Louis was playing at here. He showed the Spanish Netherlands and the Spanish Empire and the Habsburgs in general, the most powerful political force in the world, that he could strike them with impunity whenever he chose. He took away Christmas from them just to show them that they were never safe, not unless they capitulated to his demands. And what's more, news arrived shortly thereafter from the New World of an attack on Cartagena, one of their jewels in the Spanish Empire. There he showed the Habsburgs that they weren't safe anywhere, at any time. He was so powerful that he could attack whenever and wherever he chose, anywhere on the globe. So, when the war started up again, come spring, back in Europe, it was brief. King Charles II of England arbitrated a peace, and Louis got nearly everything he wanted. he was in control, finally, of Luxembourg and Strasbourg. That gave him command of the west bank of the Rhine. That put him in a powerful military position. The treaty, after the War of the Reunions, extracted a promise from Louis. He promised to give the Habsburg Empire, both the Spanish and the Holy Roman Empire, 20 years of peace. That was a promise that he would break in 4 years. And I should be clear here and say that the official French record says that de Graaf and his crew were acting outside of the law. It calls them pirates. Now, the privateers did kill their major. They did attack a city different from where the official record claims they were ordered to attack. So, this is all my opinion, and it's based on some circumstantial evidence. But I would argue that those pirates were a part of the War of the Reunions. There in Cartagena, well, that was a war that, in Louis's eyes, was just an extension of a war that had never really ended. He entered into temporary peace every once in a while, but every few years he would send his armies back in to press his claims on Habsburg lands. And every time he did, every time the French army with all its might under some august nobleman marched into the Spanish Netherlands, the governors in Saint-Dominique and the other French colonies in the West Indies suddenly had the authority to give out many more letters of marque, even though later on they would claim they were acting as pirates. And the goal of de Graaf and his compatriots here wasn't to enter Cartagena. If they were behaving as the pirates had when they were acting more as pirates, they would have occupied the city, plundered her of all her wealth, but they didn't. Now, that might just be because they couldn't, it was too strongly defended, but I think it's also because this was a military mission, or at least what they could salvage of a military mission. And the pirates weren't pirates here. They were privateers. They were still trying to act under a commission from the governor of Saint-Dominique. That was under the authority of Louis XIV. The convention in recent scholarship has been to blur the distinction between pirates and privateers. Now, that trend seems to be fading lately, but it's not always inaccurate. It's a blurry line, and the same captains that might engage in piracy one day might engage in privateering the next. But these privateers here, they weren't flying the Jolly Roger. They flew the flag of France. This mission, this battle outside Cartagena, is so much more like the raids that France and the Netherlands and the Spanish and the English undertook during the Franco-Dutch War than anything the Brethren of the Coast did on their own. And then you need to look at what happened after the battle. The privateers blockaded the harbor at Cartagena for about 2 weeks. Then an English merchant convoy arrived, led by the HMS Ruby. One of the captains was Dutch, and he had a letter for Laurens de Graaf from his wife. Laurencio was married to a Spaniard back on the Canary Islands. This suggests that the Spanish name for him, Laurencio, might actually be more accurate than we think, but we can't be sure. His wife had news for him, though. Spain was offering him a pardon. It was offering him a place in Havana if he would bring his wife and re-enter service to the Spanish crown. If you'll remember, far back, he was pressed into service by the Spanish Navy years ago. But they weren't offering him a position on one of their ships now. They were courting him as Laurens de Graaf, the most skilled privateer in the world. They wanted him to serve as a privateer in the employ of Spain. And that's not crazy. Quite a few Dutchmen took Spain up on that offer during the war, but not de Graaf. He wrote a letter back to the Spanish declining their offer. And one can assume here he wrote a letter back to his wife. So he traded with the English merchant convoy, but then he left the harbor at Cartagena. He hadn't extracted his ransom, he just felt it was time to go. Only a few days out, he stumbled upon 2 Spanish vessels. In an act that seems to punctuate his refusal to accept that pardon, he chose to capture those Spanish vessels. On the second of those ships, he found an entire crew of English merchants held prisoner in the brig. They told de Graaf that this was in fact an English vessel. It had been taken by Spanish privateers, and they were being transported to Havana for arrest and presumably execution. A few days later, a letter arrived in Port Royal for Governor Lynch. It was from Laurens de Graaf himself. The letter read, quote, "I present my humble respects and hope that your health is good. I have a few details to give you about a small English ship laden with sugar, which I found in the hands of a Spaniard. I took both ships in the night, kept the Spaniard, and set the Englishman free. The English captain told me that the Spaniard was taking him and his ship to Havana, but I gave him the ship back without doing him any harm. I send this short note only to show you that I am far from injuring your nation, but on the contrary, am anxious always to do its service." End quote. This was the second such note that Lynch had received from de Graaf. The governor, back in Port Royal, wrote to his superiors in London, who gave him permission to write to de Graaf, quote, "I have received your 3 letters, and thank you most particularly for letting the poor Irishman go. I shall show my gratitude to you when I have opportunity, for anyone who treats the English well lays me under obligation, and I expect no less from you, who hold a patent from the most Christian king." And right here, the most Christian king means Louis XIV. Back to the quote. "Francois Lesage behaves very differently, for he has frequently injured and insulted our ships, and has by present report 60 pirates on board his ship from La Trampouse." And again, La Trampouse was the ship of Jean Hamlin. Back to the quote. "While you behave with such respect to the justice and friendship that exist between the Dutch and English crowns, I am always your friend." End quote. De Graaf was courting the English, and he was offering Lynch his service and his loyalty. It seemed that Lynch had offered him a home in Port Royal. The English wound up offering him land and passage for his wife, with a promise to secure a pardon from Spain for de Graaf. They even offered to pay any legal fees he might encounter, as well as a job. For the time being, though, de Graaf couldn't sail for Port Royal. He was expected in Petit Goave. Now, if you killed a French army major and disobeyed the governor's orders, would you return to his home to meet with him? I don't know that I would. De Graaf might have expected arrest or imprisonment or even hanging, but it doesn't appear that he did. Instead, Laurens Cornelis Boudewijn de Graaf was greeted warmly by the governor. They met personally, and the governor granted de Graaf a brevet de grâce. This was sort of a governor's version of a knighthood. It symbolized official and eternal thanks from the governor for de Graaf's service to the people of France. It was an honorary commission. It was a sign that de Graaf was always welcome in Saint-Dominique. Now I ask you, does that sound like how you treat a pirate? Next time, we're going to pick up the pace. I intended to cover the Battle at Cartagena and the War of the Reunions only briefly, but I wanted to point out that these men who had been freebooters, who had been brethren of the coast acting outside of the law as pirates so often, were re-entering service. They were now back to being full-time privateers, just as many of the English were currently trying their hand at sticking to the law. The French were doing the same thing. This was the first step in bringing the pirates back into the fold, and it was France's next step in ending the age of the Buccaneers. We're going to try to pick up the pace next week, I should say. The next voyage of the Buccaneers had a chronicler aboard, so we know a lot more about it. However, I've been lingering here in the Caribbean, following de Graaf and Grammont for longer than I should. I've been hesitant to move on. This is a fascinating time, but next time we're going to cover the rest of their story, and we're going to reach the end of buccaneering in the West Indies. The history of French colonialism and the history of piracy are entwined. I know that probably doesn't come as a shock to anyone who has listened to this show, Piracy seems to be a byproduct of colonialism anywhere it happens in the world. But the French had a particularly close relationship with the pirates. Together with the plantation system of slaves and sugar, they braided together to undermine and destroy the Spanish Empire. The first official French colonies in the New World, all of them in what would become Nouvelle France, were in North America. All of those earliest colonies failed. There were conflicts with indigenous tribes, there were problems with disease, and there were supply problems in getting much of the necessary material needed to those colonists. Basically, getting ships from France to North America was difficult, and it was unreliable if you weren't using the trade winds. Those trade winds carried you south, and then across the Atlantic to the West Indies, which is where the first sustainable French colonies were, really the first sustainable colonies for anybody trying to gain a foothold in the New World. They colonized what would become French Guiana and then moved on to St. Kitts, Guadeloupe, and Martinique. Most of that early colonization was done by about the 1630s, but with that wave of French immigration came the religious exiles, the shunned gay men, and the petty criminals that formed the Buccaneers. Those outcasts settled, as we may have mentioned before, on the northwest coast of Saint Domingo. They called it Haiti. The French government ignored Haiti and Nouvelle France, or New France, in North America for almost 30 years. Those settlers in New France lived very much like the early Buccaneers. They lived in, well, peace isn't the right word, and harmony doesn't work either, but the French allied themselves with certain Native American tribes and traded with them. They learned their languages and learned some of their customs. In a lot of cases, those French settlers went native, as they say. At the very least, the French lived in a sort of cohabitation with the Native Americans. At the time, it was really their only option. They didn't have the numbers or the infrastructure to build what we might think of as colonies, and they lived lives of hunting and trapping for furs. They learned the skills to do so from the native peoples that were doing that already, and that allowed the French to earn a living in much the same fashion as the Buccaneers down south. Until the 1660s. That was when France decided it was time to expand and began to exert their authority over these previously ignored settlements. Now, we've already discussed what happened in Haiti. France sent a governor and began calling the colony Saint-Dominique. In North America, they went further. They sent men to explore the Great Lakes and the Mississippi River, and then King Louis sent over Jean Talon to serve as the first intendant of New France. Remember that policy I mentioned a few episodes back about France sending over women to civilize their rougher colonies? That policy started in New France. It was a bit more organized up in North America, though. They collected over 800 young women, all of them orphans, and sent them to New France. They called these women filles du roi, the king's daughters. It's a very similar naming convention to Charles II of England having so many natural sons named Fitzroy. These filles du roi were treated as though they were actually wards of the king, though. They were mostly lower class, but the king's agents chose the most eligible bachelorettes they could find. All of them were between 12 and 25 years of age. They were certified healthy by doctors, and, if possible, they were attractive. They were sent over in royally commissioned vessels of the French East India Company, and each of them was given a dowry by the king. That dowry was actually a decent sum. It was intended to make them even more eligible. Then King Louis built what was called a hospital. It was a place for these women to live when they came to the New World. It was run by nuns, and it was a place where they could stay in safety until they could find a husband. That was a lot of investment, all to convince these rough-cut fur traders to settle down and turn to agriculture. For the filles du roi, though, it really wasn't a bad deal. Even in a metropolis like Paris, orphaned girls didn't have a lot of prospects. They didn't have a family to help them out, and they were unable to raise a dowry to present to potential husbands. Most of those young women would have futures in domestic work for middle-class families. Filles du Roi, on the other hand, had the potential to become prominent women in what were really new burgeoning colonies. Down in Saint-Dominique, the women sent over from France had fewer opportunities. These weren't those eligible bachelorettes that King Louis chose. Now, some would consider those women sent over, people like Anne, to be Filles du Roi, but other historians only count those 800 sent to North America. The women sent to Saint-Dominique, though, they weren't raised by nuns. They didn't have a hospital for their benefit. They grew up hard. They grew up in France, mostly in brothels or begging. Many of them came from debtors' prisons, where they or their families were in prison. Tortuga was a rough place to make it, especially without the backing of the king that the other Filles du Roi had in the north. Pirates didn't often make good prospects for marriage, and a brothel was often their only option. So Anne probably felt fortunate when, around the year 1684, she met and married Pierre Lelong. Lelong was a former privateer, but he chose to give up roving and to buy property. And Anne, now Anne Lelong, was one of the lucky young women sent to Tortuga. She had something in common with those Filles du Roi in New France. The French were expanding all across their colonial empire, including Saint-Dominique. Anne was one of those women who now had that opportunity to become one of the most prominent women in the French colony. Pierre Lelong, around 1670, led an expedition east from Tortuga. Many of the men who went with him were his crew. They were legitimate privateers that intended to settle down and start a family. Pierre Lelong was the captain of this expedition and their leader as a privateer. They didn't sail far, only about 12 leagues down the coast from Tortuga. They established a small community at Cap Francais. It was a settlement that was intended to eventually become a sugar plantation. Years later, their settlement would become the capital of Saint-Dominique and would be dubbed the Paris of the West Indies. It was, for a time, later on, the jewel of the French Empire. And by 1684, Anne was the wife of the most prominent man in the settlement. It was still small, only a few dozen families, but Pierre Lelong was essentially the governor. He was the pillar of the community, and now everyone looked to him and to his young bride for guidance. This is episode 55, Twilight of the Buccaneers, Part 3. Cap Francais was the future of the French in the West Indies. The days of sailing and roving for plunder were coming to an end. The economy was shifting toward sugar, but sugar plantations and the slaves that came with them came second to establishing a thriving settlement that could feed and clothe and house themselves. Pierre Lelong settled at Petit Goave on the right bank of the Haut-de-Cap River. The town they founded, Cap Francais, would later on be called Cap Francais and eventually Cap Haitian after the Revolution. Lelong started a farm that produced food rather than sugar, mostly cassava as well as cotton. He was, at the time, the largest landowner in the region, even before marrying Anne. Others in his crew grew corn or plantains, while a few others moved in and started milling the food and the lumber that was actually to be used by the people. It was, for now, idyllic. If you could overlook the mosquitoes, they lived along a river, on a bluff overlooking the ocean. Now, eventually, King Sugar would make its way to the township, along with slavery. Louis would issue what was called the Code Noir, which regulated slavery in the French colonies. It also imposed strict regulations on any people of color, even free people of color, and it imposed Roman Catholicism on everyone. It's really the basis for several sects of voodoo, which is, in some ways, modified West African religions shoved into a Catholic mold. But however Anne would feel about that, all of that had not yet come to Cap Francais. I like to think that, for the time, she was happy there. We don't have a journal or anything recording her thoughts, but Pierre Lelong would later be described as, quote, patient, tenacious, and energetic, and generous to the humble, end quote. We know very little about him, but he seems to have been a good man. He had a productive farm and made a profit at least. It was probably a bucolic life for Anne, filled with the work involved in running a farmhouse, but also with the pleasures of a new marriage and a happy home. This was a fantastic time for Anne to have married and moved to a new village, though. Back in Tortuga and Petit Goave, things were rapidly changing. In the spring of 1684, a new governor arrived. Pierre-Paul Taran de Cousset was the full-time replacement in Saint-Dominique, which had been under an acting governor for almost a year. He was tasked with 3 things in particular. First, he was to turn Saint-Dominique into a profitable, large, populous, sugar-producing colony. That means slaves and the Code Noir, families, plantations, and lots of land. That was what the Lelong family was up to over in Cap Francais. Second, de Cousset was to defend what territory France now controlled on the island, and when the time came, he was to expand that territory. King Louis knew exactly when that time was coming, but for now he was playing his hand close to the chest. Third, de Cousset was to rid Saint-Dominique of the plague called Buccaneers. To that end, King Louis and his secretary, Colbert, sent 2 officials out to specifically curb piracy from Tortuga and Petit Goave. Now, they didn't intend to kick out all of the men or kill them, not yet anyway, but they did immediately stop issuing letters of marque. The plan was to incorporate the pirates into the colony, to turn them into planters, and it worked well among some. For example, the crew of Pierre Lelong and a few others. All of those men were building farms and villages. They were looking for wives. It was a good first step, and it was working, but imperfectly. The next step was to forbid any trading with the Dutch. This was a big one. The Dutch West India Company was the key to all trade in the West Indies. Now, eventually we're going to do a show based around these trading companies. They're essential to the story. However, to boil it down here, these companies, which were the first real international corporations, handled the trade in slaves, sugar, and all of the colonial goods of the age. The French West India Company, though, had dissolved 10 years prior. Anyway, they weren't based in the Caribbean, they were based in North America. The English didn't have a West India Company at all. English trade in the Caribbean was handled mostly by Royal shipping. Eventually, that would be passed on to the East India Company. So right now, the Dutch West India Company was it. They had fleets of flutes in the New World, and they had fortresses on a dozen different islands guarding their goods. They ran what was almost a monopoly on sugar and slaves, as well as the spices from the East. England and France hated this arrangement. This allowed the Dutch to take a cut out of everything produced on their islands. It's really the core of all of the conflicts in this story. So on Saint-Dominique, France forbade trade with them. They floated a fleet of their own royal merchantmen and tasked those ships with handling trade in the West Indies. This was much the same arrangement as the English had in Port Royal. The problem here is that French royal merchantmen had rules about trading in ill-gotten goods. Pirated cargo was forbidden in their warehouses. Anything won by privateers was fine, but, as we said, right now, the French weren't handing out letters of marque. The Dutch, though, the West India Company, had no such regulations. They were perfectly happy to buy any Spanish goods stolen by the pirates at what was a pretty fair price. See, the Dutch West India Company was a private company. They weren't a government trading fleet. And beyond that, there was no love lost between the Dutch and, well, the Spanish, but basically anyone else when trade was on the line. So by the early summer of 1684, a line had been drawn in the sand. The Buccaneers, those privateers, were entirely out of work. Any of them that continued to ply their trade, well, they would be considered pirates, hostis humanus generis, and they would be killed. And then, with all of those new policies in place, Laurens de Graaf returned from his raid on Cartagena. It must have been a tense moment. A Dutch privateer, often called a pirate, had to meet the new governor, his new anti-piracy specialists and explain himself with a Spanish ship in tow after attacking a Spanish city. Luckily, the new governor understood that he'd been under a commission and attacked Spain while they were still officially at war, so everything here was on the up and up. De Cussy welcomed Laurens de Graaf home. Then the governor informed Laurens de Graaf that there would be no more letters of marque. Any engagement in piracy would be met with summary execution. At that very moment, Michiel Andrieszoon and Jan Willems were busy engaging in some piracy. Both of them had fancy new ships from the raid on Cartagena. Andrieszoon was sailing the Paz, which he'd renamed the Rascal, or in French, Mutine. Willems sailed de Graaf's old ship, La Francesca. They decided not to go back to Petit Goave quite yet. The new ships they had were nice and all, but they needed a real haul to pay the crew and to line their own pockets before going home. They posted up in the shipping lanes outside of Havana and waited to intercept any ships that came their way. On May 18th, 1684, 2 Dutch West Indiamen appeared. They belonged to the Dutch West India Company. This was suspicious. The 2 pirates, Willems and Andrieszoon, may have been sailing under the flag of France, but they were still Dutch. The Netherlands were neutral in the conflict that had just broken out, so why were 2 Dutch ships sailing from Havana? The Spanish had their own armadas. They had trade galleons. They didn't need to deal with the Dutch. So the pirates intercepted the 2 merchant ships, the Stad Rotterdam and the Elizabeth. They found exactly what they expected. Spain was using the neutral ships to transport officials and huge amounts of money. There was a bishop, there were officials bound for other Spanish holdings, and 200,000 pesos in Spanish gold and silver. It was quite the haul. Willems and Andrieszoon didn't mind helping themselves to it. They captured all of the Spanish prisoners and brought them aboard, but they only took half of the money. That left 100,000 pesos with the Dutch. This wasn't a treasure galleon hauling silver to Spain. This was payment for transporting the passengers. Now, Willems and Andrieszoon may have traveled back to Hôpital, near Petit Goave, in secret. We don't know that they did, but somehow they learned about the situation in Saint-Dominique. They learned that privateering was now considered out-and-out piracy, and that a hanging waited any man on the account. There on Saint-Dominique, Michel de Grammont and Laurens de Graaf were petitioning the new governor and his officials to recant their position on privateering. They were the best choices to argue that point. De Graaf was a returning hero after Cartagena, and Grammont was Sieur Michel, Chevalier de Grammont. His name had at least a little weight, and they were making some headway with the governor. He had written the minister, Colbert, back in France, informing him that the king's policy towards the Buccaneers was dangerous. They had the exact same problem that Jamaica had faced 15 years earlier. The privateers were their only option for naval defense, and right now, Louis was back at Luxembourg, bombarding their walls. France was in open war with Spain, and Saint-Dominique was deep in Spanish territory. I mean, they sat on the far west of an island named Santo Domingo. It was home to thousands of Spanish citizens. De Cussy and his advisors on piracy implored Louis to recant his orders and to allow them to issue commissions. Louis declined. As for Willems and Andrieszoon, if they did head home to Petit Goave, they left immediately. The next word we have of Andrieszoon comes from a letter written in August 1684 by Edward Cranfield, the governor of the New Hampshire colony at Portsmouth. He writes, quote, "A French privateer of 35 guns has arrived at Boston. I am credibly informed that they share 700 pounds a man. The Bostoners no sooner heard of her off the coast than they dispatched a messenger and pilot to convey her into port in defiance of the king's proclamation. The pirates are likely to leave the greatest part of their plate behind them, having bought up most of the choice goods in Boston. The ship is now fitting for another expedition." And he would go on, "They are both extraordinarily rich ships, chiefly through the spoil of the Spaniards, though they have spared none that they have met at sea." End quote. The governor was referencing Andrieszoon in the Mutine. He and his men did quickly spend much of their plunder and enjoy all the pleasures that Boston in August had to offer, but then they moved on to Portsmouth. Now, we haven't talked much about the English lately. We will be very shortly, but we haven't talked much about them because basically all of the English pirates had fled Port Royal. Many of them settled in a French colony in modern-day Texas that was quickly turning into a pirate haunt, and we'll talk more about that later. Most of them, though, headed up to the Atlantic coast of North America. Many settled in the swamps of Carolina. Dampier, for example, lived in Virginia for a time, but even more lived around Newport, New York, and Boston. So many, in fact, that the Massachusetts Bay Colony had drafted up a little law about pirates. It read, in part, quote, "The court observing the wicked and unrighteous practices of evil men to increase, some piratically seizing of ships, catches, etc., and others by rising up against their commanders, officers, and employers, etc., this court doeth order, and be it hereby ordered and enacted, that what person or persons soever shall be piratically or feloniously seize any ship or other vessel, whether in the harbor or on the seas, or shall rise up in rebellion against the master, officers, merchant, or owners of any such ship or other sea vessel and goods, shall be apprehended, and being legally convicted thereof, shall be put to death." End quote. Now, that's not an uncommon law. Pirates were criminals, after all. However, only a month before Andrieszoon and Willems arrived in New England, King Charles II issued a proclamation. He declared it unlawful to, quote, "entertain, harbor, counsel, trade, or hold any correspondence by letter or otherwise with any person or persons that shall be deemed or adjudged to be privateers, pirates, or other offenders within the construction of this act." End quote. It was that proclamation that Governor Cranfield was referencing in his letter. Now, the colonies hadn't received word of it when Andrieszoon arrived in Boston, so they were allowed in. They were allowed to spread their Spanish silver about. The governor in Boston let them gamble away their winnings. He let them spend their silver on wine and women at every tavern in town. He let them buy meals and stock up on foodstuff, and even many of them bought new clothes from Boston's fantastic clothiers. He let the privateers spend the greater part of 100,000 Spanish dollars there in Boston. But only a few weeks later, the governor of New Hampshire knew two things that the governor of Boston didn't. First, he'd received the king's proclamation, but second, he'd received word from Governor William Dyer in Newport, Rhode Island. Governor Dyer had received several Spanish dignitaries, men that had escaped from a ship in his harbor, a ship that they informed him was, quote, "a privateer of the first magnitude, famous in bloodshed and robberies, called La Trompeuse, commanded by one Michiel Andrieszoon, Bras or Lavanza, a reputed Frenchman. I have moved for justice against him, but I have been delayed and much discouraged, and severely threatened by many, and more especially by one Mr. Samuel Shrimpton, a merchant of this place, to have my brains beat out or a stab for seizing the said ship. He has supplied, succored, countenanced, and encouraged her, and taken her into his custody, and keeping at Nodel's Island the place and receptacle of all piratical and uncustomed goods, and boasting to defend the same and fit the ship out again. He has also received, clandestinely, great quantities of their gold, silver, jewels, and cacao." End quote. Now, there are a few things wrong with that letter. First, it was Willems in Newport, not Andrieszoon, and he was aboard the Francesca, not La Trompeuse. But Governor Dyer had received several Spanish escapees from La Francesca, and learned that the men in the harbor were, in fact, pirates. Now, he was prevented from apprehending Willems by threat of violence by one Samuel Shrimpton. We'll talk a lot more about Shrimpton when we return to the English, but I should mention here, to put some of this in context, that there's a lot happening in the world of English piracy right now. The English were once again active in a very big way. They were pestering the Spanish all over the world, except in the West Indies. I'm going to keep my mouth shut on what happened until we get there, but keep that in mind. So Willems was safe in Newport, but in Portsmouth, Governor Cranfield apprehended Michiel Andrieszoon. Once again, Governor Dyer was incorrect, but on the right path when he wrote, quote, "I have also caused Thomas Paine, the arch-pirate, to be secured, and charged the governor of Rhode Island with him, and with his own neglect for not assisting the deputy collector to seize him and his ship." End quote. These letters are all filled with tattletales. The governor of Rhode Island talking about how Boston just let the pirates in, the governor of New Hampshire calling out Rhode Island and deflecting blame to Samuel Shrimpton. I just love all of it. I'm really excited to talk about New England, but for now, Andrieszoon got a message out to Willems. He told Willems to sail without him, though he shouldn't worry. Andrieszoon said he would be out soon enough. And he was right. He only spent a few weeks in captivity before being freed and allowed to sail home. Willems and Andrieszoon eventually made it safely home to the Caribbean. The situation in Saint-Dominique hadn't improved. King Louis had still refused to recant his orders on the Buccaneers, and the French were beginning to really feel the pressure from the Spanish in the region. So Willems and several others made for the Main. De Graaf and Grammont, though, kept up their petition. I wonder if de Graaf was considering that offer of friendship made by Governor Lynch back in Port Royal. As for Willems, we hear from him again on October 14, 1684, when he met the English ship James near the Main. The captain of the James would later write, and I've corrected a couple of small details here, quote, "We met Captain Willems in his ship the Dolphin off Cartagena, who fired a volley of small shot into our sloop, in spite of our showing our colors, and ordered us on board him, while his men plundered our sloop. We were kept prisoners for 6 weeks till he came to Petit Goave, where the intendant and council voted her a good prize." End quote. Now, I've used the Spanish nickname for this ship, Francesca, almost exclusively, but in different languages she has a bunch of different names. The English called her Dolphin, but the French called her Dauphine, which is French for princess. Her official Spanish name was Princesa, and Willems himself probably called her Princess in a Dutch accent, but most records call her Francesca, so to avoid confusion, I'll do the same. Around mid-November, things were looking up, though. Governor de Cussy had finally decided to ignore the king's orders. He chose to circumvent them through a bunch of different loopholes that were only quasi-legal. However, the situation called for them. The Spanish were massing fleets at Santo Domingo, Cartagena, and Havana. They were gathering armies as well. In Petit Goave and in Tortuga and in Cap Francais and Hôpital, anywhere that the French lived on Saint-Dominique, it looked very much like Spain was preparing to invade. They needed a response. So Governor Pierre-Paul de Cussy empowered the privateers to go to sea. He told Grammont and de Graaf that they would have commissions on 2 conditions. First, they were to alleviate the pressure mounting on Saint-Dominique by attacking the Spanish far away and forcing them to respond. Second, though, and more importantly, they had to rebuild the Brethren of the Coast. They were to convince the other Buccaneers, what remained of the Brethren, to return to Petit Goave. Much like Willems and Andrieszoon, most of the French and Dutch pirates in the region were laying low. They were far from Saint-Dominique. The previous governor and de Cussy had made the colony unwelcome these past 2 years or so. De Graaf and Grammont were intended to bring them in from the cold and convince them to once again sail for France. They would have to send out word to every corner of the West Indies, to Charlestown on New Providence Island, to Montego Bay and Port Royal in Jamaica, the Mosquito Coast, the Lagunas de Terminos, the Bay of Honduras, the Bocas del Toros, and the coast of Darien, even as far away as the northern coast of the Gulf of Mexico. There was a little settlement there. The French explorer La Salle established colonies all along the Mississippi River in New France. His newest fortification, only about a year old, was well hidden along the coast. It was intended to explore and settle the mouth of the Mississippi River. It was to be the southernmost town in what they were calling Louisiana. But the French exiles from Saint-Dominique had moved in. At first, they were welcomed by the new colonists, but it soon became clear that these exiles were really little more than brigands and pirates. What's more, they were deviants. They were unmarried women, men with unnatural appetites, and all of them were Huguenots. The colonists, mostly rough settlers, well, they tried to kick the pirates out, but they made it clear that they weren't leaving. The pirates really liked it there. So de Graaf would have to send messengers to La Salle's little pirate haven to bring them in. It was time for everyone to assemble. Now, exactly what Grammont was up to over the next few months is unclear. He left Petit Goave, we know, in the St. Nicholas, and we can assume that he was out collecting men and ships. Perhaps he went to that little colony of La Salle's to personally convince the Buccaneers to come in. Now, we know a lot more about what de Graaf was doing. See, while he was still on Saint-Dominique, he was gathering a crew. There he met a man named Ravenel de Lussan, who would write an account of his voyage. This account will become extremely useful later on, but for now it gives us very good details of what was happening in those weeks in November and December 1684. Let me read just a bit from the first few pages. Lussan writes, quote, "It is no uncommon thing for a native of Paris to go and seek his fortune abroad, and to entertain a fixed design of becoming a man engaged in hazardous adventures. This city, within which most of the wonders of the world are contained, and which is perhaps the greatest that can be met with, ought, in my opinion, to have the preference of any other upon the face of the earth. But who is he that can penetrate into the secrets of nature, and give a reason for some of the inclinations she works in the minds of mortals? As for myself, I must confess I am not able to give an account of the depth of my desires, and all that I can say is, that I have always had a most passionate disposition for travel." And he goes on, "There was no question to be made, but I could find a captain that would receive me, and I was not long in making the choice, since there was not many of them at the time to pitch upon. Laurens de Graaf was the man I most fancied, who would make a special corsair, and though he had not been long arrived, all that he wanted was to be gone as well as I. We were, in a few hours' time, well satisfied with each other, and became such friends, as those are wont to be, who are about to run the same risk of fortune, and apparently to die together. This last, indeed, we should have reckoned upon with most appearance of reason, but it was what we least thought of." End quote. His entire account is like that. It's beautiful, and it's an invaluable resource, especially in his later ventures, but it pretty quickly becomes a bit monotonous. He and Laurens de Graaf sailed from Petit Goave on November 22nd. Now, they weren't aboard the Fortune. They were aboard a small sloop that was there to collect a few men. Their ship made for Tortuga and arrived on December 4th. On December 6th, they left Tortuga and headed for the coast of Saint-Dominique. On the 12th, they arrived at the coast and collected wood and water. 5 days later, on the 17th, they left Saint-Dominique and headed for the Windward Passage. However, there a contrary wind arose and blew the sloop that they were towing loose. So they headed back to the coast and took shelter from the storm. The next day, December 18th, when the storm passed, they sent for another sloop in Tortuga and to replenish lost supplies. And it goes on like that. You see what I mean about the monotony? But things were afoot back in Petit Goave that are worth mentioning. The English in Port Royal had sent out their most powerful warship, HMS Ruby, under Captain David Mitchell. He was sent to, quote, "forthwith sail to Petit Goave and deliver my letter to the governor, demanding satisfaction for a sloop of this island, unlawfully seized." End quote. He was sent to arrest Jan Willems and bring him back, as well as the English sloop that Willems had stolen back in October. However, Captain Mitchell would be out of luck here. The French were unwilling to part with anything that might compromise their defense, and that included the sloop, but it especially included a skilled commander like Willems. In response to his request for Willems, the secretary of the governor in Saint-Dominique wrote to the captain of the Ruby, quote, "I assure you that we know him to be incapable of such a thing." End quote. Now, of course, they knew him to be very capable of such a thing, but they defended Willems. They claimed that the prize was entirely lawful, but then, as a conciliatory gesture, they sent out 3 English rovers who were illegally serving on Willems' ship. This wasn't what the Ruby was after, and it wouldn't be the last time that Captain Michel would sail back to Port Royal disappointed. He did note, though, what sails he recognized in the harbor at Petit Goave. Fortune, Moutine, and all of the other notable ships that we've seen lately, well, they weren't there. Only La Francesca was. Most of the Brethren of the Coast were out gathering their forces. Meanwhile, in that comedy of errors taking place on de Graaf and Lusson's ship, they were once again trying to make for the Windward Passage. He says that they were trying to join a convoy of French officials to escort them to wherever they might be going. He claimed that there was a convoy led by the Victorious and carrying the Lieutenant General of all the French islands and the coast of terra firma. There were also secretaries of finance and all sorts of fancy people. Now, that convoy probably existed, but Lusson was never actually trying to meet with them. He'll directly contradict himself in less than a page. Either way, though, the goal was to round Cuba, but the wind was contrary. It was blowing east. So the ship decided to turn around and head east. They passed Christmas Day and New Year's Day at sea. It had been almost exactly a year since de Graaf attacked Cartagena. For the next few weeks, they sailed all the way around San Dominique. They passed through the Mona Passage near Puerto Rico and headed west on the south side of the island. It took them almost 2 months, and circling the entire island of Hispaniola, and they'd made it about 20 leagues. On January 18th, 1685, their ship met another ship at sea. That other ship hailed de Graaf's, and they returned the greeting. De Graaf signaled that they were French and commissioned by, as Lusson points out, the Lord High Admiral of France. But that other ship apparently didn't believe them. She fired off 2 volleys and instructed de Graaf to strike her colors and surrender. Lusson writes, quote, "Taking him for a Spaniard, we knocked out the head of 2 barrels of powder in order to burn ourselves and blow up the ship, rather than fall into the hands of those people who never gave us quarter, but were wont to make us suffer all imaginable torments, beginning, usually, with the captain, whom they hang with his commission about his neck. But one of the 2 ships came up with us in a moment, and, knowing what we were, gave us a signal, that instead of enemies, which we took them to be, they proved to be not only friends, but those very ships we were in quest of." End quote. Now, does that sound like Laurens de Graaf, the pirate who stole La Francesca out from under the noses of the Windward Fleet, the pirate who captured Vera Cruz with only 300 men, who sailed on Cartagena itself and defeated her fleet under the guns of her forts? Would that pirate order the powder opened and the ship burned, killing everyone on board? Well, no, not typically. Were he in the Fortune, his flagship, he would be capable of standing and fighting almost any ship in the West Indies. But they were on that small sloop. Now, I tend to think that there might be some anti-de Graaf propaganda going on here, painting him as a coward. Considering the environment in which Lusson's book was published, well, it's a real possibility, but I don't know that. The ship that fired on de Graaf and Lusson turned out to be none other than the French buccaneer Jean Rose. Together they sailed for the cape of the peninsula there on Saint Dominique, where they met with a small fleet of other ships, including the Fortune and Moutine, both at the moment under Andrieszoon. There were a bunch of other ships there as well. It's hard to say exactly, but Lusson mentions Jean Rose, Francois Lesage, and Pierre Lagarde, as well as captains named Quet, Vigneron, and an unnamed English trader. Now, we can surmise that there were others there, if we take a look at what happens after. Probably Francois Groinet, and possibly a Captain Jean Bernanos, possibly more, but they may have joined later. However, we know that Michel de Grammont was not there. Mostly these were small-timers. These weren't the big names that made it into official records and governor's letters, but many of these ships were probably present at Vera Cruz and Cartagena. Some of them maybe were captained by men that earned their captaincies at those events. This was, by the way, those friends they were in quest of. They had never been after the Lieutenant General of all French islands and terra firma. De Graaf was always trying to find these pirates. So their little fleet headed south and met up with Mathurin de Martez and Pierre Le Picard, among a few others. They proceeded to take a few ships here and there off the coast between Maracaibo and the Leeward Islands. Then the pirates called on the Dutch port at Curaçao. Lussan writes, quote, "On the 20th we sent away a boat under the command of Lagarde to the town to ask the governor's leave to buy us masts for Captain Lawrence and his ship that had lost them in a hurricane near the Isle of St. Thomas. A part of our crew scrupled not in the meantime to go ashore and enter the town after having left their swords behind them at the gate. The governor, finding we were 200 men of us in the town, informed us by beat of drum that it was his pleasure we should be gone and return forthwith on board our ships." End quote. They got kicked out. The governor there knew they were sailing with Andrieszoon and knew well of his depredations against those 2 Dutch ships outside Havana a few months earlier. Lussan couches it all in polite language, but the men appeared to be very disappointed before any of them had a chance to visit a brothel. Now that everyone was gathered and the pirates had rallied what strength they could, they sat in council on February 8th to decide their next move. Many of the pirates, especially those who hadn't been there, called for another attack on Cartagena. De Graaf patiently explained that he'd attacked Cartagena when the city was ill-prepared, when they were undefended and not expecting an attack. He still hadn't made it inside the city, even under those perfect conditions. The pirates, though, were determined. They wanted a big prize, something that was impressive and rich. De Graaf explained that they weren't after big prizes here. They had a job to do. They were to harass shipping. They were to capture merchantmen, maybe invade some smaller settlements, but little jobs. Lots of them, but little jobs. Nothing huge and explosive. This was, though, not what the assembled pirates wanted to hear. So the crews found themselves at an impasse. De Graaf had a loyal crew and a crew that respected him, so he couldn't be compelled by his men to do something he didn't think was right. The other ships, though, didn't want to follow De Graaf on little jobs. They wanted really big prizes, but without De Graaf they wouldn't be able to take them. So everything fell apart. The fleet split up. De Graaf sailed for the Gulf of Honduras. Andrieszoon and Jean Rose chose to stick around in the region and continue taking some of those smaller prizes. Most of the fleet followed Rose and Andrieszoon. They would take a few of those smaller ships, but eventually we would hear about another raid. A raid that was big and promised to be a rich haul. We'll be talking about that one later. For now, though, Rose and Picard and most of the other pirates scuttled their ships there on the coast of Darien and began a march across the isthmus. Andrieszoon chose not to do so, but he lost 120 men who did want to accompany that raid. So he sailed home to Petit Goave. Back in Port Royal, the lieutenant governor would write, quote, "Captain Michel, a French privateer, was recently beaten off by the Spaniards from Darien with loss of his prizes. The French continued to issue commissions against the Spaniard on pretense of damage done them by piraguas set out from Havana before the making of the recent truce in Europe." End quote. See, back in Europe, the War of the Reunions had just concluded. But these privateers, well, they were continuing the war. They lived beyond the line, and there was no peace beyond the line. In truth, though, the actions of the privateers was, well, everything they were doing was just a continuation of all of the wars leading up to it. And, of course, right now, it wasn't official French policy to employ privateers. But therein lies the hypocrisy in the entire institution of privateering. A monarch would employ the rovers, but he wouldn't pay them. They earned whatever they could steal, and when the war was over, they were just expected to stop. They were out of a job. And even then, their services were still necessary, but their legal backing just vanished on the whims of one monarch or another. Now, they did have commissions right now, but how much weight did those commissions really carry? They were only on the authority of de Cussy, which, compared to Louis XIV, wasn't much. Now, we meet up with the privateers again in April 1685. Captain Mitchell of the HMS Ruby was out searching for English pirates this time. There was reportedly a great gathering of privateers with French commissions, and any Englishman there was breaking the law. He was rightly a pirate. Michel had word that the privateers were gathering on the Isle of Pines off the southern coast of Cuba. When he arrived, he found more than 22 ships lying at anchor in the midst of one of those great Brethren of the Coast meetings. Now, what follows breaks a few of the pirate stereotypes. Most media would portray a meeting like this in a romantic and tense, finger-on-the-trigger, pulse-pounding kind of drama. And later on, in the Golden Age, they might be right to do so. An English Royal Navy ship could pose a serious problem for pirates in any age. In fact, this same ship, the Ruby, would do just that years down the line. Those pirates in the Golden Age might have to make quick decisions on whether to flee or to fight, or maybe to lure the Englishmen into an ambush. But these privateers, mostly legal, well, they just invited Michel on over. So he and a few of his officers climbed aboard the Fortune and met up with some of the top privateer leadership. De Graaf would have been there, as well as Michiel Andrieszoon, and Grammont was there by this point, as well as Jan Willems. Now I imagine that they shared some wine, maybe they had a meal. Michel and the Ruby were there in an attempt to arrest any Englishmen among them, but he realized pretty quickly that that wasn't likely to happen. Even if he tried to enforce it, a ship like the Ruby, which was a pretty impressive warship, was still no match against 22 privateers. In his report to the Jamaican governor, Michel named several of the pirates who were in attendance at this great meeting. There was De Graaf, Andrieszoon, Willems, Grammont, but he also noted sails belonging to Joseph Bannister of the Golden Fleece. Now, we're going to talk about Bannister more in a few episodes, but Captain Michel wanted to bring him in. He was English, and he was serving under French colors. That was a clear violation of English policy. But De Graaf told him with a straight face that Bannister wasn't serving under a French commission. And on some level that may have been true. Bannister was a pirate, but here he'd joined up with a French privateer fleet. He should have been arrested. Nonetheless, Captain Michel thought it best not to press the issue and sailed away empty-handed. Again. Now there may well have been other English ships there as well. We don't have good records on several English pirates, namely John Coxon and Thomas Paine, for these few months. They could have been elsewhere, and there's suggestions that Paine was actually in Rhode Island. But we do get word about a year later that Coxon and Paine both had, quote, become very weary of the honest life and reverted to piracy, end quote. We can also piece together the names of a few other pirates that were there. Not English pirates, but Dutch and French mostly. Jacob Evertsen was there. Pierre Botte was there. Nicolas Brigal was there. That leaves somewhere between 12 and 15 ships that we don't know who they were. Some may have belonged to names we know, but we can't be sure. We can be sure, though, that Pierre Le Picard and Jean Rose and everybody else that went off to Panama was not there. After the Ruby sailed away, the pirates continued on with their meeting. They were voting at the time on where to attack. This time, De Graaf acknowledged that they should, in fact, attack a city somewhere. Now, not Cartagena or Panama or Veracruz, certainly not Havana. They just weren't strong enough for that. However, De Graaf pushed for Campeche. It was something of a classic for the Buccaneers. Likely, every pirate and privateer assembled at this meeting had been there before. A brief and incomplete list of the major pirate attacks on the city up to this point includes raids by John Hawkins, Sir Francis Drake, Henry Morgan, Diego Lucifer, Cornelius Yole, Bartholomew Portuguese, Louis Scott, and Roque Brasiliano. And now these brethren agreed with their forebears and decided to attack Campeche. The Buccaneers then went ahead and passed all of their articles and their code. They named De Graaf admiral, but they also named a few of his lieutenants. Then they sailed for Cabo Catoche, that is the northernmost point on the Yucatan Peninsula to the northeast of the Yucatan. It was a spot that any passing ship would have to pass round, and it gave the pirates an opportunity to collect any brethren that might be passing by. And they did, in fact, collect quite a few ships there, at least 11 more. Among them, they collected 2 ships belonging to Captains Richard and Jean Faucard. But it wasn't exactly an incognito hideout. The fleet had 6 large ships with them. Those were well armed and under heavy sail. There were frigates and galleons and corvettes and even a couple of converted large freighters. The Fortune, the Mutine, St. Nicholas, La Francesca, Colbert, and La Tigre, they were all there. Then they had 10 smaller ships and sloops of war. Those alone would have raised suspicion, but then they had a small armada of 17 periaguas. That's the sort of gathering that gets noticed. So Campeche had word of them well before the pirates left Cabo Catoche. There, the lieutenant governor of the Yucatan, Felipe de la Barra y Villegas, ordered spy boats and lookouts to sail north. They were to bring word if the pirate fleet began to approach Campeche. Then he and the governor began marshaling the militia there in Campeche. They had ample time to do so, too. Even still, they couldn't rouse more than 200 or 300 soldiers, but it still gave them time to erect fortifications and dig trenches and mount additional batteries on the walls. But the real problem was that the people of Campeche had word of an imminent attack. They were well practiced over the years in dealing with pirates. They had a lot of experience in the matter. So they hid their valuables. They buried what they could, and anything that they didn't care to bury, they sent inland. In a few weeks' time, word started arriving that the pirates were on the move. It appeared that they were, in fact, headed in the direction of Campeche. Anyone who had the means to left the city. At the very least, they all sent women and children away. If necessary, they sent them on foot. All of their refugees carried all the valuables on their backs. And now I've mentioned this before, but it's worth reiterating to put these raids into perspective. It's easy to characterize the Spanish fleeing Campeche carrying their valuables as puffed up, fat, rich Spaniards hauling away excessive amounts of treasure, and there was probably some of that. But most of them were poor, lower and middle-class commoners. They were carrying away their savings. All of the hard coin that they'd ever managed to put away, well, that was the treasure that the pirates were after. That money might pay for their children's education, or it could have been just what they had to feed themselves if they had a hard winter. That was what the pirates wanted to take, and they wanted to spend it on rum and gambling and women as fast as possible. It's a lot easier to stomach the pirates stealing from the rich and opulent and emptying the coffers of the town, and they would do that too, but let's not pretend they were Robin Hood here. The fleet arrived on the horizon near Campeche on the 6th of July, 1685. 700 buccaneers climbed aboard their periaguas and ferried themselves to shore. They sailed in boldly, this time openly. It was very much unlike the raid on Veracruz, but they were still expecting to take Campeche by surprise. What they intended with their boldness was to shock and intimidate the city. Instead, they found a militia of 200 soldiers that marched out from the city to meet the pirates exactly where they meant to make landfall. Now, I'd like you to imagine that situation, to put yourself in the shoes of the Buccaneers. You were among 700 other pirates. All of you are tough, battle-hardened, experienced veterans, and 200 hastily aroused militia come out to meet you. However, you're in an open boat, out on the water. Imagine how hard it had to be to fire on the Spanish on shore. You're in a crowded boat. You have enough trouble finding a place to take your shot, and when you finally get the opportunity, the boat is bobbing up and down. You're almost certain to miss, to shoot too high or too low. And then you're going to have to try and reload a musket on that boat. The Spanish, though, they would be firing from shore. They were on steady ground in well-organized ranks. Volleys after volleys of musket fire would reach you before maybe you managed to get a single round off. So the pirates did what I imagine you or I would do. They stopped. They were still out of range of the Spanish guns, and they just stopped rowing. They held position. They stayed there all night, bobbing on the waves. But when dawn came, the pirates began rowing back towards their ships. The Spanish watched them row back from shore, but before they could react to their movements, the pirates changed course. They headed directly for the city to land just outside the walls. Before the defenders could arrive and intercept them, The Buccaneers had disembarked and assembled in 4 columns. The vanguard was led by Captain Richard with 100 men under him, and they would be the first to enter the city. They were backed up by the 2 main wings of the army. One was led by Laurens de Graaf of 200, and the other by Captain Tocard, another 200. Then Michel de Grammont led the final 200 pirates. They stayed to the rear. They were to guard their retreat should they need to return to the ships. They were prepared for an assault against the walls of Campeche, but it wouldn't turn out that way. Eminent pirate historian David F. Marley writes in his book Wars of the Americas, quote, "The Spaniards fall back. While out in the harbor, Captain Cristobal Martinez de Acevedo prepares to scuttle his Coast Guard frigate, the Nuestra Senora de la Soledad, as per his instructions. Originally intending to bore holes in its bottom, he now, given the speed of the invaders' advance, directs his boatswain to run a trail of powder into its magazine, lighting the fuse from his frigate's boat. The Soledad explodes with such a shattering blast that it collapsed the defenders' morale, sending them scurrying back to their citadel, while the freebooters enter Campeche uncontested." End quote. Through virtually no actions of their own, the pirates found themselves in control of Campeche. The citadel was a fortification in the center of the city, so they could enter and do as they pleased anywhere in town. Now, many of the citizens of Campeche had already fled, and everyone that was left joined those soldiers in the citadel. So the pirates had 5 days to ransack the city. Now, they had to deal with occasional pockets of resistance. There were guerrilla fighters within the city. Snipers and ambushes waited for them, but the pirates could deal with any of those without too much difficulty. But once those pockets of resistance were dealt with, the Buccaneers began to attack the citadel on July 12th. Any real valuables in the town and all of the people left, well, they were in there. It was the goal. However, the pirates were interrupted. A relief force from the city of Merida appeared and marched on Campeche. Now, that relief force left a route for the pirates to retreat back to their ships, which was, in fact, really the goal here. Usually, when reinforcements arrived, pirates fled. But not these pirates. They decided to hold on to the city. They were in command of Campeche's defenses, which gave them the opportunity to stand on the ramparts and man the cannon. They fired on the encroaching Spanish army. There were 600 buccaneers atop the walls of Campeche, and they stood and fought. They were French and Dutch and English. There were also Germans and Swedes and Danes, and even some of them were Spanish. Many of them, perhaps most of them, weren't even European at all. There were free Africans and native Caribbeans in huge numbers. There were people who were Lutheran and Calvinist and Anglican. There were Jews and Catholics, and even potentially Muslims there. More than a few Barbary corsairs had filtered out to the New World to share in her riches. There were people who practiced voodoo and indigenous religions. There were atheists and deists and humanists. There were capitalists and royalists and anarchists. Now, we don't know their names if they were there, but it's not out of the question that there were even women among the pirates. They would have probably been dressed as men, so if they got away with it, we would never know. But all of them were there, in Campeche, fighting together. Now, let's not pretend this was a noble fight. This wasn't the Alamo, but it was representative of the promise of the Americas. It was this tapestry of peoples of all sorts who were equal to one another, fighting together. Now, of course, their goal was to steal from the Spanish here, but I want to point this out because, well, this isn't the last time we'll see something like this, but it's the last time for a long time. This was the last great battle of the Brethren of the Coast, and they won that battle in what would prove to be a true pirate fashion, by backstabbing. Michel de Grammont led the other 200 pirates out of the city. They were to take a wide arc to circle around behind that Spanish relief force. While they were marching out, the pirates on the ramparts kept the Spanish occupied. But once Grammont was in place, they opened fire. When he did, the pirates on the walls redoubled their own barrage. The Spanish found themselves pinned, and they were being cut down quickly. So they retreated. Campeche once again belonged to the pirates. What remained then of the defense of Campeche within the citadel fell apart. The militia inside mutinied in favor of surrender. They knew now that the city was lost, and they believed that if they surrendered, they might at least live through this. The officers ordered the men back to their posts, but the militia threatened to shoot down any man that stood in the way. At first, a trickle of militia came out from the citadel to surrender, but then a flood of civilians followed. Everyone in the city was now a prisoner of the pirates. They even brought out a few Englishmen with them. Those Englishmen had been held prisoner in the cells below the citadel, and they weren't friends of the Spanish, so de Graaf and Grammont freed them and then asked them to enter the citadel and discharge the cannon in there. That way, the pirates could approach the fortification knowing that the guns were empty. So with Campeche completely under their control, the pirates had the opportunity to extract all the wealth they could from Campeche over the following days. It wasn't much, though. Most of the wealth of Campeche had traveled far inland and was unreachable. What was left was a pittance. Even the enhanced interrogation that they employed, well, it didn't turn up much. So the pirates took the horses from the city and let out raiding parties to the surrounding villages. They burned those villages, and they brought, when there were any people there, they brought them back to Campeche. We can be at least reasonably assured that there wasn't much sexual violence, as most of the women and children had fled, but there was certainly violence against the men that remained. You see, as the days passed and less treasure was being found, tensions mounted, and those days turned into weeks. The rules that governed the privateers began to disintegrate. De Graaf was sending letters out to the governor demanding a ransom for the city, and they went from boastful to insistent, till finally they were almost pleading. He knew that if the men didn't receive a payday soon, things would get ugly. And he was right. As the weeks stretched on, 250 buccaneers decided to ride inland in mid-August. This time they rode farther in than usual, about 25 miles. They were ambushed by a Spanish force of 300 and took heavy losses in the fighting. So when they returned, it only served as further proof that the men were fighting and dying for nothing. They weren't getting rich here. They weren't really even paid at all. So on August 25th, the French among the pirates had the opportunity to let some of that tension out. They celebrated King Louis XIV's feast day. It was a celebration of all things French, and it was led by Grammont. The French drank and they fought and they raised hell. But some of them grumbled. Come morning, the pirates had decided that it was time to begin preparations to leave. They sent one last letter to the governor. This time, though, it wasn't de Graaf that wrote the governor. It was Michel de Grammont. He demanded 80,000 pesos, or he said he would burn Campeche to the ground and kill all of the prisoners. For 3 days they waited. The crews loaded up what plunder they had found onto the ships. Now, there wasn't silver and gold, but they had found some sugar and indigo and spices. They might have trouble selling it since they couldn't sell to the Dutch anymore, but it was better than nothing. Then the governor's reply arrived. It was the same as before. It was a flat refusal to pay them any money. Grammont saw this as one last smack in the face, and he decided to extract his revenge. He went and gathered up the prisoners. He marched them into the city square and began executing them. There's no pretty way to put it. They were killed off as efficiently as possible. Now, apparently, in what might be considered poetic justice, Grammont chose to use their own gallows for the act. Sort of a last bit of petty revenge, salt on the wound. Some of them were made to stand on the auction block where the slaves were sold, awaiting their execution. Considering many of the pirates' feelings on slavery, that may have had some of its own justice attached to it. He was hanging them as fast as possible, but it wasn't going fast enough, so he ordered some men to slit people's throats and others to just stab people and let them bleed out. A few of the locals, though, managed to get word to de Graaf that something was happening there. De Graaf rushed to the city square and saw, dozens of people dead. There were perhaps 100 or more waiting for their turn. De Graaf, though, didn't have the authority to command Grammont to stop. Grammont was not some foolish boy like Nicholas von Hoorn. Grammont was one of the most respected pirates in the world. If he tried to do so, this tense situation was likely to turn into a battle between the privateers. So de Graaf took Grammont aside, and they spoke in pirate for some time. While they spoke, the prisoners waited, under guard, in anticipation. But when they were done talking, Grammont returned and spared the prisoners. However, before departing the next morning, he did follow through on the other part of his promise and set fire to Campeche. This last battle was not a blaze of glory. The raid on Campeche was a failure. They invested lives and time and resources and got virtually nothing out of it. Now, in the mind of the governor back in Petit Goave, it may have turned out quite well. They occupied the Spanish. They dealt a bloody nose to the Spanish, which showed that they weren't weak, but for the men that actually took part in it, well, they didn't make any money. They risked life and limb. Many of them sacrificed life and limb for virtually nothing. In a lot of ways, this whole affair reminds me of Captain Morgan's raid on Panama. There was a large gathering of pirates, there was a battle, and then they occupied the city. But in the end, disappointing returns. After Panama, many of the brethren turned against Henry Morgan, and now Laurens de Graaf was soon to find himself in similar disfavor. Next time, Armageddon. It was late October 1685 when the fleet of Laurens de Graaf and Michel de Grammont quit Campeche. They gathered together at Isla Mujeres, just off the coast of modern-day Cancun, to divide their plunder. For everyone, it was a disappointing haul. The raid on Campeche had been largely a waste of time. They'd hardly taken anything of real value, mostly just some logwood. There was a tension between the crews, and they chose to go their separate ways. It would prove to be the last time that some of these pirates would ever see each other. Laurens de Graaf, in his ship Fortune, set sail for Petit Goave alongside Pierre Botte in Nuestra Senora de Regla and 3 other sloops. Only a few days north from Isla Mujeres, they were spotted by a contingent of the Armada de Barlovento. Admiral Andrés de Ochoa y Zarate was elderly. He had been in command of ships that had chased after Francois l'Olonnais and Henry Morgan 20 years earlier. Still, he ordered the Armada to give chase. The Buccaneers ran. They tacked north-northwest, letting the winds carry them into the Gulf of Mexico. On September 11, 1685, the Regla and one of the sloops in the fleet fell astern. They were intercepted by the Spanish, and the Armada was forced to concentrate on their prisoners, giving de Graaf a momentary chance at escape. And he grasped at that chance, but come morning the Armada was once again giving chase. The royal frigate Nuestra Senora del Hojon spotted the Fortune that afternoon. She sent the smaller and faster ship Jesus, Mary y Jose to intercept de Graaf. Then word was sent to the admiral, and the entire Armada set a course to capture de Graaf and their 2 remaining sloops. They caught up to the pirates on September 13 at Alacran Reef. There was no sign when they arrived of the Jesus Maria y Jose. Evidently she'd been lost. Admiral Zarate sailed the flagship Santo Cristo de Burgos, and the vice-admiral, Antonio de Astina, sailed the Nuestra Senora de la Concepcion. Both were large, both were heavily armed Spanish warships. Usually, these were the sort of ships that couldn't hope to catch a privateer vessel, but right now they had the advantage. De Graaf's ship was laden with cargo. He had that logwood alongside sugar and indigo, the sort of heavy, cumbersome cargo that pirates preferred not to carry if they could help it. The Spanish vessels had the advantage of the wind as well, and they were able to come upon Fortune from 2 sides. As the Santo Cristo and the Concepcion neared de Graaf's position, he ordered all of that cargo dumped overboard. Anything that wasn't essential was tossed into the ocean. He was trying desperately to catch the wind. He should have been able to outrun those lumbering, hulking vessels, but as night fell, They closed in. De Graaf and the crew spent a sleepless night on board the Fortune. When dawn arrived on September 14, the Spanish opened fire. They had between them the Fortune in their crossfire, and they sent barrage after barrage of heavy shot against her. The three ships danced about one another, trying to gain the advantage. They traded fire again and again throughout most of the day. Over 3,000 rounds of shot were fired by the two Spanish vessels alone, and we don't have a record of how much de Graaf shot off. A lesser commander, who was trapped and outgunned by two heavy Spanish galleons, would probably have surrendered here. But not Laurens de Graaf. He fired back on them. He used both his heavy guns and musket volleys all throughout the day. He was manning both sides of the vessel as well, and oftentimes when the Spanish pressed their attack, he would have crew fighting simultaneously on both sides. Many of those Spanish volleys hit home on the Fortune, but de Graaf and his helmsmen managed to keep the Fortune moving and just barely evaded the worst of the fire. Their hull stayed seaworthy, if only barely, and all of the masts still stood. The firefight was loud and feverish. Men on board were burned and mangled. When a ball hit their mark, sailors died, or at least lost limbs. The air would have been full of smoke and the smell of blood and gunpowder. It would also be full of screams, but most of the men that were alive would be unable to hear them over the roar of cannon and the ringing in their own ears. All day this fight lasted, but as the daylight faded, so did the Spanish admiral. Andrés de Ochoa y Zarate was very old, and this battle proved to be too much for him. He grew delirious and weak. There was a lull in the fighting as the last rites were administered to the admiral. Command was transferred over to Vice Admiral Astina. Laurens de Graaf, though, took advantage of that lull. He was in a tight spot right here and knew it was time to roll the dice. He ordered all of the guns dumped overboard. Both their cheap iron guns as well as their expensive fine brass guns. Then they dumped all of the shot and powder, anything that wasn't needed to load their personal muskets. This was the last of their heavy cargo on board, but it was also their only hope of defending themselves should it fall to fighting again. I wonder if de Graaf kept one cask of gunpowder to light a flame and burn his men, himself, and the Fortune, rather than be taken. While all of their guns sunk to the sea floor, though, the Fortune finally caught a favorable wind. They were able to sail away from the battle. While the Fortune and one of the other sloops was able to get away, the loss of Captain Boat in Nuestra Señora de Regla and the other sloop, that meant 200 men had been captured by the Spanish. That included pirates that made their home all over the West Indies, from Port Royal to Petit Goave to the Mosquito Coast to the Laguna de Terminos. But 120 of the men captured all hailed from that new French colony on the coast of the Gulf of Mexico, the one founded by René Robert Sieur de la Salle. What Laurens de Graaf didn't know, perhaps we might say what he didn't expect, is that an inquisition had been called in the Spanish New World. Now, there was a permanent office of inquisition in Cartagena, but they were there mostly to deal with witches and heretics and the like. The inquisition in question here had been called specifically to deal with the scourge of the Corsarios Luteranos. The inquisitors were sent from Old Spain to root out the corruption in the Spanish Empire, the corruption that allowed corsairs to flourish in their lands. Then they were to use their interrogative techniques to expose, infiltrate, and destroy the corsair menace. This is episode 56, Armageddon. Laurens de Graaf sailed for home after the battle at Alacron Reef, but he would have stopped in Port Royal to rest and resupply before heading on to Petit Goave. Port Royal wasn't the most welcoming harbor for buccaneers right now, but de Graaf was a privateer in good standing with a French commission, and more to the point, Governor Lynch had promised him a welcome in Port Royal months ago. By late 1685, though, the governor, Lynch, was dead. He'd passed away a few months earlier, but it's entirely possible that de Graaf hadn't heard the news. He'd been out at sea and then cooped up in Campeche for many months. Still, the lieutenant governor, Hinder Molesworth, was acting governor, and he was an old friend of Lynch's that would have honored his wishes towards the Dutchman. But that wasn't a certainty. Things in Jamaica were in a state of uncertainty. See, not only the governor had died. Back in England, King Charles II was dead. Now, rest assured here, we're going to look at the death of King Charles and everything that means in great detail. But today we're just going to brush on by that. It would have probably only been of some passing interest to Laurens de Graaf. He was probably personally more concerned about the new governor that was set to arrive in Port Royal and what he might think about French privateers. The new governor was going to be Christopher Monk, Duke of Albemarle. Now, you might remember him as a roguish young man in the streets of London that befriended Henry Morgan back in 1671, but by this point he was an illustrious lord, and he had an impressive list of titles. He was a minister of Parliament, and then he joined the peerage in the House of Lords. He was a Knight of the Garter. He was a Gentleman of the Bedchamber. He was a Privy Councillor. He was Lord of Bowland, and the list just goes on, and none of that even includes his military honors. But de Graaf and his companions would have been more concerned about what the Duke's policy would be concerning the privateers. If the actions of Molesworth over the past few months were any indication, well, they would probably be tough but fair. See, it was Molesworth that had to deal with the fallout from Cartagena and was currently dealing with the fallout from Campeche. He was also the governor who had to deal with the resumption of hostilities between France and Spain. And it was Molesworth that ordered the HMS Ruby to sail for Petit Goave to arrest Jan Willems, which was unsuccessful, and he also ordered the Ruby to sail for the Isla de Pinos to arrest Joseph Bannister, which had also been unsuccessful. But in the West Indies, the English were still doing their job. They were fighting piracy anywhere it was to be found. For example, Jean Hamlin had returned from Africa aboard La Trompeuse. He had a hold full of slaves and ivory, which he meant to sell off in the West Indies. Now, he'd nearly been killed when those slaves on board revolted, but he'd quashed that with a singular brutality. Hamlin had sailed for St. Thomas, the Dutch colony, where he and Governor Adolf Esmet had a certain understanding. He'd fired off their private signal with the guns and was admitted into the harbor. Esmet unloaded all of his slaves and brought them into the fortress for safekeeping. But 2 days later, the HMS Francis, under Captain Charles Carlyle, arrived there in St. Thomas, having word that Hamlin was back. He saw La Trompeuse there in the harbor, and when he contacted Esmet, he demanded he hand Jean Hamlin over. Esmet declined, however. He even denied that the ship was La Trompeuse. It was flying Danish colors, see? It wasn't a privateer vessel at all, but a Royal Naval ship. Everybody involved knew that was a lie, but there was very little that an English captain could say to a Danish governor. But there was one thing he could do. In the night, Captain Carlyle sent 2 boats over to La Trompeuse. They boarded the pirate ship and attacked her. The crew jumped overboard and fled, including Hamlin, but the English then set fire to La Trompeuse. Eventually, that caught the magazine ablaze, and La Trompeuse exploded. Now, Hamlin's career wasn't quite over. He would harass Spanish shipping around Brazil and capture a few other ships here and there, but his days of being a terror in the West Indies, well, they were over. Eventually, he would be killed, and eventually Adolf Esmet would be arrested. What's notable here is that England was diligently hunting for pirates and trying to curb piracy wherever it could be found, while France and the Netherlands, on the other hand, were, if anything, they were encouraging it. Now, Spain would eventually turn to an armada of privateers, who we'll meet a little bit later today, but England was the grown-up in the room. They had Royal Naval vessels patrolling, doing their job. Perhaps there was an element of atonement here. The English famously employed some of the worst privateers of the age, so maybe they were trying to make up for that. Or it could have been an attempt to appear tough on piracy, a half-hearted attempt. A French report out of Martinique in 1685 stated that the pirates would still, quote, go to buy their weapons, nautical equipment, and munitions in Jamaica, where they bring absolutely all the money they make, which considerably prejudices the colony, end quote. Now, on the one hand, that's an accusation against the English, but doesn't it also sound just a little bit jealous and passive-aggressive? It points out that England is reaping all of the profits from this privateering that really rightly belonged to France. All that would have been shared with Laurens de Graaf and his crew while they enjoyed a few rounds with their friends in Port Royal. John Hamlin, what the English were up to, the new governor, all of that was important news. It was the sort of thing that any decent buccaneer had to keep abreast of. But the real gossip in town was of Henry Morgan. You see, a book had just been published, sort of a juicy tell-all memoir, a behind-the-scenes look, maybe, at some of the excesses and extremes of the buccaneer admiral. Naturally, I'm talking about The Buccaneers of America by Alexandre Olivier Exquemelin. I can only imagine how fascinating that book must have been to these buccaneers in the 1680s. None of them had been there back in the 1660s. Few of them knew of Morgan as anything more than a prominent Jamaican politician. Now, most of them had heard that he used to sail with the Brethren, but they'd never known him as the commander he had once been. So I like to imagine that there were entire crews, maybe taverns filled with buccaneers, all gathered together, and whoever was literate among them would read to them from the book what amounted to, well, it was a history of the buccaneers. It was the story of their past, from the very first French boucanier to Pierre le Grand, and then their turn towards piracy. Exquemelin had compiled that manuscript after he returned to Europe and settled in Amsterdam. It had been published first a few years earlier, in 1678, as De Amerikansche Zeerovers, the American Sea Rovers. It was immediately successful there on the continent. It was part pirate adventure story and part travel log and part nature journal. The descriptions of exotic foods and alien wildlife and savage Indians would have transported the European reader to the West Indies. The stories of the buccaneers, which were part barbarism and part heroism, would have enraptured the European reader. It flew off the shelves of local bookshops. It was so popular that printers couldn't keep up with the demand. Now, contrary to the later notion of pirates as being adventure tales for boys, the success of the Buccaneers of America was due mostly to women. They drove the demand for the book. Middle-class European women were mostly literate, and they had both the money and the time to buy and read books. Even today, women are still the driving demographic in publishing, and it was arguably even more the case in the 1680s. In a time when reading anything that wasn't current events or reports from your business seemed like frivolities that any self-respecting man wouldn't subject himself to. But there also may have been an element of romance that drove women to read The Buccaneers of America. If all of the men around you were puffed up, tightly knit, proper gentlemen, then those dashing rogues presented in Exquemelin's work may have seemed attractive. And then there was the allure of freedom that the book represented, of an escape from the regimented, polite life of 1680s Europe. That, I imagine, also would have been very attractive. Now, the book didn't go into the gory details of yellow fever and syphilis and cutting off limbs, which, as a surgeon, Exquemelin certainly saw, but talk like that, of course, didn't sell books. Exquemelin would have received royalties for the fantastic sales of the book, but only from the Dutch edition. Now, not to worry, he became a practicing surgeon and a member of the Surgeons Guild there in Amsterdam, so he was doing fine. But there were many other translations from which he received no money. Immediately, the book was translated into German, and then into Spanish. Now, the German translation was accurate to the Dutch edition, but that Spanish edition it really shouldn't even be called a translation. It was more of a reimagining. The Buccaneers, which were already villainous, they became devils in the Spanish edition. They were the most ungodly, evil sort of caricatures. Granted, if you were Spanish and you were living in Grenada or Maracaibo or Campeche or Panama, how would you see the men who invaded your home and tortured and pillaged and murdered and burned and stole everything they could carry away? Devils might not be too far off the mark. That Spanish edition, though, was what was translated into English rather than the original Dutch edition. It was that copy in 1684 that reached the desk of Sir Henry Morgan in Jamaica. It was among the first copies of the Buccaneers of America to make it to the New World. In fact, Morgan's nephew, who was living in London, had to send him a copy. That set off a firestorm of sales in the West Indies. When word got out, everyone wanted to read about the Buccaneers of 15 years ago. Some of the earliest colonial printers, actually, in the New World, both in the North American colonies as well as the West Indies, actually cut their teeth on the Buccaneers of America. But Morgan was furious over the details that were in the book. Most of them he considered lies. He contacted his lawyer, John Green, there in London, who got in touch with the publishers of the book, Thomas Malthus and William Crook. Green informed the publishers that Morgan would be bringing a libel suit against them. Now, Crook settled immediately. He issued a public apology and saw to it that all further editions of the Buccaneers of America would have a preface. It would state that Exquemelin's account, which, remember, this was actually an inaccurate Spanish translation, was false and misleading. It would also paint Sir Henry Morgan as an English hero. Malthus, though, was not willing to settle. He wanted his day in court. In his affidavit from that court hearing, Morgan stated that he had, quote, "against evil deeds, piracies, and robberies the greatest abhorrence and distrust," end quote. And he goes on that, quote, "for the kind of men called buccaneers he always had and still has hatred," end quote. Malthus lost the case. He was ordered by the court to issue his own apology. He was ordered also to publish the book with that apologetic foreword. But then he had to pay Henry Morgan £200. This is actually something of an important legal case in the history of English and eventually American law. It set a precedent in being the first libel case in which damages were paid in cash. It was also to prove the last victory of Henry Morgan. All the talk in Port Royal would have been about the contents of the Buccaneers of America and the legal fallout from the Buccaneers of America. Laurens de Graaf probably would have picked up a copy or two. He was a captain known to bring along violins and trumpets on his voyages to entertain his men, and that sort of diversion, the sort that the Buccaneers of America might offer, would be just the thing after a less than successful raid. But then de Graaf sailed home to Petit Goave. When he arrived, he learned that his old companion, Michiel Andrieszoon, was already there, and de Graaf learned that he'd just missed Michel de Grammont. In a letter to the Spanish governor of Santo Domingo, dated January 8, 1686, French Governor Pierre-Paul Terrain de Cousset of Saint-Dominique wrote, quote, "Having learned that the one named Michel was anchored 7 leagues from Petit Goave with a ship of 36 guns and 150 men, I went there myself with a king's frigate to disarm them, which they did. After which, having learned they wished to carry off said frigate to become pirates, I had them arrested and confiscated the said frigate, prohibiting any of them from exiting to go privateering, under penalty of a corporeal punishment and confiscation of their goods." End quote. It's unclear exactly who de Cousset is referring to here. Both Chevalier Michel de Grammont and Michiel Andrieszoon arrived in Petit Goave at the same time. They were, sailing together. And actually, this letter might be responsible for a historical misunderstanding of Grammont's given name. Now, I've chosen to call him Michel, which is his accepted given name these days, but older histories are less cohesive on the matter of his name. In a letter from a French governor, they would have called anyone named Michael or Mikhail Michel. That would have been translated either into English as Michael or kept as the original French Michel. But older histories sometimes call Chevalier de Grammont either Francois or Nicholas. Now, you might notice that both of those names are names shared with other prominent buccaneers, men who sailed in the 1680s and oftentimes sailed alongside one another. And the letters of the day between governors, which we get most of this information from, well, they aren't always clear or even correct in who they're talking about. When they call Grammont Nicholas, it might very well be because he was sailing aboard the St. Nicholas, which formerly had belonged to Nicholas von Hoorn. So they might not even know they were talking about Michel de Grammont. A Spanish officer or an English sea captain might actually think it was Nicholas von Hoorn. That's the sort of rabbit hole that can lead you to wonder if Michel de Grammont ever existed. What if it was just a series of miscommunications? Now, it's not. Michel de Grammont did exist, but the details of his life, even details as big as his name, have to be taken with a grain of salt, just as they do with all pirates. But it appears that it was actually Michiel Andrieszoon that was arrested there in Petit Goave, and then he was released and chose to retire. He settled down somewhere and disappears from the record. He was one of the most feared pirates of his age. He was written about in furious and contemptible scrawl from every corner of the West Indies, and then he was released and, well, virtually never heard from again. Now, de Cussy claimed his release and his agreeing to retire from privateering as a victory against the pirates, but the Spanish governor from Santo Domingo was unconvinced. He noted this when he wrote back, quote, "Those with whom you should make this demonstration are Captain Grammont and Laurencio, who are the ones who most infest these seas and lands of the king, my lord." End quote. And Governor de Cussy did leave out what exactly happened to Michel de Grammont, and Laurencio, as it happens. As for Laurencio, he probably met up with Andrieszoon there on Saint-Dominique and discussed their next move. At least, we know that de Graaf used the profits from his last several excursions to purchase a little piece of land. Now, we don't know if he wrote his wife and invited her to come live with him on Saint-Dominique. Her name was Francesca Petronilla de Guzman. She'd been living in the Canary Islands, and the last record we have of her is in that letter written from the Canaries imploring de Graaf to take that Spanish pardon and to move with her to Havana after the raid on Cartagena. Now, obviously that didn't happen, but if you'll remember, I chose to refer to de Graaf's former flagship as Francesca, despite the official Spanish name Princesa. I did so because it appears that de Graaf was making a statement when he called his ship, officially named Princess, after his wife. Now, it's entirely possible that de Graaf actually did already own property. He possibly bought some after the raid on Cartagena, sometime in 1684, shortly after his wife wrote him that letter. If he did so, we can assume that he did write his wife and asked her to come live with him there. Now, we don't know that he did. I don't have any records to support it, but I'm going to make that assumption here. He spent months on Saint-Dominique after Cartagena, so it stands to reason that, as he would eventually own property, he spent those months settling down with his wife. Now, we know that at some point he became the owner of 100 slaves. He may have bought them, but he probably just used slaves that he captured from the Spanish. We also know that he set about to establish a sugar plantation. It appears that his plantation was either in or near Cap Francais on the northern coast of Saint-Dominique. That was a settlement we talked about last time, that village founded by Pierre Lelong and his crew. He and his wife Anne were two of the most prominent citizens in the town, perhaps even the most prominent. But the arrival of a buccaneer as famous as Laurens de Graaf suggests that Cap Francais was already a promising settlement and growing quickly. De Graaf may have been the very first sugar plantation in the region. At least, If he wasn't the first, he was among the first. It's also likely that if Andrieszoon did settle down after his arrest and release, he chose to settle down there in Cap Francais. It was sort of a boom town. Plantations were quickly becoming far more profitable than privateering, and the government was actively encouraging them. So I can imagine Andrieszoon finding a wife of his own, and perhaps even starting a family. Anne and Pierre Lalonde, if you will, the mayor and his wife, well, they would certainly have welcomed the two famous privateers to Cap Francais. Remember that Pierre was himself a former privateer, and, he probably even knew the two. They all fought in the Franco-Dutch War, and they may have even conducted raids together, and they lived nearby each other for a decade or more before any of them settled down in Cap Francais. I can picture Anne and Pierre Lalonde inviting over de Graaf and his wife, and Andrieszoon and his wife, if he had one, for dinner. Imagine the greatest corsair of the age, Laurens de Graaf, probably born in a Dutch colony, although possibly Spanish, with his Spanish wife from the Canary Islands. Sitting next to him would be Michiel Andrieszoon, a Dutchman, and if he had a wife, she probably would have been someone he met in a brothel. And then the privateer Pierre Lalonde, who was French, with a wife that he too met in a brothel, who was a native of Brittany. Did Francesca de Guzman practice Catholicism? She was Spanish, after all. Did Anne and Pierre, who were both of them French? King Louis had decreed that everyone in his colonies must be Catholic, but we can assume that de Graaf and Andrieszoon weren't exactly good Catholics, right? Their names suggest that they were Dutch in origin, so they were probably Protestant, or they might have adhered to that old Dutch proverb, God is good, but gold is greater. All of these people are misfits in some form or another. They're criminals and prostitutes and exiles and religious minorities, and here they were. Now, I'm imagining them here, but they were the most prominent citizens in the most promising colony in the West Indies. This colony was soon to be called the Paris of the West Indies. It was the jewel of France's empire. And if they were at this dinner, they would have been served rich and exotic food by probably black and Indian Haitian slaves who likely practiced a very early form of voodoo. Honestly, if that happened, I couldn't paint a clearer picture of colonial America if I tried. I can picture those three couples starting their lives and sharing news and passing pleasant months together. The men might occasionally retire to smoke pipes and share war stories. The women, well, somehow I imagine three women with their rough pasts wouldn't be the sort to sit around knitting and sharing makeup tips. They probably enjoyed pipes of their own, along with a bottle of rum. But these three groups of people would have settled in to build a life, possibly to build families. Now, most of that is pure speculation, but we do know that sometime in the following months, Anne and Pierre had some success on the family front. Anne became pregnant and chose to leave Saint-Dominique and return to Brittany. It was a far safer and cleaner environment to have a child than a frontier settlement in the West Indies. There were a lot more properly trained physicians and a lot fewer mosquitoes. Exactly why Michel de Grammont didn't join de Graaf and Andrieszoon in Cap Francais, though, well, we don't know that. There may have been bad blood there after Campeche. After all, de Graaf had kept him from executing those prisoners and fulfilling his promise to the Spanish governor. But there's also a very real possibility that he was gay. Marrying and starting a family might not have been what he wanted. And that would actually make some sense. Remember that he was Chevalier, Sieur de Grammont. He had a promising future once. He was a man with titles back in France, but something prevented him from living that life. The story goes that he killed a man in a duel over his sister's honor, but that's exactly the type of story that a prominent father might pass around to explain his son's sudden disappearance and to insulate the family from shame. Perhaps, though, he just found a life of buying land and owning human beings distasteful. Or maybe he was the sort of person that wasn't comfortable in one place. Maybe he didn't care to put down roots. Maybe the sea called out to him. Maybe his veins ran with salt water, and maybe he had a bit of larceny in his blood. Whatever the case, though, he and Pierre Botte, and also a sloop with an unnamed captain, continued to rove. Instead of returning to Petit Goave and civilization, they chose instead to careen their ships on Roatan and then to set up a base of operations there in the Bay of Honduras. Now, it wasn't just those three. In the Bay of Honduras, there were more than a few other fugitives that made the bay their home. But those three operated out of the Bay of Honduras for a few months. However, by early 1686, all three vessels were spotted in the Leeward Islands, making their way north. It turns out they were headed for Charlestown, a New Providence island. Now, they knew that Charlestown had been destroyed in a Spanish attack 2 years earlier. But the natural defenses of Charlestown Harbor and, frankly, the difficulty in getting there still made it an attractive place to lay anchor. Plus, there were still survivors in the ruins of Charlestown, people who didn't really have anywhere else to go, but certainly held some very bad blood against the Spanish. They would have made fine recruits. Elsewhere, the Spanish were busy doing some recruiting of their own. Back in Cadiz, they were marshaling their entire naval might for what was clearly an upcoming war. In all of their colonial holdings, especially those in the West Indies, they had empowered their governors and their viceroys to issue letters of reprisal against any nation suspected of harboring corsairs. That meant, in particular, the French. Now, Dutch and Spanish sailors primarily turned out to accept these letters of reprisal, but they turned out in droves. Anyone who had been affected by the attentions of the English and the French and the Dutch, all of them privateers, well, they jumped at the chance. Every adventure-minded young man, anyone who was looking to earn a quick fortune, and every person that had lost parents or siblings or children, they all wanted a chance at revenge. Mercenary navies that looked very much like those that would coalesce under de Graaf or Henry Morgan, well, they started showing up all across the Spanish Empire. The difference here was that those private naval units didn't have that same code of rights and freedoms that the Buccaneers had. Instead, they operated much more like a military. They were organized and regimented and focused. Most notably, units cropped up in the Bay of Biscay, which were some of the best soldiers in Spain, and also a large group in Santo Domingo, very close by Petit Goave. They were two terrifyingly strong and devoted groups of Spanish privateers, and they began to outfit their ships. But in Campeche, Cartagena, and Havana, they were engaging in a different sort of recruiting. Those privateers who had been taken in the battle at Alacran Reef, well, they were being subjected to the attentions and the torments of the Spanish Inquisition. The inquisitors there wanted information, and they would get it, but any average torturer could wrest a confession and get intelligence out of someone. Hot irons and blades and pincers just had that effect. But the inquisitors here were masters at their craft. They could use a very real fear of God, who, remember, you were terrified you might be meeting very soon, to influence the minds of their prisoners. They were singularly skilled in turning their prisoners toward the light of God and the Catholic Spanish way of thinking. They were busy convincing many of those captured pirates to repent their sins and to enter into the service of the King of Spain. But they weren't trying to recruit more privateers. They were creating spies. They wanted men who could infiltrate the pirate havens without suspicion. Remember that letter I quoted earlier from Governor de Cussé to the Spanish governor at Santo Domingo, and the reply that the Spanish governor wrote? That reply arrived in late January 1686. It was written by the governor, Mestre de Campo Andrés de Robles. I'll read his reply one more time. Quote, "Those with whom you should make this demonstration," and he means arrest, "are Captain Grammont and Laurencio, who are the ones who most infest these seas and lands of the king my lord." End quote. André de Robles was saying something in the subtext here. These two pirates are the men you should have arrested. If you refuse to make a demonstration of them, I will have to do so. And he would. In the West Indies, Spain was making moves against the pirates. On a larger, worldwide, geopolitical level, they were making moves in a continuation of that war that had never really ended. Spain, right now, was against everyone, really. They considered all of the territory held by anyone in the New World, besides either Spain or Portugal, to be an affront to God's will. Remember the Treaty of Tordesillas from 1494? That was the treaty, which was endorsed by the Pope, that divided all of the lands outside Europe between the Portuguese Empire and the Crown of Castile. Now, it was obviously out of date. It was ridiculous, and frankly, it was laughable, but to the Spanish, it still had a certain emotional weight. It didn't really hold any legal precedence anymore, but the Spanish still believed it in their hearts, and frankly, that's why there was no peace beyond the line. And it's worth mentioning that Mestre de Robles currently held an office that had first been held by Christopher Columbus. The island of Hispaniola, Santo Domingo, was the site of Spain's first New World colony, and in fact, the very site on which Cap Francais sat, the cape there, was where the very first Spanish settlement in the New World, La Navidad, existed. It was, to the Spanish, almost a personal affront that there were Frenchmen there. So they intended to take back their land, and they were going to do so by exterminating the Corsair menace. They would begin with Laurencio. Maestro Robles' letter, that reply, was sent via a small Spanish fleet. The fleet was carrying several hundred soldiers, and those soldiers landed at the plantation of Laurens de Graaf. Now, we don't have an accurate record of this event. The Spanish rarely kept the same sorts of records on their own invasions as they did when somebody else invaded, and even if they did have them, it didn't make good political sense to release them. If we assume that my assertions earlier were correct, those about de Graaf and Andrieszoon settling down in Cap Francais, which we shouldn't do, I don't have a record saying that's the case. Maybe somewhere in the Haitian records there's a deed to the de Graaf plantation disputing me here, but it makes sense that his plantation would be there. It was the largest, fastest-growing new settlement on Saint-Dominique, and it was in territory that Spain still technically held. If that is the case, when Spain landed to deal with Laurencio, they would have landed at Cap Francais. It was a French settlement on their land in what had once been their first colony in the New World, and it was home to two of the most dangerous pirates ever to sail. De Graaf was there, probably with his wife. Andrieszoon would have been there as well, possibly, if he had one, with his wife. Pierre Lelong was there as well, but Anne was safely back in Brittany. What we know from a record after the event is that a small Spanish force landed near the de Graaf plantation and left with 100 of his slaves, and that's all we know for certain. But do you imagine that a Spanish invasion force in a French settlement would stop at collecting some slaves from one of what they considered, quote, the ones who most infest these seas and lands of the king? No, it was an attack. It was a raid. In a lot of ways, it was very much like every raid on a coastal Spanish settlement that these pirates had committed. The Spanish were there to visit upon them everything that they had brought upon the Spanish. They were there to ransack, to burn, to rape and murder and steal. This was an act of revenge. And from the point of view of many Spanish people, it may have been justice. But these weren't Spanish army regulars in Cap Francais. They would have had better discipline. These forces, there to attack the de Graaf plantation, were those privateers. Now, this wasn't the first time, and it wouldn't be the last, that Spain had turned to the aid of sea rovers during one of their wars. What distinguished these Spanish privateers, though, from their English and French counterparts was their willingness to attack where and when they were told. Now, it's possible that the English and French were just better at hiding their own involvement in the affairs of the pirates, but we know that Spain did order this strike on Laurens de Graaf's plantation. I also notice here that at this point, the record of Michiel Andrieszoon ends. Shortly before this attack is the last mention we ever get of him in the historical record. He was one of the most notorious pirates of the Buccaneer age, and he just disappears. Francesca Petronilla de Guzman, well, she won't be mentioned in any records ever again, while her husband, Laurens de Graaf, well, he most certainly will be. These Spanish privateers, I would argue, entered into the township at Cap Francais, where they attacked with all of their might. Now, most of the men there were former buccaneers, so they knew how to handle themselves in a fight. They probably mounted a defense as well as they could. But the Spanish used the same strategy that had served these pirates so well in the past. They surprised them, they overwhelmed them immediately, and then they defeated them. In the fighting and the pillaging that followed, I think Michiel Andrieszoon was killed. I think de Graaf lost his wife, Francesca. Considering that she was the wife of Laurencio himself, we can be reasonably sure that she was lucky if she experienced a quick death. Perhaps she had the opportunity to take her own life before the Spanish got to her. And I think as well that Pierre Lalonde was killed here. However, in this case there is some evidence that he actually survived the attack. The only records I have of Pierre Lalonde only mention him once after this event, when he dies during a fight with a Spaniard from Santo Domingo. Now that fight happens, according to the record, more than a year after this raid, but it's possible that he actually died here, in this raid on Cap Francais. The record comes from France, not Saint-Dominique, so it would have been recorded when his wife, Anne, learned the news of his death. Their daughter, Marie Marguerite Yvonne Lalonde, would have been only a few months old. If all that did in fact happen as I have theorized, and again, we don't know that it did, it appears that Michel de Grammont may have been right when he made the choice to not settle down in Cap Francais. Instead, he was busy preparing for a raid against the Spanish in St. Augustine. Someday I'd really like to do a special on St. Augustine. Much like Campeche, it has a history that perfectly encapsulates both the colonial struggle of the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries and also portrays the role that pirates played in building that world. But I won't go into detail now. In short, though, it had for over 100 years been a constant source of Spanish aggression and a target of French and English raiding. Most recently, St. Augustine had attacked Charlestown in the Carolina colony and been repelled. Then they attacked Charlestown in New Providence and virtually destroyed it. That's why Grammont was there in the first place. He was using it as a base to recruit and prepare his attack against St. Augustine. Now, he was there with Nicolas Bragau and another unnamed sloop. Their plan was almost ready, but they needed some intelligence before they attacked. Bragau agreed to sail for Matanzas, which was an inlet near St. Augustine. Matanzas was once the site of a shipwreck of French settlers near St. Augustine. When they wrecked, the Spanish sent out their soldiers and killed every last one of the French. Then they named it Matanzas, which, in Spanish, means slaughter. Bragau hoisted Spanish colors before departing, an attempt to fool the Spanish, and then set sail. Grammont waited for him just down the coast, but after 3 days, Bragau didn't return. Now, you've seen horror movies. If you are in the abandoned cabin in the middle of the woods and your friend in the basement suddenly goes quiet, is it ever a good idea to follow them? In the movies, no, it's not, but they always go anyway. However, in real life, the most likely explanation is that they had an accident. Maybe they hit their head, and it would be irresponsible not to go and check on them. But if the best case scenario is a dangerous accident and the worst case scenario is Jason Voorhees, you should be extremely careful. Now, in this convoluted analogy, Spain would be Jason Voorhees. Now, I'm not trying to impugn the Spanish, despite the mass slaughter of innocent civilians at this very location, but in this case, it wasn't Jason, it wasn't the Spanish that got Bragau. When Grammont went to check on him, it was clear that it was a less malicious but equally dangerous force that claimed him. It was a storm, and a bad one. It was clear that Bragau had been sunk in his smaller vessel. When Grammont caught up to the vessel, he got caught up in that same storm. But he was better equipped to ride it out. The St. Nicholas, his ship, was seaworthy and able to weather that storm, but still it was forced north. He never got to raid St. Augustine. He would eventually touch down at Carolina, near Charlestown. Unfortunately, though, he wouldn't be welcomed in there. The English had a no-tolerance policy towards pirates in those days, and the dockmen in Charlestown were less inclined to look the other way than those in Port Royal. So Grammont realized he was quickly running out of options. Petit Goave was no longer welcoming. The West Indies as a whole were becoming more and more dangerous. The English colonies up in North America wouldn't have him, and he certainly couldn't go back to Europe. This was a problem that was staring every pirate in the West Indies, every privateer and buccaneer. It was staring them in the face. The world was moving on, and they just weren't welcome anymore. So Michel de Grammont turned to the same solution that Jean Hamelin had, the same solution that more and more of his brethren were electing to choose, the same that nearly all of the pirates in the world would soon choose. He sailed east. There were already rovers off the coast of Africa dealing in slaves and gold and ivory, but they were getting more and more organized. The west coast of Africa had opportunities for slaving work, but over on the east coast, those waters were rich. They were filled with ships from Egypt, from the Ottoman Empire, and from the Mughal Empire. But it's here, when he sails across the Atlantic, that we lose touch with Michel de Grammont. We don't know what he got up to when he sailed east. There were some rumors surrounding ships that went missing, claiming Michel de Grammont was behind it, but there's very little proof. You see, over in the east, that was a different world. In the West Indies, he was famous, he was notorious, but over there his name held no weight. If he did in fact run into English shipping or Mughal shipping, well, recording his fate probably wouldn't be worth the ink it took to write it down. In fact, the only people who cared to remember his name were the other buccaneers. It was one of those who reported to Pierre-Paul de Cousset over a year later, quote, "Sieur de Grammont has perished with approximately 180 men that were aboard his ship." End quote. And that seems like a suitable place to end. The loss of Michel de Grammont and the presumable loss of Michiel Andrieszoon, well, that marked the practical end of piracy in the West Indies. For now. It's a dangerous game to try and define the end of an age. There are good questions to be asked about what even constitutes an age and what definitions one might use to define its end. Most self-respecting historians would avoid even approaching such questionable ideas and all of the pitfalls they might hold, but I'm more willing to do so. The end of the buccaneering era wasn't an explosive moment. It was a slow process. Really, ever since Henry Morgan's raid on Panama, the Buccaneers have been in decline. Now, the English successfully mitigated Morgan's threat by knighting him and giving him power in Jamaican politics. They made him respectable. After that happened, the Brethren of the Coast lost their figurehead. They didn't have someone they could rally around. But then those French and Dutch buccaneers rose to prominence during the Franco-Dutch War. It revitalized the Brethren of the Coast. So many of their old haunts became useful again, and it gave them a new life. They could, and often did, rally around either de Graaf or Grammont. But now, both of them have, in very different ways, been neutralized. Grammont was dead. De Graaf's life had been torn apart, and before long he was going to suffer the same fate as Morgan. Now, that's not to say that there weren't any pirates left in the West Indies. There are always pirates in the West Indies, but none of them were successful. Most of them just ended their days in obscurity at the end of a rope. The pirates that remained in the world, and there were many of them, well, they fled. They looked for more profitable and hospitable hunting grounds. They spread far and wide. They went to Madagascar and the Red Sea, from the Indian Ocean to the deep East Indies, from the coasts of Australia to the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. For now, though, piracy in the Caribbean was a memory. But the stories of those who were left behind aren't over. Jan Willems was still alive, and he will return. He's been hiding out in the swamps of Carolina this whole time. Laurens de Graaf was still alive. Presumably, he buried his wife and sifted through the ashes of his plantation, but he would return to Petit Goave to begin anew. Anne was a new mother, and she was safe there in Brittany, but her husband, Pierre Lalonde, was dead, or at least he soon would be. For those three, for Anne, Laurens de Graaf, and Jan Willems, all that was left for them right now would be to begin picking up the pieces of their lives. However, the lives of all three are about to be swept up in a maelstrom of global war. Next time, we're going to finish their stories. I debated waiting to finish telling the story of Anne and de Graaf and Willems. Their stories are butting up against the 9 Years' War, and there are a lot of other things that we need to cover before we can even begin to talk about the 9 Years' War. However, if I were to tell those stories chronologically, it would be months before I was able to get back to the story of Anne, Laurens de Graaf, and Jan Willems. I've chosen instead to focus on their narrative and finish their story. I hope you'll join me. In the spring of 1686, 500 pirates gathered at Isla Mujeres, the northernmost point on the Yucatan Peninsula. There were 7 vessels, ranging from the Neptune frigate down to single-masted periaguas, and they all rallied behind Lorho, Cornelis, Baudouin de Graaf. 500 pirates was nothing to scoff at, but this was a shadow of what de Graaf might have rallied only a year ago. Michiel Andrieszoon, his longtime comrade and top lieutenant, was not there. Jan Willems, one of the most feared rovers in the world, was busy hiding out in Carolina. Michel de Grammont was currently on his way across the Atlantic, but that was a voyage from which he would not return. Those 3 captains had, for years, served as de Graaf's top men. Of course, Buccaneer society wasn't exactly regimented like the Navy, but when Laurens de Graaf called, those 3 answered. More to the point, their crews were skilled, experienced, able privateers, and they made up the majority of the parties that sailed on Vera Cruz and Cartagena. They were battle-tested veterans. They were forged in that Franco-Dutch War, and they were tempered by years of successful raiding. Now, 500 pirates, again, was not too shabby, but these pirates were not the cream of the crop. They were unknown, unnamed men. They were new to the game, and while they were eager, they weren't experienced. And these were pirates, rest assured. The Treaty of Ratisbon that ended the War of the Reunions was very clear on the question of French buccaneers. They were not to go out raiding under any circumstances. Yet here they were, at Isla Mujeres. But they weren't on the king's business. They were out for revenge. Spanish privateers had only just raided the plantation of Laurens de Graaf back in February, only about a month and a half earlier. The French only recorded 100 slaves being carried off, but last time I postulated that it was a more violent and retaliatory raid than that. I also suggested that Michiel Andrieszoon, who was de Graaf's oldest friend, and his wife, Francesca, were both killed. Again, we don't know that, so take it with a grain of salt. Whatever the cause, though, de Graaf was here with 500 men. They were acting against the mandate of the king and the governor, and they were in defiance of an international treaty. Yet still they prepared to attack the Spanish Main. Their goal was Ascension Bay, on the east coast of the Yucatan, just south of Isla Mujeres. The pirates sailed on the bay and made landfall, marched inland. This was dense jungle, but there were paths to follow. They stopped first at a small hamlet called Tijosuco, about 50 miles from the coast. They found it abandoned. The locals had word of their coming, and they were long gone. Still, de Graaf ordered the town ransacked and burned. Then the pirates set out to march even further inland. There was a proper city, maybe about another 50 miles to the north, Valladolid. Now, the pirates might not have exactly been eager to continue their march inland. It wasn't just the heat and the damp and the wildlife, although those certainly played a part. They were deep in Mayan country now. The Spanish may have occupied the Yucatan, but most of the inhabitants were still Maya. The jungle, though, was filled with the ghosts of the Maya Empire, with ruins of their temples and sacrificial altars. The land would have still whispered of their gods. It was an uneasy sort of place for any Europeans. And then there were the serpents and jaguars that hid in every shadow. At night the pirates were watched by glowing yellow eyes. Then, as they were marching, the pirates passed through villages, no larger than maybe a few dozen homes. The people were fleeing before the pirates, but the fires in those villages were sometimes still warm. That sensation that they were not welcome began to grow. As they marched, the path began to grow cluttered with the discarded belongings of Spanish and Mayan refugees. Now the buccaneers picked through all of it, but there was rarely anything of any real value. But all of a sudden, de Graaf ordered the column of pirates to turn around and make for their ships back in Ascension Bay. Now no one is entirely certain why. Several myths, though, have cropped up around the order. They range from a dream in which de Graaf was visited by the Mayan gods and ordered to retreat, to a ghostly apparition on the path before him, and then to the most commonly told story, that of a clever young refugee named Nunez. According to legend, Nunez knew that they were being followed by the pirates, and he knew that they were going through all of the discarded belongings. So an idea came to him. He wrote out a set of orders from the governor. They detailed a Spanish trap being laid for the pirates, 2,000 men strong, certain death. Then he dropped the orders carelessly, but in a place where the pirates were sure to find them. Now, of course, there was no trap actually being laid. Valladolid was hopelessly underdefended. However, for whatever reason, be it ghosts or Mayan gods or the ploy of one clever refugee, Laurens de Graaf turned around and fled the Yucatan. This is episode 57, A Parcel of Thieves. The years immediately following the raid on Campeche would see Europe and all of her colonial holdings devolve into previously unknown warfare. It would eventually spread from Europe to every corner of the globe, but Spain was to make the first move. However, that war, that building conflict, well, it was already in the West Indies. It had never left. Back in Europe, lines were being drawn. Emperor Leopold I was still engaged in a war against the Ottoman Empire in the East, but he was winning. It was time for the Habsburgs to turn their eyes back to the West. So in July 1686, representatives from the Holy Roman Emperor, from the Spanish court, from various German principalities, Italian city-states, and the King of Sweden, well, they all met in Augsburg, Bavaria. Now, the Pope probably had agents at that meeting as well, but clandestinely. They met to draw up terms of an alliance intended to keep France in check. Now, the meeting actually happened on the advice of William of Orange, the stadholder of the United Dutch Provinces. Now, William himself couldn't attend. He was busy dealing with internal Dutch politics as well as events back in England. More on that later, though. The point is, continental Europe was marshalling all her strength against France. Now, the alliance would be called the League of Augsburg, and everyone in the alliance had a job in the League. It was Spain's job, at least part of Spain's job, to put pressure on the French in the West Indies. Now, the Spanish finally had the backing of the Germans and Italians, the other Habsburg states, as well as support of the Pope, so they were more than happy to put that pressure on the French. And as we discussed last time, they were already gathering fleets and employing privateers. They were already legally justified in defending themselves against the privateers, but now they had the strength to redouble those efforts. They could finally push their weight around. The entire history of the story of pirates and piracy in the West Indies is dependent on an economically and militarily weak Spain. But for the moment, Spain was neither. Now, England was trying to stay out of the whole affair, but Spain wasn't making it easy. In the West Indies, a few months after the League of Augsburg met, Henry Morgan would write of, quote, the most unchristian-like conduct and unneighborliness of the Spaniard, who takes all our ships at sea or in port, They have this year captured 22 sail and absolutely ruined our bay trade." End quote. The Spaniards in question were privateers. In this case, they were mostly a flota under the command of 2 captains based out of Santiago de Cuba. There is a pirate that we have only mentioned briefly in the past, and he deserves a closer look. His name was Juan Corso, at least that's what the Spanish called him. His real name was Giovanni Michel. He was Corsican by birth, along with his brother Biagio. As young men, they were granted license from Spain to travel to the New World and act as privateers. It was the sort of distinction that was rarely given out to Spanish sailors, but even though Corsica was under Spanish authority, they weren't Spanish citizens. They arrived in Havana in the 1670s to fight in the American theater of the Franco-Dutch War. They were contemporaries of men like Laurens de Graaf and Michel de Grammont, Jan Willems and John Coxon and Bartholomew Sharp and Jean Rose, all the post-Panama Buccaneers we've been discussing. But these two, these Corsican brothers, were on the opposing side. However, those Corsicans and all of their shipmates were cut from the same cloth as the Buccaneers, but while they were the same sort of scoundrels as the pirates we've been discussing for months, ruthless, violent, hard-bitten pirates, they were not Brethren of the Coast. See, first of all, they were Catholic. Now, that wasn't automatic disbarment from the Brethren, but it didn't help. The problem, the real problem, was that they were fighting for the interests of Spain, and, oddly, at the time, for the Dutch Republic. Now, actual Dutch privateers like de Graaf and Andrieszoon, they were fighting for France. See, it wasn't really religion driving the pirates anymore. It wasn't Catholic versus Protestant, at least not that clean cut. It was all about money and power and Bourbon interests versus Habsburg interests. Now, the two brothers were given Hispanic names. Giovanni Michel was called Juan Miguel. Giovanni is the italicized form of Juan, and both are versions of the English name John. And then they were called Corso for Corsican. Juan Corso was John, the Corsican. His brother, Biagio Michel, was Blas Miguel, the Corsican. They sailed under Spanish privateers during the war, but when peace finally arrived in about 1678, they took to private mercenary work. Not exactly piracy, but they were patrolling Spanish waters as a sort of unofficial coast guard. They would capture and board and loot and then impound enemy ships. It wasn't legal exactly, but not exactly illegal. But much like the English and the French and the Dutch, their counterparts, this particular brand of privateering stuck to attacking only the other side. Now, they may have been straddling the line of legality, but Havana and Campeche, well, they would usually look the other way. They would fail to notice when these Corsican brothers arrived in port, as long as they stuck to attacking the bad guys. By about 1680, Juan Corso rose to be the captain of his own ship. For a while, his brother served on board the same vessel, but eventually he'd move on. Juan Corso's first mate was a man named Giorgio Nicolo, or Jorge Nicolas. The Jamaican governor, Lynch, would refer to their crew in what was less than racially sensitive terms as, quote, Corsicans, Slavonians, Greeks, mulattoes, a mongrel parcel of thieves, end quote. This parcel of thieves has been everywhere in our story. The Spanish ships that sailed in to bust up the logwood camps in the Bay of Campeche in 1679, that was Juan Corso and his flota. If you recall way back after John Coxon and Jean Rose sacked Portobello when they left their ships to cross the isthmus and enter the Pacific, well, it was Juan Corso and his flota that captured those ships and brought their skeleton crews back to Santiago de Cuba. That's where they were, quote, condemned to death as pirates, but the vessel and the Englishmen detained. As the French pirates were marched to execution, the town mutinied and reprieved them from fear of the Frenchmen's revenge, and paid the governor 200 pieces of eight in compensation. This is the manner in which they do everything. End quote. So the French were to be executed, but the local people decided that that wasn't going to happen. Instead, they paid the French governor 200 pieces of 8 to brush this aside. You see, that's the sort of fear that the pirates inspired in the hearts of the Spanish, but not in Juan Corso. After that event, he grew tired of the politics and the legal restrictions that bound him. So he left privateering behind and turned to a more piratical method. He started taking English and French ships without any regard for the law. He began killing, rather than arresting, anyone he suspected of piracy. He became known for employing the rack and the whip on his prisoners. Now, it would have been easy to paint him as the bad guy throughout this entire story, and he was a bad guy, but they were all bad guys. He wasn't the bad guy, though. Now, he could be the antagonist, the foil against which the other pirates had to fight, but to present him that way isn't really fair. He might better be portrayed as a sort of vigilante, a Coast Guard man turned pirate hunter. If you imagine him as a young, handsome, dashing Corsican version of Charles Bronson in Death Wish, a good man gone bad, out to give those punks a taste of their own medicine, well, you might be on the right track. He would eventually be arrested by the Spanish authorities after pressure from Governor Lynch and Governor de Cussy, but then he was released. You see, he was a foil, but he was a foil for those in power. Whenever the Spanish would complain of depredations against them, the English or the French could just point to Corso, taking ships and murdering whole crews. But whenever the English would complain about Corso, the Spanish could report with, "Hey, remember that time your lieutenant governor burned Panama to the ground?" Or if it was the French, they could point to Jean Rose or Pierre Le Picard or Michel de Grammont. You see, it was a system that kept anyone in power from having to accept any real responsibility. All the while, their unofficial agents robbed and tortured and murdered their way across the sea. Now, eventually, Juan Corso's name would be equally as feared, if not even more feared, than Laurens de Graaf, but by the other side. Do you recall the Battle of Alacran Reef? Following the sack on Campeche, when Laurens de Graaf was happened upon by the Armada de Barlovento in the Gulf of Mexico a few weeks back? Do you remember the pirates that were captured by the Spanish and put to the question by the Inquisition? Those pirates had knowledge of the Gulf Coast colony established by Robert, Sieur de la Salle. The Armada and the Inquisition were preparing to send out forces to find and crush that colony. But Juan Corso took it upon himself to find that colony first, and to deal with the pirates he found there in his own way. They wouldn't be arrested, they would be tortured and murdered. Now, I think it's entirely possible that someone in Havana got word to Corso, informing him of the colony. Some inquisitor or inquisitor's assistant knew that the Spanish authorities would be bound by law and by honor and by international opinion. Juan Corso would not be. So Corso and his small flota sailed north-northeast from Tampico on the Gulf coast of Nueva España. But on May 4th, 1685, one of Corso's ships, probably under Jorge Nicolas, was forced perilously close to shore by a storm. Now, it rode out that storm safely in a small bay, but during the rough weather, one of the men on board spotted signs of European habitation on shore. The captain led his men ashore to investigate. They were armed and ready for battle. The only people to meet them there, though, were a few Indians who informed the Spanish that all the Europeans in the settlement had gone inland. The Spanish discovered that the inhabitants were French. They knew that they had found La Salle's colony. If not for that storm, they would have sailed right on by. It was like the hand of God pushed them in the right direction. So they took their weapons and marched inland. They intended to follow and hopefully find the French pirates. However, there was no finding them. After a few days, the Spanish marched back to their ships. This wasn't a huge problem, though. They might not have found and crushed the French pirates, but they knew where they were, and they could report the whereabouts of the French settlement to the authorities. Perhaps they could even lead the return raiding party. Unfortunately, though, the weather hadn't really improved. After setting sail on May 19, they were driven ashore once again, this time into a dangerously rocky cove. Jorge Nicolas ordered 25 men into the boats to aid in pushing the ship back out to sea. Now, they were successful, but when the ship caught the wind, the men in the boats were unable to catch up and board their vessels, so they were just left behind. But 3 days later, their ship reappeared to rescue them. Now, only 16 men were in the boats. 9 were ashore foraging for food. Those on the boats were brought on board, but when those 9 emerged from the tree line, hopefully with some food in hand, the bay had once again grown too choppy. It was too dangerous to send men out in boats to collect them. So those 9 were signaled to meet Jorge Nicolas down the coast in a few days' time. They set out to march, and they arrived at their destination, where they waited for Jorge Nicolas. But he never arrived. His ship was lost somewhere in the Gulf, never to be seen again. Juan Corso and his brother would return empty-handed. The Spanish sent out an official contingent of the Armada to seek out La Salle's settlement shortly thereafter. Juan Enrique Barroto, an old captain of Corso's in the Soledad, would lead the expedition, alongside Antonio Romero in La Concepcion. They would return safely from their voyage. They wouldn't lose any ships, but they would also be empty-handed. They didn't find the colony. Meanwhile, the Corso brothers continued their raiding. They grew ever more violent. They were difficult to rein in. Now, they may have been orders, or maybe not under orders, when they raided Laurens de Graaf's plantation. That means that, if what I theorized last time was correct, the men that killed Francesca de Graaf and Michiel Andrieszoon and possibly Pierre Lelong, well, they were out there sailing. And Laurens de Graaf knew who they were, and he knew where to find them, more or less. After his raid on Tijusuco, we receive our next word of Laurens de Graaf from Jamaica. It actually comes in that same month that all of the continental European powers met in Augsburg, July 1686. Quote, Laurens passed our north coast the other day bound for Tortugas, but not in command, as he himself told the master of one of our sloops. End quote. He would eventually make it to Tortuga, or more likely actually to Petit Goave, but not quite yet. Before he returned home, de Graaf sailed south toward Cartagena. There he engaged a small force of Spanish ships. Now, this may have just been some old-fashioned Spanish shipping he was raiding, or it may have been those Spanish privateers. Considering what followed this event, there's a good chance it was actually the flota of the Corsican brothers. In November, Hinder Molesworth would write, quote, Laurens was wrecked off Cartagena while in pursuit of a small bark, but nevertheless took her with his boat and saved his people. It is uncertain whither he is gone, but certainly my letter offering him terms has never come to his hand. End quote. What Molesworth is saying here is that de Graaf survived, but he didn't know where de Graaf went, though he certainly didn't go to Jamaica. So things weren't going all that well for Laurens de Graaf. He'd lost his ship, the Neptune, even if he had taken another. Juan Corso and his brother were still out there somewhere. They'd gotten away. Both de Graaf and the Corsicans were out for revenge. This was a matter of course in the West Indies, but things were about to get much, much worse. On November 16, Louis XIV and James II of England reached an agreement intended to restrict buccaneering in the West Indies. Now, this agreement was made in good faith, but it would turn out to be utterly pointless for several reasons. First, the governors in Port Royal and Petit Goave had little to do with the buccaneers anymore. Most of them had moved on to that Gulf Coast colony founded by La Salle, so their attempts at reining in the buccaneers would be little more than pirate hunting. Second, the Spanish were still searching for that Gulf Coast colony. On Christmas Day, 1686, Vera Cruz once again sent out ships, the Rosario under Captain Rivas and the Esperanza under Captain Iriarte. They would be unsuccessful as well, though. The third, and arguably most important reason that the agreement was about to become pointless is because any agreement reached between France and England, and more especially Louis and James, was about to become void. More on that later. But the fourth reason that the agreement to curb buccaneering was utterly useless, well, that reason was currently crossing the Atlantic Ocean. I've talked before about the English council called the Lords of Trade and Plantations. They were an august body made up of powerful, landed English aristocrats, but they were still relatively new in 1686. I'd like you to imagine that same council, but 200 years old, and instead of being in charge of a dozen or so small islands and a few miles of North American coastline, they were in charge of one of the largest empires the world had ever known. And instead of a few notable names, imagine that the body was led by none other than the Grand Inquisitor of the Council of the Supreme and General Inquisition. He presided over that council, which included archbishops and chancellors of the Royal Audiencia and governors of Havana and Cartagena and Vera Cruz, as well as captains general and admirals and even the viceroys of both Nueva España and Peru. That body existed. It was called El Real y Supremo Consejo de las Indias, or the Royal and Supreme Council of the Indies. They were the real power behind every move that occurred in the Spanish Empire, everywhere from the Philippines to Africa to America. And they had just struck a deal. Usually that body found it distasteful to employ privateers. Now, some exceptions might be made in times of war. For example, there were those Corsican brothers and their Venetian allies, but they were barred from normal naval service, and they proved a useful tool. However, at this moment, things were growing ever more tense back in Europe. All the talk was of war, and Spain would be needing her full naval might back there. So the Council of the Indies agreed to allow a group of private ship owners and their captains to sail from Spain for the Americas as mercenary private naval units. They were called the Escuadrón Vizcano, also called the Guipuzcoano, or the Biscay Squadron. The English called them the Biscayers. They were among the most elite naval fighting forces that Spain had to offer. In the minds of the pirates, they were almost a mythical force. When Exquemelin wrote of them, it was in a hushed, almost reverent tone. Now, the Windward Fleet was to be avoided, naturally. Their warships were powerful and could seriously ruin your day. But they could be avoided. The Biscayers, though, when they arrived, they were truly frightening. They had the same skills as the very best privateers, but then they had better ships and better guns and better discipline. You see, the Bay of Biscay is that gulf that touches both the western coast of France and the northern coast of Spain. It was a tense expanse of water on which to work. The Navy men that sailed those waters were always ready for attack or invasion, and they constantly had to fight. That kind of environment breeds quality seamen. But when their terms of service were up, a few of them wanted to continue roving. Those that were deemed worthy of membership joined the Escuadrón Vizcano. These were the best of the best, the most elite sailors in Spain. I imagine that, for the pirates, hearing that a contingent of Biscay privateers was on its way was like hearing that a Spartan army was marching on your city, or that half a dozen Viking longships had just been spotted off the coast. You're going to have a bad time. Okay, have I built them up enough? Because as 1686 turned into 1687, an armada of Biscay squadron ships was nearing the West Indies. They were led by Almirante Francisco Garcia Galan. He was quoted as saying before departing Spain that his goal was, quote, to go in search of the pirate Laurencio before anything else, end quote. He was also accompanied by his two top lieutenants, Capitan Fermín Salaveri and Capitan José de Leoz y Ecalar. They were all intended to aid Spain in any conflict that might arise between the European powers in the West Indies, but like all the privateers, they were tough to control. They may have had better discipline in their ranks than typical English or French pirates, but they were only nominally beholden to the Council of the Indies. Still, though, that wasn't a problem for Spain. With the specter of war looming, they needed men who were difficult to control, as long as they could be unleashed. Now, England was still trying to avoid war, and Spain was still making it difficult. For example, a few months back, while Laurens de Graaf was marching his 500 pirates through the Yucatan jungle, the English ship HMS Dartmouth was chasing down a Spanish privateer that had captured a cargo of slaves. The Dartmouth followed that privateer to San Juan, Puerto Rico. The governor of San Juan invited the English in. He treated them as friends, and then he attempted to arrest the English captain of the Dartmouth. Now, the English escaped, but only just. The Dartmouth had to withstand 2 hours of bombardment from the shore batteries before she could make good her escape. But still, though, England managed to stay neutral. There was a serious political question here. The King of England was caught between his friendship and alliance with King Louis and the rising anti-French sentiment in England and all across Europe, so it was the best decision to stay out of it, for now. Then, in February, the Escuadrón Vizcano reached the West Indies. Their commander, Almirante Francisco Garcia Galan, had been killed. They got involved in an engagement off the Cape Verde Islands, so command fell to his 2 lieutenants, who concocted a plan. Now, most of the squadron was to stay near the Windward Islands under Capitan José de Leos y Ecalar. They based themselves around Trinidad, Tobago, and Margarita. They set about the business of taking English vessels. Within only a few days, the 100-ton Relief out of London, then the Speedwell, and then the Phoenix all fell to Spanish privateers. According to historian John Latimer, this caused, quote, outrage among the English authorities. Soon the Biscayers were making hay by attacking every English vessel they could find, down to the humblest fishing boat. End quote. Captain Fermin Salaveri, though, chose not to stick around the Windward Islands. He had dispatches to bring to the governors of Havana and Vera Cruz. It appears likely that his orders in Havana were to collect the privateers operating out of Santiago de Cuba, on the other side of the island, under Capitans Corso. Now those men were to join up with Salaveri and to follow him. Salaveri reached Havana by March 1687. Word of his coming had finally spread throughout all the West Indies. Everyone knew that the Biscayers had arrived. This created waves everywhere, certainly in the French and English ports, but those still had a population of buccaneers that would be bothered by this. Maybe most especially, waves were created in Vera Cruz. The Armada de Barlovento was stationed there in Vera Cruz, and word of the privateers wasn't happily received. See, the sailors on those Armada ships hadn't been busy lately. They'd been sitting idle in port, and unfortunately that meant they weren't getting paid. In fact, they were owed money already that they weren't receiving. And then they heard about these up-jumped, smarmy privateers that showed up to steal all the gold and all the glory, and probably, while they were at it, all the women. So the crews of the Armada mutinied. Marley calls it a riot. They abandoned their post. They abandoned the ships. They took their guns and what valuables they could put hands to and left. Over 200 men escaped before the officers arrived and put down their little revolt with a few well-placed musket balls. By the next month, in May, Captain Salaveri was ready to depart Cuba and head for the Gulf of Mexico and to Vera Cruz there in New Spain. But he didn't know what was waiting for him. Laurens de Graaf had been hunting Spanish privateers for months now. Sometimes he was more successful, sometimes less, and sometimes, instead of privateers, he just took regular merchant vessels. But he knew the Corso brothers were stationed around Santiago de Cuba, on the southern coast of the island. However, those were their home waters. They were heavily patrolled by Coast Guard ships. Skilled privateers like the Corsos, though, are hard enough to find. When they did come out, they came out in strength. De Graaf wanted these men. I can almost picture him here as, well, usually he was known for his dashing good looks and charm, with a well-kempt, twirled French mustache, but here I see him as unshaven and haggard. Still consumed by grief and rage over the loss of his wife, I see him drinking not just a few cups of wine in the evening, but bottles of rum at a time. Still, though, he would have been one of the most talented captains on the sea. He too had heard about these Biscayers, and likely he had heard that their job was, quote, to go in search of the pirate Laurencio before anything else. Despite whatever his mental state might have been, that wasn't the sort of thing that Laurens de Graaf would put up with. The Keys off the southern coast of Cuba are a tropical paradise. Long white sand beaches with crystal clear blue water, and those waters are filled with tropical fish in every color imaginable. Their coral reefs are in just as many colors and stretch as far as the eye can see. But they can also be hazardous. Those reefs are home to sharks, and they can lay a trap for anyone unfamiliar with them. After departing Havana, Captain Salaveri sailed east to the south of Cuba. He sailed between the coast and those keys, making his way to Santiago to collect the Corso brothers before heading on to Veracruz. That was where Lorho Cornelis Baudouin de Graaf found him, and he pounced. His ship came flying out from behind one of the many islands in those keys. Captain Salaveri tried to maneuver out of his line of fire, hoping to find a clear shot on the privateer. But Salaveri was unfamiliar with those waters. His ship ran aground on one of the many shifting sandbars or reefs under the waves. Now he tried to pull free, but he failed. He was hopelessly stuck there. And, very much like one of those sharks below the surface, smelling blood, Laurens de Graaf closed in. Now Captain Salaveri prepared to defend his ship to the last. Even if they fell, even if every one of his men perished, he would refuse to surrender to Laurencio. His men readied their weapons, they said one last prayer, and they prepared themselves to meet the Heavenly Father. But then, sailing in from the east, came the fleet of Giovanni and Biagio Michel, Juan and Blas Miguel Corso. They rushed in, hoping to rescue Salaveri and to chase de Graaf off, but de Graaf wasn't the sort of captain to turn away from a fight, especially with these two. Instead, he came about, he faced the Corso brothers, and he opened fire. 3 vessels attempted to surround de Graaf, 2 ships of the Corso brothers and a periagua. The plan was to catch him in their crossfire. It was exactly the right kind of tactic for the situation. In fact, it was exactly the kind of tactic that de Graaf himself was fond of using. However, if these Corso brothers had seen de Graaf operate 2 years earlier against the Armada de Barlovento at Alacran Reef, they would have known just how skilled de Graaf was at this sort of combat. Still, the Corsos fought hard. In many ways, it was a lot different from fighting the Armada. Those were ships that stood and shot, while these privateers operated like the Buccaneers. All of them maneuvered around one another. The 3 Spanish vessels were acting in concert to entrap de Graaf. But whenever they thought they had him and manned the guns, a hail of large shot and musket fire rushed out to meet them. Now de Graaf was outmanned and outgunned. Still, though, he pressed the Corsos, and every time they set a trap, he slipped out. But there's a question worth asking here. Who are the good guys in this fight? We've talked about Laurens de Graaf at length. We've come to know him. He's lately been our protagonist. But he's absolutely not a hero by any stretch of the imagination. Now, he was known to conduct himself with a certain level of decorum. There were rules on board his ship and on his raids. Compared to the other pirates in this story, even most of his companions, most of the prisoners that encountered him held de Graaf in high regard, almost gentlemanly for a pirate. The Spanish, on the other hand, were responsible for untold amounts of blood and fire, for hundreds of innocent English and French civilians' lives. So, were they the bad guys? That might be how traditional media and Western historians from an English or French background would tell that story, but let's look at it from the opposite perspective. De Graaf, too, was responsible for theft and torture and murder on a huge scale. Whole cities had been emptied and looted and burned on his orders. In a single night in Veracruz, he and his men massacred hundreds of patriotic Spanish guardsmen. They were just doing their jobs, protecting the good people of Veracruz, and he left them dead, with rivers of blood behind him. The Spanish here, and the Corsicans, were good Catholic boys. They were there to catch and execute the notorious pirate Laurencio. So, Were they the good guys? Perhaps not if you ask Francesca de Graaf or Michiel Andrieszoon or any of the dozens, perhaps hundreds of captains who were left dead in their wake. If you were watching a movie, you would be urged to take sides here. The pirates might be morally gray, but in their hearts they were good people. But I urge you not to do that. There were no good guys here. Now, they were all human. They were all made up of that same tangled mesh of complex motivations and emotions that drive us all, but each and every last one of the people fighting here was guilty of something. Now, de Graaf would eventually come about and sink the Periagua, which gave him the opportunity to focus in on one of the larger Spanish vessels. In that fight, he chose the ship of Juan Corso. Now, we don't know that back in February 1686, more than a year gone, that Laurens de Graaf was there when the Spanish privateers visited his plantation. We don't know that perhaps he was away surveying his fields when the Spanish arrived. We don't know that he saw the glow of his home up in flames in the distance and rushed back. And we don't know that when he finally arrived, he found it was too late, that his wife was lying there, lying in the yard with a bayonet wound to her belly, bleeding out. We don't have a record of him holding Francesca in his arms while her life slipped away, or of him seeing the retreating column of Juan Corso in the distance. If you want to imagine that, feel free. But remember that the stories of Juan and Blas Miguel Corso had the same sorts of tragedies in their past. Laurens de Graaf boarded the vessel of Juan Corso. His men, experienced at this sort of privateering, stormed over the deck and captured or killed every man aboard. I assume that at some point de Graaf and Corso crossed swords on deck. Now, whether they did or not, and whether they were swinging from the rigging and showcasing expert riposte, Juan Corso was killed. With that, Laurens de Graaf sailed away. Blas Miguel found his brother's body after the battle, and those of more than 100 of his friends floating in the sea. Blas Miguel then rescued Captain Saliveri. He pulled his ship free. However, upon receiving his orders to follow Captain Saliveri, he informed the Spaniard that he would not be joining Saliveri on the way to Vera Cruz. Those pristine reefs in the Cuban Keys were now broken. The crystal-clear waters were muddied with blood. Capitan Blas Miguel Corso surveyed all of this. He prepared his brother for a proper burial at sea, and he vowed that he would take revenge on Laurencio. Last time, we followed the Corsican privateers Juan and Blas Miguel Corso while they hunted and attacked French and English pirates in the West Indies. Now, they certainly didn't isolate their attacks to pirates and privateers. In fact, most of their raids were against merchants and fishermen and the like. Still, though, as far as their commissions were concerned, they were to act as Coast Guard, patrolling Spanish waters for smugglers and pirates. And they really took to the job, hunting Lutheran corsairs. Still, one pirate in particular vexed them, Laurens de Graaf. He was the greatest corsair of his age, and he would not be caught. In fact, quite the opposite. He actively hunted the Corso brothers in return, lurking in the waters south of Cuba that they called home. He tried to draw them out with his own raiding. He captured ships and killed their crews. He plundered them. He burned them. De Graaf really wanted the Corso brothers, likely in a quest for revenge after they raided his home at Cap Francais. Still, they wouldn't be caught. They were also skilled privateers and talented sailors. They knew how men like Laurens de Graaf operated. It wasn't until a Biscayan privateer, Capitan Fermin Saliveri, stumbled across Laurens de Graaf that the Dutch rover had his chance at the Corsos. After a fierce battle, in the end, Laurens de Graaf killed Juan Corso, and Blas Miguel vowed revenge. Now, that entire battle was illegal, at least on the face of things. The governors at both Havana and Petit Goave might protect their privateers, but it was still outright piracy. They were in a time of peace, and these were very much wartime maneuvers. See, battles at sea for revenge between warring bands of pirates that ended with hundreds of men dead and both sides vowing to hunt down and exact revenge on the others, well, that might be a relatively everyday affair in the West Indies. Now, to the pirates involved, it was certainly high drama. It was a literally life-and-death struggle over questions of honor and retribution. But from a different point of view, from the outlook of, say, the Lords of Trade or the Council of the Indies, it was almost mundane. Even to the governors that had to personally deal with warring pirates, it was really little more than a distraction. It was a distraction that oftentimes saw them hauled back to Europe to stand trial, but it was still less important than assuring commerce flourished and that the smooth flow of slaves and sugar was not interrupted. Now, in the normal course of things, the governors in Port Royal, Petit Goave, or Havana might send out a royal ship to chase off the pirates, maybe make a few arrests to show just how tough they were on piracy, but really that was even rarely a priority. Imagine the teachers at some school seeing two groups of boys roughing each other up on the schoolyard. It was a problem, and one that needed to be solved, but it wasn't too tough to deal with, usually just a sigh and a show of authority. But just now, after this little battle, the governors of Havana and Petit Goave, and even in Port Royal, well, they would have been deeply annoyed at the reports of de Graaf and the Corso brothers fighting. Now, it wasn't the fighting itself, that's why the privateers were kept around in the first place, but those governors were under orders. They were to avoid fighting if at all possible. They were to gather strength to them, not send it out to do battle and get killed. See, things in the West Indies, and even more so back in Europe, well, they were tense. Armies were on the move, as well as navies, but they were being careful not to engage one another. There was lots of posturing, lots of shows of strength, but no real fighting yet. But in the West Indies, where tempers were known to flare without warning and ships crewed by barely civilized freebooters crossed paths on a daily basis, that tension could erupt much more quickly into outright war. And if, say, a Dutch privateer flying French colors killed a bunch of Spanish sailors, well, that could be the event that sparked real conflict, not just in the West Indies, but across the world. It might be just the excuse Spain and the Habsburg Empire needed to enter French territory and to retake Strasbourg or Luxembourg. Now, it didn't happen right there, but it very likely could have. Either that, or maybe Spain would sail in and bombard Petit Goave or Tortuga until they finally capitulated. Then they could reclaim that city and maybe the whole of Saint-Dominique for Spain. In Europe, though, everyone knew exactly where the battle lines were drawn. They knew that there were lines not to cross unless you meant to do battle. However, in America, conflict could erupt anywhere, at any time, for almost any reason. So I ask you, does that sound like a good environment in which to raise a child? I assume that most of you would say no. It seems like if you had a small child to care for, the logical answer would be to avoid a place like that. And that's exactly what Anne Lelong thought. If her husband, Pierre, were still alive, and some records indicate that he was, he likely would have counseled her to stay in Brittany with Marie Marguerite Yvonne. She was only a few months old still, and the West Indies might be a dangerous place for a newborn. The point is, Anne did elect to stay in Brittany, for the time being at least, and it was probably a smart move. Things were about to get very dangerous back in the West Indies. This is episode 58, Fall of Titans. With the war threatening to break out at any moment and tensions running high, it would be best for everyone to just go home and cool off and relax, especially when someone had, say, personally vowed revenge for the death of their brother at the hands of Laurencio. That might be a good time to try some breathing exercises or a nice cup of tea. But that's not what Blas Miguel Corso did. Instead, he rallied his strength and sailed on Petit Goave on the 10th of August, 1687. Now, this date serves two very deliberate purposes. First, it was a feast day, and the residents of Petit Goave would likely be caught off guard and lightly defended. It was tactically a good move. But, and I just cannot believe this is an accident, It was the feast day of St. Lawrence. If your brother had been killed by a man named Lorenzo, or Laurencio for Little Lawrence, and you had the opportunity to invade his hometown, kill his friends, attack his neighbors, and possibly even take the man himself on a feast day that shares his name, well, wouldn't you take that opportunity? You would have to be blind not to see the poetry in that. But more to the point, St. Lawrence is a saint because he was martyred on the 10th of August. Now, Blas Miguel Corso probably didn't want to see de Graaf martyred and sainted, but that really wasn't an option for a man like de Graaf. However, he absolutely wanted to see Lorenzo executed like his namesake. So Blas Miguel led 85 privateers ashore to hunt down Laurens de Graaf and do any mischief that they could along the way. And he would find Laurens de Graaf. Unfortunately, he would find him at the head of several hundred other pirates, buccaneers, and guardsmen. The 85 put up a fight, but they were surrounded and captured almost immediately. Then de Graaf led his men down to the shore where the ships of Blas Miguel and his compatriots were waiting. The pirates trekked out into the surf, and Laurens de Graaf personally killed the man leading the guards. Then Laurens de Graaf took the boats out to those Spanish vessels and captured the officers on board, as well as the ships. A few days later, Blas Miguel Corso, along with a few other of the ranking officers, were brought into the town square at Petit Goave and broken on the wheel. All of that tension that was building in the West Indies was, well, it acted like chum to a shark. It was calling the pirates and privateers out of the woodwork. Now the Spanish, and really the English as well, were busy hunting pirates anywhere they could be found. Spain would mount a third and unsuccessful attempt to find La Salle's French colony in the Gulf of Mexico. But pirate hunting was slow going. Most buccaneers, with any sense at all, were far from the Caribbean. But they could tell with every piece of news they received that war was imminent, and that meant work, and good government contracts too. They might get fresh provisions or new guns or, if they were lucky, even a new ship. Privateers were swarming into the West Indies from La Salle's colony and the North American colonies and even the coast of Africa. The promise of war made them bold. Perhaps the most prominent of these was Jan Willems, who left the swamps of Carolina and approached the English on Jamaica in September 1687. He had, quote, a large Dutch-built ship with 44 guns and 100 men. Jacob Evertson has a fine bark with 10 guns, 16 swivel guns, and about 50 men. They also have a small sloop, end quote. Willems anchored off the north coast of Jamaica in Montego Bay, and he smuggled word ashore that he was open to accepting an English commission. Now, he might have had news that Christopher Monk, the Duke of Albemarle, was somewhat more lenient than Molesworth had been towards privateers. Unfortunately for him, Molesworth was still actually in charge of dealing with privateers. He wrote of Jan Willems, quote, that if he was ready to come in and live honestly among us, giving security for the same, he might be received, end quote. That is to say, if he was willing to come to Jamaica and live an honest life, but not the life of a privateer. Still, though, it was better than nothing, and certainly better than arrest, so Willems and Evertson wrote a letter, quote, Captains Yankee and Jacob to Lieutenant Governor Molesworth, Montego Bay, 3 September 1687. We have arrived from Carolina and brought several people thence who have been driven from the colony by the trouble with the Spaniards. In all sincerity we present ourselves, our ships, and company to the service of the King of England, and hope for your assurance that our ships and men shall not be troubled or molested, as we are ignorant of the laws and customs of this island. We can satisfy you that we have never injured any British subject. Signed John Williams and Jacob Everson, end quote. That sounds nice, doesn't it? But that last bit there about never having injured any British subject, well, there's actually two things to note about that. First, it's an interesting choice of words to use British subject. See, the Kingdom of Great Britain didn't yet exist. It wouldn't exist for another almost exactly 20 years. However, it was well known that the Stuarts, and especially James II, was invested in the idea of uniting Scotland and England. perhaps Jan Willems was stroking their ego a bit, and also pointing out that he hadn't injured any Scottish citizens as well as English. That was, of course, though, complete nonsense. Jan Willems was still a fugitive from English law and a wanted man in every English colony from New York to Barbados. 3 years earlier, he'd captured the James, an English trader, and he'd imprisoned the crew. He brought them back to Petit Goave, where they were released, but the James was impounded by France. Remember when HMS Ruby sailed for Saint-Dominique intending to arrest Jan Willems? That was all about his capture of the James, and England hadn't just forgotten about that. So Lieutenant Governor Molesworth ordered the frigate HMS Falcon under Captain Charles Talbot to sail around the island and arrest Jan Willems. Unfortunately, the Falcon wasn't up to the task. She was forced to return home before reaching Williams because she was in such poor repair. Instead, Molesworth sent out a letter on a smaller vessel offering the pirates pardon and naturalization if they agreed to buy property, renounce privateering, and give up their vessels. Willems and Evertson replied that giving up privateering would leave them, quote, destitute of all livelihood in present and future, end quote, and that they didn't have, quote, money to purchase an estate ashore. Still, that was the offer that Molesworth was willing to make, and he wasn't prepared to sweeten the deal. On 19 October, he wrote, quote, if you will accept the condition, make the best of your way to Port Royal. If not, leave the coast at once, for I shall consider the treaty to be at an end. End quote. Jan Willems and Jacob Evertson left the coast at once. The same month that Jan Willems arrived off Jamaica's coast, well, September 1687 was a busy month. Back in Europe, even though the war hadn't officially begun, France and the Holy Roman Empire were both moving their armies into position. They were grabbing up territory that was of questionable ownership. You know how when you're about to play a game of Risk, before the game begins, you have to place all your pieces strategically? That was happening. They were doing that in the West Indies as well. Governor Pierre-Paul de Cousset of Saint-Dominique had orders for the pirate Laurens de Graaf. He had to be reined in, brought in from the cold, as it were, and the governor had just the job for the task. Ile Vache, or Ile Vaca, or in English, Cow Island, lay just off the southern coast of Saint-Dominique. It was still technically part of Santo Domingo, Spanish territory, but at the time it was mostly Englishmen that used the island. Now, the island had a rich history of harboring pirates, all the way back to Henry Morgan, and even well beyond that. But right now, its ownership was up in the air. It was a strategically important position, an island stronghold that any of the three powers might utilize if a war should break out. But that was only one part of the reason for the interest in the island. You see, there was treasure nearby. And not just any treasure. A wrecked Spanish treasure galleon had just been found. The English on Ile Vache were actually there looking for the treasure, but France found the wreck first off the coast of Haiti, not too far off. Now, I've got a whole episode in the works about the wreckers and the treasure hunting going on here and elsewhere in the Caribbean at the moment, so I'm going to more or less brush by this, but I will say that Governor de Cousset sent de Graaf to secure Ile Vache and also the treasure. He was able to do so pretty easily. See, England didn't even bother to put up a fight, even though they were really interested in finding that treasure. It was easy because everyone was lying. The French said they needed the island for defense against Spain and that England had to vacate. England responded that they wouldn't stop the French from defending the island. They'd even help out if only they could stick around. See, they fished there. That's it. They used it for fishing. I guess there wasn't much good fishing around Jamaica. So France replied, yeah, sure. Look, if England stayed, it would be against the terms of their neutrality pact. And in Jamaica, the Duke admitted, quote, few of our ships do fish there, and then not for the edible turtle, but for the tortoise shell. And as to hunting, the thing is unknown. So I issued a proclamation ordering compliance with Monsieur de Cousset's request. End quote. There was actually a political motivation for de Cousset ordering de Graaf to Ile Vache beyond the obvious military and economic benefits. See, at that moment, Santo Domingo had a delegation in Petit Goave. They were there to discuss terms of a treaty that would ensure a lasting peace and deal with the privateer problem. De Cussy was able to report that he was just about to send Laurens de Graaf out on an absolutely peaceful mission, one that would keep him out of the Spaniards' hair and absolutely didn't involve salvaging millions in lost Spanish silver. Later he would write, quote, "One cannot describe the joy these Spaniards felt when they learned, said Monsieur Laurens would cease making war on them." And he went on, "They could not cease staring at him, being unable to believe he was made like other men." End quote. So Laurens de Graaf sailed to Isla Vache with 250 men and took possession of the island. He had regular patrols out guarding the reclamation efforts on the treasure galleon, but he was also looking for any trouble that Spain might be sending their way. It was, on the whole, dull work, but it kept him busy. Meanwhile, Jan Willems was less gainfully employed. Without a commission and without much in the way of money or food, they were forced to turn to old-fashioned roving. And they had a lead. Their own treasure galleon, in fact. In February, Governor Albemarle received word that the pirates had engaged a treasure ship. He writes, quote, "The pirates Jan and Jacobs have fallen upon a great Spanish ship in the Bay of Honduras called the Hulk. If Jan failed in this attempt, he is ruined, for it is said that he was very ill provided before. Had I the honor of pardoning pirates, which was formerly usual here, I could have done the king good service." End quote. When Albemarle calls that ship the Hulk, he's saying in English it was the Urca. Now, probably not the Urca de Lima, since this ship was out of Spain and not Peru, but possibly. He's also regretting Jan Willems wasn't in the service of England. Had he the power to grant Willems a commission, as English governors had formerly possessed, England would have a strong, capable, experienced captain on their side. It was something of a passive-aggressive note to the Lords of Trade and King James that he really should be given that authority, especially since things were so clearly marching toward war. A few weeks later, he received further word of Jan Willems. As it happened, Willems had taken the Urca. It was a fierce firefight lasting from dawn until 3 in the afternoon, but the pirates were successful in the end, and they sailed away with the Urca and all of her rich treasure. This was arguably one of the greatest hauls ever taken at sea. It rivals the later prizes taken by Henry Avery and Bartholomew Roberts and Sam Bellamy, hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions, in silver and gold and gems, in indigo and pearls and elephant hides and ivory. Right now, for Jan Willems and Jacob Evertsen, it was a good time to leave the West Indies. They would be rich men, and they could make it anywhere with a haul like that. However, neither would live to enjoy their newfound wealth. They disappeared somewhere in the Atlantic, traveling to the North American English colonies. Their ships made it just fine, along with their crews and all that fabulous treasure, but neither captain arrived with them. We don't know what happened to Jan Willems or Jacob Evertsen. Perhaps they were killed in the battle with the Urca in Honduras Bay, or perhaps they succumbed to injuries taken in the fighting, or to illness at sea. Many historians have suggested that with the two captains about to receive such a large sum with their shares from this fabulous haul, the crews decided to mutiny and kill them both. Their shares divided among a few hundred other men might not be much, but maybe it was enough to kill over. Or it's possible that the crew disagreed with their plans after taking the Urca. Both pirates were marked men, and their options for a place to settle down and spend that windfall were limited. Perhaps they were deposed, maybe even put ashore on some lonely island, while the crew sailed away to happier harbors, places that would not have accepted either Jan Willems or Jacob Evertsen. What we do know is that a ship arrived some months later in Newport, Rhode Island. It was commanded by a man named Captain George Peterson. Now, we'll talk more about Peterson when we talk about the pirates of the New England coast, but for now, Captain Peterson arrived in Newport at the head of a crew made up of men who had formerly served with Jean Hamlin, Jacob Evertsen, and Jan Willems. He informed the authorities that all three men were now dead. In March, the Spanish would undertake yet another failed mission to find La Salle's colony. You see, here's the problem. Have you ever lost your keys and searched everywhere they should be extremely carefully? The couch cushions, the car, your purse, your jacket, the counter right next to the door, your pants pockets, the couch cushions again, that chair you never sit in, but you never know, the jacket again, pockets again, until finally you're sitting in your car after having searched every inch of it and still no sign of your keys. It's maddening. Well, that's what the Spanish were doing. La Salle's colony is supposed to be at the mouth of the Mississippi River. That's why it was there in the first place. But the mouth of the Mississippi is an unbelievably complex maze of islands. It's made of lakes and inlets and endlessly branching tributaries. The Spanish were busy mapping the region, and in fact would create the first truly reliable maps of the region. It was all in the service, though, of finding La Salle's colony and the pirates that lived there. They searched Barataria Bay, which eventually will play a much larger role in our story. They searched Lake Salvador, and then back to Barataria Bay, and into any of the many, many lakes and watersheds with Cajun names that I will not utter here. But when you're searching for your keys, and you've given up hope of ever finding them, and beginning to seriously consider purchasing a bus pass, miraculously, there they are. Somewhere that they have no logical right to be. Maybe the freezer or the shower. You haven't taken a shower since you got home, but there they are. Personally, I tend to put keys up high, out of sight, as soon as I walk through the door. The point is, the keys were somewhere that there was no right for them to be. It doesn't make any sense. Well, that was the case with La Salle's colony. It was much too far to the west to be of any use in exploring the Mississippi, but because it was so far out there in a place it had no logical right to be, the Spanish just never looked there. Still, even if they were unsuccessful, those Biscayan privateers were busy wreaking havoc across the region. On March 21st, 1688, Governor Edwin Steed of Barbados would write that the English ship Dragon, under Captain Roger Whitfield, had been taken by José de Leoz y Ecalar. The Dragon had fallen, quote, into the hands of the Biscayers about Puerto Rico, who are taken into the King of Spain's service to take pirates, and who interrupt English traders more than the pirates ever did. They not only confiscate the ship and goods, but put all men to death. End quote. The Biscayers were a menace, no more so than the Brethren of the Coast had been. In fact, really quite a bit less so. They weren't marching on Port Royal or burning Petit Goave to the ground. Well, Blas Miguel had tried to do so, but 85 men is nothing compared to the 2,000 under Henry Morgan. But they were still a menace, however, a menace that the Spanish were willing to tolerate. After all, when war came, and it was coming, they would be eminently useful tools. So Jan Willems and Jacob Evertsen were dead, along with Michiel Andrieszoon and, right about this time, Michel de Grammont. The Corso brothers were both dead, and though the Biscayers were causing trouble, it would probably mean war if anyone tried to do anything serious about it, so Laurens de Graaf was busy minding Isla Vache for the moment. Things in the world of West Indian piracy had settled down a bit. Back in Europe, though, the war against the Ottomans and all of the tertiary conflicts, well, they were all finally wrapped up. Several thousand soldiers and commanders of the Habsburg forces in Europe, all of whom were now veterans of the war, were now marching west to the Rhine. Louis XIV was marching out to meet them with armies of his own. It was clear that things were at a head, and if war was to be averted, it had to be now. However, to all those regular people living in Europe, it seemed like a good time to get out while the getting was good. That might have been on Anne's mind when she chose to sail west across the Atlantic for Saint-Dominique, although, honestly, I kind of doubt it. She left her daughter there in Brittany with family, and that doesn't seem like the action of someone running for safety. More likely, she finally received word of her husband's death. The funeral rites would already have been handled there in Petit Goave, but Anne had respects to pay, and she also had more pressing real-world concerns. Pierre Lalonde was a landed man. He had ships and slaves and a whole plantation to his name. There was also something of a manor house there, not the grand 19th century colonial manor you might be picturing, but no slouch either. Anne had to go deal with all of that stuff, though. Much of it was likely left to her, if not all of it, and even if it wasn't left to her, it would still be her responsibility to handle it. At some point in late 1688 or 1689, Anne returned to Cap Francais. And then at some point over the next year or so, she remarried. It wasn't really in question whether or not she would marry. The Queen of England might choose not to marry, but a French woman in her 20s with land and property to her name, women weren't even really allowed to own property at the time. She was really sort of a caretaker, or maybe better described as an executor, of Pierre Lalonde's estate, but she would be expected to remarry. She chose to marry a man named Joseph Cherel. He was almost certainly someone she already knew, probably someone that knew Pierre Lalonde as well. I think it's important to note here that the idea of the institution of marriage as a loving relationship is a relatively recent one. It was much more of a financial concern back then, a business arrangement, really. A woman in Anne's position would likely have a fair amount of say in the matter, but she probably would have chosen someone capable of running that plantation, arguably somebody who even knew the grounds already. As for love and companionship and even sex, people often looked outside the marriage, especially the French. Mistresses were common for French husbands, and oftentimes wives turned to other married women for emotional support and sexual fulfillment, and even that sense of partnership. A best friend was far better suited to that task than some man you signed a contract with to run your plantation and give you children. And now Anne, who now was Anne Cherel, would have had success there as well. The plantation was back up and running. They were earning money again, and once again she became pregnant. And those months, that year or so after Jan Willems died, were relatively slow. Anne was putting her life back together, and Laurens de Graaf was busy manning an empty island. But back in Port Royal, a Titan was falling. The Duke of Albemarle had convinced King James to reinstate Sir Henry Morgan to the Council of Jamaica. However, it was more of an honorary gesture. Henry Morgan was, by this point, too ill to attend any meetings. He'd been drinking heavily for many years, and ever since he'd been removed from power and growing in wealth, there was no check on his baser instincts. Albemarle had his personal physician, Hans Sloane, attend Morgan, and he found that Morgan was, quote, lean, sallow-colored, his eyes a little yellowish and belly jutting out or prominent. He complained to me of want of appetite for victuals. He had a kicking to vomit every morning, and generally a small looseness attending him, and withal as much given to drinking and sitting up late, which I supposed had been the cause of his present indisposition. End quote. Sloane diagnosed Morgan with dropsy, and ordered Morgan to quit drinking immediately and put him on a healthier diet. But Morgan didn't listen to that. He died on August 25th, 1688. He was, as best as we can guess, 53 years old. That's actually a pretty long life for someone who started out as a buccaneer. He had a good name, he had familial connections, but in many ways Morgan was a self-made man. Now, his pursuits were less than honorable, plunder and murder and slave labor. But in 1688, those were things to be respected. Governor Albemarle ordered him buried with full state honors and had every ship in the harbor fire off a salute. It's been said that the governor ordered an amnesty so that all the pirates and privateers in the West Indies could attend, but I find that pretty doubtful. Morgan hadn't been himself a pirate or privateer in years, and he devoted no small amount of his energy in those last years to actively hunting, prosecuting, and executing pirates. That might be a bit of romance, but it does paint a powerful picture. Henry Morgan left no children. His fortune and his property were all left to his brother-in-law and his sister. And then just over 1 month later, on the 6th of October, 1688, Governor Christopher Monk, Duke of Albemarle, followed Morgan into the grave. Now, he was only 35 years old and in fine health up until a sudden death. The loss of both men, though, the governor and Henry Morgan himself, well, that shook Jamaica to the core. It sent shock waves through the colony. It rippled out to all the other English settlements in the West Indies. And it should be noted that back in England, things were crumbling as well, but we'll talk about that later. Meanwhile, the salvage operation under Laurens de Graaf had concluded. Apparently, it went well because in early 1689, he was ordered out to another salvage job. Now, that might seem kind of dull for a man like de Graaf, but salvaging actually proved to be far better work than privateering. It was safer, obviously, and it also paid better. But really, what's probably the most important to a crew is that, well, they didn't really have to do the work. They would sail out there, sure, and stand guard, but, well, first of all, the diving bell was a recent invention, or at least an old invention reimagined. But more importantly, it wasn't Europeans actually doing the diving. Traditionally, it had been Amerindians that dove for pearls and sunken treasure, but it was almost exclusively African slaves here. Now, for them, it was probably a nightmarish hell, but for de Graaf and his crew, it was easy money. So he was working at a place called the Serrania Bank, out in the middle of the sea, about 150 miles southwest of Jamaica. It was right about halfway between Port Royal and Providence Island. He spent several weeks out there, out in the open ocean. Now, there were some English wreckers already out there, but de Graaf elected to share the space with them. France and England were, after all, old allies at this point. And the Stuarts and the Bourbons, well, they were good friends. Anyway, he had no particular orders to chase anyone else off, so he didn't do so. But when those Englishmen returned to Port Royal, they discovered that things had drastically changed. England and France were now enemies. What was left of the government in Jamaica assumed that de Graaf was on some super-secret pirate mission. David F. Marley writes, quote, "The War of the League of Augsburg was just then breaking out back in Europe, so that they assumed the corsair chieftain intended greater mischief. Yet, in fact, de Graaf had departed before the full scope of hostilities had become apparent, and remained blissfully unaware of the true state of affairs in his enforced isolation off the Serrania Bank." End quote. De Graaf would spend several weeks out there, hauling up cannons and swivel guns. Not much in the way of gold or silver, but at this moment guns were arguably more valuable than gold. When stores started to run low, though, de Graaf sent one of his ships back to Petit Goave to deliver the guns and pick up some more food and water. However, that ship didn't return. There were any number of possible reasons the ship didn't return. Contrary winds, maybe, or sunk in a storm, or waylaid at port, or captured by Biscayan privateers. In this case, it was the contrary winds. The ship was sitting idle, waiting for winds that would carry her southwest. But Laurens de Graaf didn't know what the holdup was all about. His most pressing concern, though, was food. So he sailed north for the southern coast of Cuba. It was a good place to steal some much-needed supplies. Now, for a privateer flying French colors, especially someone as well-known as de Graaf, the coast of Cuba wasn't exactly the best place to pick up news. You were still in a sort of enforced isolation. It's not like you were going to sit down at tea with someone or pick up a newspaper there in the Cuban Keys. But he did eventually learn of events in October or November 1689. Now, at this point, there was a new governor in Port Royal. However, right about now, I think it's a good time to stop bothering you with the names of Jamaican governors. There will be a succession of them from here on out, but really, not a single one of them is in the least bit important to our story for the next 20 years or so, except that they still wrote letters. In this case, the governor wrote, quote, "Laurens with a ship of 200 men touched at Montego Bay the other day. Did no harm, but said that he would obtain a commission at Petit Goave and return to plunder the whole of the north side of the island. The people are so affrighted that they have sent their wives and children to Port Royal." End quote. Laurens de Graaf was warning the people of Jamaica. He let them know he would be coming. You see, France and England were at war, but this wasn't just England at war with France. Spain was at war with France as well, as was the whole of the Habsburg Empire, and the Netherlands, and Scotland and Sweden, and a few smaller principalities, but they didn't really have much presence in the West Indies. But basically everyone was at war with France. I wonder if Laurens de Graaf considered for a moment if he were on the right side. There is a decent chance that England was still willing to have him. They'd sent enough letters to that effect in the past, and oftentimes lamented his allegiance to France. And with the Dutch Republic, which was de Graaf's home country, joining forces with England, quite literally in fact, I wonder if he thought about changing sides. The thought has crossed my mind that he might have been Catholic, but the zeal with which he and his men despoiled Spanish churches makes this unlikely. However, he did at one point have a Spanish wife, but for whatever reason, he considered France his home, or at least his adopted kingdom. When war came, and it was here now, he chose to fight for France. So he returned to Petit Goave. He gathered men and supplies, and a few of those reclaimed guns, and a commission from Governor de Cussy to attack the enemies of France in this time of war. I wonder if he saw Anne while he was there. She was likely in Cap Francais, so probably not, but if he did stop off, she would have been several months into her pregnancy. De Graaf probably knew Joseph Charel as well, but we can't really be certain. Most of those relationships are all unclear. Probably he didn't stop off at Cap Francais, though he had more important places to be. In early December, he arrived off the northern coast of Jamaica with a small armada, mostly frigates and a few sloops of war. The sea between Cuba and Jamaica was a long time favored haunt for pirates. First of all, the winds were decent, and the Cayman Trench meant that the sea was deep enough that there wouldn't be any reefs or sandbars or other hazards. But then there was the shipping. It was an excellent place to capture Spanish vessels or French vessels or English, really any nation's vessels, depending on who you were after. But what made that expanse of water so inviting was the multitude of places to disappear. They were the sort of places that you could lay traps and, when needed, hide from the authorities. For example, Montego Bay, on the northwest of Jamaica, was an excellent harbor and really lightly defended. It was where every pirate who came to Jamaica chose to lay anchor. Jan Willems, John Coxon, Jean Hamlin, everyone used it. And now, Laurens de Graaf called it home. However, he did have ships elsewhere on the coast of Jamaica. Farther to the east, there's a small bay called Runaway Bay. It's situated right now to the Green Grotto cave system. Previously, those were called Runaway Caves. Now, the caves in the bay were used by the Arawak originally, but when England invaded Jamaica back in 1655, the Spanish fled to Runaway Bay. That would be a lovely story for its name, but of course that's not the case. It's called Runaway Bay and Runaway Caves because of the many escaped slaves that used it as a hideout. It was an excellent place to hide, but beyond that, it was also a place where one could secure passage to one of the escaped slave colonies on the Main. See, that bay was used as a harbor for the worst sort of rapscallions, smugglers and rum runners, and fences for pirated goods used the caves. Indians and ships from those escaped slave colonies might even occasionally call there. Now, while any ship carrying good men would probably recapture those slaves, pirates, privateers, rum runners, smugglers, they were more likely to offer passage than recapture. But this was wartime. If the Spanish were going to blockade Jamaica, they would send an armada to Port Royal and park just outside the range of her guns. They would stop or sink any ships that tried to sail in and prevent any ships from leaving. But that was a large, expensive naval maneuver. It took big ships and lots of guns with even more men. But Laurens de Graaf was a pirate. He could do much the same job for far less. His ships blocked Montego Bay. Some of his sloops stayed out there in Runaway Bay and sortied out from time to time to capture any ships that passed by, any English or Spanish or Dutch ships. He spent weeks there, capturing ships and grinding trade on the north side of the island to a halt. He caught more than a dozen traders just in the first 2 weeks, and then his men went ashore. They burned their way across the countryside. Now, there was virtually no one there to stop them. There were no garrisons up there on the north side of the island. There were no naval detachments or fortifications. There might be, if the town was particularly large, a tower with a big gun. And, let's be honest, not a very tall tower and not a very big gun. But there wasn't even anyone to man them if there was a tower with a gun. Everybody had already left. And that was fine, really. It wasn't plunder that interested de Graaf. That was just an amusement for the men. It was the blockade. Those were his orders, and the many ships available out there for the taking. Now, if England hadn't spent the past 20 years dismantling their network of privateers, maybe they could have mounted a defense. If John Coxon and Thomas Paine and William Wright and Bartholomew Sharp and John Cook and Edward Davis and Joseph Bannister, well, if they had been kept on the back burner, kept on the payroll as it was, been protected and guided rather than hunted, well, they would have been a force to be reckoned with. If England had continued handing out commissions, as both France and Spain had done, they would have an armada of brethren ships to call to their defense. They would even have had Henry Morgan there for many years as lieutenant governor, who would have been the perfect liaison when dealing with buccaneers. They would also likely have had, if they were willing to hand out commissions to foreign captains, Jan Willems, Michiel Andrieszoon, and Laurens de Graaf. Instead, England tried to do the honorable, righteous thing and stopped employing privateers. They hunted pirates rather than courting them. And that pushed all of those men into French service. And here, now that war has broken out, well, they're left with nothing. While Laurens de Graaf was free to assault their shores. Now, Port Royal was still in operation. They could receive ships and cargo and send it out. In fact, they were even able to receive the new governor. He would write to the lords of trade and plantations, quote, "On my arrival, I received news of a wreck about 40 leagues to the southwest of the island, which renders Port Royal very thin of seamen." And right here he's talking about the Spanish galleon that de Graaf had been recovering, and then he goes on, "The weather has been bad, and little treasure has been recovered so far. Not that this island is likely to be a gainer, for I have no ship to send and protect those at work there. The Drake being returned a fortnight since, hardly able to float. She has since been found on survey to be irreparable for less than 2,000 pounds, or more than her first cost." End quote. Remember earlier when HMS Falcon went out to capture Jan Willems and was forced to turn back? Her sails and rigging and hull were all in such poor repair. Yeah, that happened again here with the Drake. HMS Drake was actually sent out to deal with de Graaf, but couldn't even make it to the other side of the island. Now, she was a 16-gun, 6th-rate ship of the line. Not a huge warship, but a warship nonetheless. But she was almost 40 years old. England was sending out ships to bolster Jamaica's naval defense, but they were really sending the dregs, ships that were too rotten to sail. Really, all they were good for was sitting in port to deter that potential Spanish blockade. There was HMS Ruby, which had served England well for many years there at Jamaica, and she'd even recently been refurbished. But then she was recalled to England. Even the Falcon, though she was in too poor a condition to sail, was a 42-gun, 4th-rate ship of the line. But she was recalled back to England as well. Jamaica had nothing. The new governor was at a loss. His letter continues, quote, "We have therefore no ships now except the Swan, which is so bad a sailor that she is little better than nothing. If she should fall 10 leagues to leeward, I never hope to see her again. The Drake was a smaller ship, but being a prime sailor, she kept the French in awe. So I must beg for a couple of prime sailors, if they be only a 5th and 6th rate, or the north side of the island will inevitably be destroyed." End quote. The governor was begging here for more ships, even the worst of the worst, as long as they could sail. It would take England a long time to realize their mistake in discouraging privateering. It would be decades, in fact, until another governor in Jamaica, Archibald Hamilton, empowered and established a group of privateers on the island. Those privateers would go on to form the Flying Gang, led by Benjamin Hornigold and Henry Jennings. That would prove to be a poor move as well, but right now, they really could have used some private mercenary seamen to aid in their defense. Laurens de Graaf was free to do as he pleased on the north side of the island, and for months he did. He and the French privateers burned and raided anywhere they pleased. But even more importantly, they controlled the shipping lanes between Cuba and Jamaica, as well as the Windward Passage just near Petit Goave. And those were pretty important sea lanes. See, Port Royal had recently risen to be the largest and most profitable slave market in the world. With things between France and Spain turning bad, and relations brightening between Spain and England, everybody was buying slaves in Port Royal, everyone but France. The Dutch sold their slaves in Port Royal, and Spain bought them, and most of that shipping traveled through either the Cayman Trench or the Windward Passage. And for the moment, Laurens de Graaf and the French controlled both. For months, until May. It was in May that de Graaf would suddenly leave his post at Jamaica. Now, it might have seemed like a miracle to the Jamaican governor, but he would soon enough find out why de Graaf left. He writes, quote, "The island has fitted out a sloop, which lately went out to Caymanos for turtle, where there were several of our craft lying. There, Lorho, the great pirate of Petit Goave, engaged the sloop, and the rest of the craft escaped. The firing was heard continuing until 11 at night, and as this was a month since, and nothing has been heard of the sloop, we conclude that Lorho has taken her, he having 2 men against 1. End quote. Laurens de Graaf did indeed take that English sloop and incorporate it into his growing fleet. And his fleet was quickly becoming one of the more powerful naval powers in the West Indies. Well, at least in his part of the West Indies, there was still the Armada de Barlovento and the Biscayers, and over in the Lesser Antilles, everyone was gathering naval strength. But up around Cuba, Jamaica, and Saint Dominique, it was all Laurens de Graaf. He controlled those waters. While he was interrogating sailors, though, that he took on that turtling expedition, he found something out that was a vital piece of information. England and Spain were planning a joint operation. It was going to be a big move that involved dozens of ships, potentially thousands of men. And where they were going to attack? Well, they were going to cut off de Graaf's support at the route. England and Spain were about to march on Saint Dominique. Mary Wollstonecraft was an amazing human being. She was the mother of Mary Shelley, the author of Frankenstein, but in her day she was far more famous than her daughter. I do have to say, first of all, that her name is a bit ridiculous. It's basically Mary Wollstonecraft. I've heard of plenty of people named Thatcher or Smith or Butcher or Baker, but never a Denise Candlestick Maker. Still, though, she's a deeply inspirational person. First of all, she was a writer and a historian, but she was also a political activist. She lived during the French Revolution, and while she was English, she spent many years during the Revolution in France. After seeing the reality of the Revolution, she would write an historical and moral view of the French Revolution, which dealt honestly with the need for republican reform, but also with the brutality and the barbarism she witnessed during the Terror. In 1790, Edmund Burke, a British political theorist, wrote a treatise on the French Revolution calling for the restoration of the monarchy and defending the aristocracy, while calling for the Third Estate to return to what he considered their rightful place. He must still have been smarting just a bit from England's loss of the colonies in America just a few years earlier. But Mary Wollstonecraft wrote A Vindication of the Rights of Men in response. It was the first in a series of pamphlets refuting Burke's arguments, including Thomas Paine's Rights of Man. Mary Wollstonecraft, though, is probably best known for her work A Vindication of the Rights of Woman. It's one of those works that's simply ahead of its time, and the sort of thing that might only be able to exist in the climate of a place like revolutionary France. It argued for a number of different political, economic, and educational reforms, as well as social reforms in regards to women. It's a strange work. When you look at it with modern eyes, in a lot of ways, some of it seems almost regressive compared to where we've come to now. It was very much written with a 1794 mindset, but in a lot of other ways, it's deeply radical compared to where we've come. Her story, Mary Wollstonecraft, is a fascinating story, and it takes place during some of the most important upheaval in history. It's filled with all sorts of contradictions that will make you question some of your beliefs, and I definitely suggest looking into it if it's a story with which you're unfamiliar. However, her story would eventually end, as so many did, in childbirth. She was giving birth to her daughter, who would eventually become Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, with the aid of a midwife. There were complications in the birth, nothing too serious, nothing life-threatening, but a doctor was called in. Famously, he hadn't washed his hands since seeing his last patient. Mary Wollstonecraft, who was healthy beforehand, became infected. She caught a fever, and she died. The messages in Frankenstein by her daughter of doctors that ignore the consequences of their actions, that play God and that destroy lives, well, those tend to become a lot clearer. The death of Mary Wollstonecraft was a tragedy, and one that could have been easily avoided, but it wasn't an anomaly. Childbirth has always been dangerous, especially before modern medicine. However, for a brief period there, when modern medicine as we know it was still in its very earliest days, it actually became far more dangerous for women to give birth. Doctors, unknowingly and unwittingly, actually spread disease whenever they aided in a birth. Women were known to write their wills immediately upon learning they were pregnant. And mothers and children died in far greater numbers than ever before, until we finally discovered germs and sanitation. But that was a problem mostly for urban European women. If you were, for example, a French woman of some means living in Saint-Dominique and you had the benefit of skilled midwives, you probably had a much better chance of survival, as did your child. Of course, those women in Saint-Dominique didn't know that at the time. For Anne Cherel, who was at this point very pregnant and preparing to give birth there in Cap Francais, she must have worried that the midwives would give far poorer care than she had received back in Brittany from her doctors. Still, though, she was prepared. She was ready for childbirth. But she wasn't ready for what was coming to Cap Francais. This is episode 59, The Tragedy of La Limonade. When we left off last time, Laurens de Graaf had just taken an English sloop from Port Royal, off the Cayman Islands. The sloop was there hunting tortoise, reportedly, but de Graaf captured her and interrogated the crew. One of the English crewmen let slip that England and Spain were preparing their first major joint venture in the West Indies of the war that had just recently broken out. I imagine Laurens de Graaf holding an English soldier that he'd just run through by the collar, demanding everything he knows. Then I imagine the Englishman spitting blood at de Graaf, as well as defiance. Then he tells de Graaf of the impending attack, because there's nothing that the pirate can do to stop it. And then he lets out a haggard laugh until he bleeds out there on the deck. But that's just fantasy. In reality, it was probably more of a terrified fishermen, prisoners, torture, wetting their pants kind of situation. But Laurens de Graaf rushed into action when he received that news. He immediately sailed home for Petit Goave to warn the governor, Pierre-Paul de Cousset, of the impending attack on their home. The governor's response has often been characterized as brushing off the danger. You know, something like, "This pirate thinks he can tell me my business? Scoff." But I don't think that's how it was. De Cousset actually took measures to prepare for the attack. He transferred de Graaf from his post on Ile Avache to Cap Francais. Now, I've spoken before about de Graaf's plantation as though it were in Cap Francais, and I've also mentioned the many relationships he may have made there. But that was mostly speculation. His story from here on out, though, is closely tied to the city, which is why I made that speculation, but he could have had a plantation somewhere else on the island. Right now, though, we receive our first documented evidence of Laurens de Graaf living in Cap Francais. This was a sensible place to put him. The city was growing. The northern coast of the island was an excellent place to settle. It had miles of good coastline and many good harbors, as well as land that was perfectly suited for growing sugar on large plantations. It was also, if the information that de Graaf had received from that Englishman was accurate, where the force of English and Spanish soldiers meant to make their attack. Now, if Laurens de Graaf and Michiel Andrieszoon hadn't moved to Cap Francais and met Pierre Lalonde and his wife Anne, well, Laurens de Graaf would have met Anne here. It was his job, from the governor, to prepare the region for an attack, and Anne was a prominent enough citizen that he almost certainly spoke with her. Now, I still believe that he already knew Anne, and that he knew Captain Lalonde. I think it's likely that he did live near Cap Francais when his plantation was attacked. I think that their interaction here in the summer of 1690 was less of a, "My lady, we must get you to safety," and more of a, "Oh, hey, Anne, so, how's things? Oh, by the way, the English are coming." So de Graaf had things well in hand there in Cap Francais. Governor de Cussy had his hands full as well. Now that the war was in full effect in the West Indies, he was busy transferring the capital to Port-de-Paix on the north coast of the island. It was just across the water from Tortuga and just down the coast from Cap Francais, so militarily it was a much stronger location. Not only would they be able to send out militia in defense of Cap Francais or Tortuga, the buccaneers and privateers that lived in Tortuga and Cap Francais would be able to defend the waters around the capital. De Cussy was gathering troops to him at that moment. He was enlisting buccaneers and conscripting slaves from local slaveholders and even building up a regular French militia force. You see, he had a plan. Shortly after de Graaf returned home, de Cussy gathered 1,000 of those soldiers and began a march inland. He had with him 400 cavalrymen, 450 infantry, who were mostly those buccaneers, and 150 slaves. They marched through the dense jungle of northern Hispaniola toward the city of Santiago de los Caballeros. If you were to look at a map, a topographical map of the Dominican Republic, you'd see that most of the country to the west and southwest is covered by mountain ranges, and then up to the north near the coast there's another mountain range. But right in the middle of those two mountain ranges, there is a stretch of deep green. That valley is called El Ciabo, and even today it's the most fertile and economically important region in the Dominican Republic. It's one of those cities that is truly old in the New World. It was among the first settled by Europeans. In fact, Christopher Columbus himself settled the city. It's called the first Santiago of the Americas, and it's also called La Ciudad Corazon, the Heartland City, or the heart of Santo Domingo. It was rich at the time in mineral wealth. The Spanish mined the gold and the silver from the nearby mountains, and then they started growing fantastic amounts of sugar and produced what was truly spectacular rum. Today, people tend to think of Cuban rum and Cuban cigars as the best, but mostly that's due to exclusivity. They're hard to get. Dominican rum, though, and Dominican cigars, both produced there in El Ciabo, are many consider the best in the world. Now, all that is 100% true. So, if anyone from the Dominican Republic's economy ministry is listening and wants to send me a box of cigars or a case of rum for that free advertisement, I would be appreciative. I also hear the chocolate is superb. But Governor de Cussy intended to attack the city. He wanted to raid her storehouses of all their wealth. His plan was very much like the typical plans of the Buccaneers, men like Henry Morgan, although this particular attack was better funded and better organized. However, despite that, on the 5th of July, 1690, de Cussy was surprised about a mile and a half outside of town by a large force of Spanish soldiers. They held the French at bay for several hours, killing 40 of the French soldiers, and forced de Cussy into retreat. The next day, when the French had finally licked their wounds and were ready to march out again, they marched out prepared for battle. They kept a sharp eye out for the Spanish army, and every man made sure that his gun was loaded and ready. But the Spanish army never materialized. It seemed like they disappeared. And, in fact, they had. The Spanish army had left the region entirely. They'd slipped away during the night. They did so to follow behind and to guard the people of the city who were running. See, all of the people and all of the wealth in Santiago de los Caballeros, well, they were on the move. They were fleeing the French. But this wasn't a disorganized retreat. This was in good order. They'd cleared out all of the money and all of the goods that were left in the city. It was clear that they were prepared for an attack from the French, in advance, ready for this. So de Cussy was able to take control of the city, but it was an empty husk. He was really unable to ransack anything of wealth, so he chose instead to burn it to the ground. Once he did, the French turned around and returned home, victorious. This was a wartime victory, so Governor Pierre-Paul de Cussy sat down to write an account of his glorious victory over the hated Spaniard. Then he sent that letter off to his royal masters back in France. Now that letter, and hundreds of others just like it, were flooding France's war ministry at that moment. See, the war, what we would eventually call the 9 Years' War, was breaking out everywhere, in a much grander scale and a much larger fashion than de Cussy's force of pirates and slaves. Elsewhere in the West Indies, most notably on St. Kitts, royal navies were clashing over control of many different islands. Many of the colonies in the Lesser Antilles changed hands 2 or 3 times during just the first couple of years of the war. And then in North America, well, there were 2 things happening in North America. In the southern part of North America, France kept building forts in Spanish territory, and the Spanish kept attacking them. But then in the northern half of the continent, what we call King William's War was going on, and that's a whole story of its own. It was what we in the U.S. call the first of the French and Indian Wars. But then in Asia, gigantic naval battles were taking place. French and the combined Anglo-Dutch forces were clashing everywhere. And these weren't royal navies fighting. These were private companies. These were those East India companies. They had larger fleets of bigger warships than any of their royal national counterparts. And they also had way more money to fund it. And they also had access to far more soldiers than the royal armies back in Europe. Now, they weren't French or English or Dutch soldiers, but Asian soldiers. Now, I'd like you to imagine the worst abuses of power that the British Empire committed in India. And then I'd like you to remember that those abuses more than likely took place under the imperial crown, with the king or queen running things. The king or queen, though, had laws and a need to look at least moderately not totally evil. Then I want you to throw all that out the window, and instead of the king or queen with their laws, make it one of the most profitable corporations in history with zero government oversight. Imagine them fighting over the richest markets anywhere in the world ever, and give them hundreds and thousands of disposable Asian troops. I want you to imagine what a war like that might look like. It was bad. But then in Europe, along the Rhine and the border with the Netherlands, a whole other kind of war entirely was breaking out. France, the Netherlands, and the Habsburg Empire were in constant conflict. Grand armies of 50,000 men, or sometimes more, clashed with regularity. Huge lines of men, as far as the eye could see, in brightly colored uniforms, stood up and shot at each other with muskets and cannons for days. That is, if they weren't being run down by units of cavalry several thousand strong. Whole cities in that conflict were surrounded with artillery and obliterated with mortars. And once they were obliterated, the rubble and the territory that went with it changed hands. The death toll during these first years of the war was catastrophic. Civilian deaths and the horrors visited upon them, well, that was unthinkable. This was a world at war. This was something that the world had never seen before. And that letter, written by Governor de Cussy, there in Saint-Dominique, detailing his group of ragtag men taking an empty city and burning it down, well, it just went on the pile. That wasn't big news as far as the war effort was concerned. Eventually, some minister would get around to reading it, and make a note somewhere that central Santo Domingo was fertile and vulnerable and ripe for conquest when they could get around to it. But at the moment, France was getting tired of winning. 1690 saw victory after victory for the French forces, and it looked very much like Louis XIV would get everything he wanted, much faster, in fact, than even he anticipated. But then 1691 rolled around. Everything changed. The League of Augsburg rallied. They took Nice and Mons back from France. The English and the Dutch East India Companies began sinking whole French fleets there in Asia. St. Kitts was returned again to English control. And in Saint-Dominique, Spain and England prepared to invade. On 9 November 1690, a West India squadron arrived from Spain at Santo Domingo. There were 5 great warships that sailed into the harbor there. The first was the 300-ton flagship San Jose under Admiral Jacinto López Gijón. Then there was the 250-ton vice flagship San Francisco Javier, and then the 300-ton San Nicolas, the Santo Cristo de San Roman, and a 140-ton French prize taken after arriving in the West Indies. This, all in all, comprised an impressive fleet. Really, it rivaled anything else in the New World, including the rest of the Armada de Barlovento. When it came to English or Dutch or even French fleets, it surpassed nearly all of them. These were proper warships, too, with full complements of guns and shot and powder. However, they were lightly manned. On these 5 large warships, there were only 827 sailors and officers total. That's just enough to make the crossing from Spain, and with the addition of that French ship, each of the ships was now even more lightly manned than before. However, when they reached Santo Domingo in early November, they received some unpleasant news, but that was really, to the men on board, very good news. The attack on Santo de los Caballeros had shocked the population of Santo Domingo. People from all corners of the countryside had heard of the French incursion, and, they'd become frightened. They were worried that at any moment the French could invade again and attack their home, so most of them fled, and most of them went for the protection of the capital. The city was bursting at the seams. They were having difficulty housing and feeding everyone. However, with thousands of civilians flooding in, all of them fearing a French invasion, none of them were working on their farms, so nearly all of the able-bodied men were free to sign up for the militia and help defend their home in this time of crisis. Over 3,500 militia had mustered in Santo Domingo, and now, with the arrival of those 5 large, well-armed warships, the metaphorical cavalry had arrived to save the day. 2,600 men climbed aboard those warships to be handed brand new, beautiful Dutch-built muskets, and then they sailed around the island to her northern coast. And then 700 more, the actual cavalry this time, rode overland to secure Santiago de los Caballeros and to rendezvous with the soldiers on the ships. The 2 forces met at Manzanillo Bay. That is a small bay that is just about on the border of modern-day Haiti and the Dominican Republic. All of the men on board those ships disembarked, and they began to prepare for their march west. Now, I should note here that there is a fair bit of discrepancy between sources on the numbers of those Spanish forces. David F. Marley gives that quote of between 3,000 and 3,500 men. But John Latimer quotes much smaller numbers. He says that there were 200 Spanish regulars from Old Spain, 300 militiamen from Santo Domingo, 100 additional militiamen from Montecristi, and then a small English detachment with them. That's 700 or maybe 750 men. The discrepancy here stems from whose official figures you choose to believe. In nearly every battle in history, but especially in those that were particularly one-sided, and even more especially in those that were removed from the urban civilized world, troop numbers are almost always either exaggerated or minimized, depending on how you fared in the battle. If you lost the battle, it was, "Oh, you should have seen it. The enemy armies stretched as far as the eye can see, well beyond the horizon. Must have been 10,000 men strong, and we were just a handful of old farmers." But if you won the battle, it was the same kind of thing, just flipped. The enemy army ate the countryside bare, and their campfires looked like the stars in the night sky. Every man of them was 7 feet tall, and we were just 100 men, just plucky freedom fighters, but through our superior skill we triumphed and forced the savages to retreat. It's a lot of bluster and a lot of lying. In reality here, the Spanish forces probably numbered about 2,000 men. Some would have stayed behind to guard the ships, and some probably stayed behind to secure Santiago de los Caballeros, so 1,500 men probably isn't a bad estimate. The land forces then began to march. They rallied behind a man named Mastre de Campo Francisco de Segura Sandoval y Castilla. Admiral Ignacio Perez Caro, the governor in Santo Domingo, well, he was nominally the ranking officer on the island. He would have been Capitan General, but that was a rank held by all Spanish governors in the colonial territories. That was more of an, well, it wasn't, not an honorary position, but sort of like a commander-in-chief in an American sense. He was the man ultimately in command of the armed forces. Every major decision had to go through him, but when it came down to actually planning military matters and leading men into battle, well, that fell to the Maestre de Campo, who was his immediate subordinate. They were very much, in a lot of ways, like the field marshals in the German and English armies. Now, Santo Domingo wasn't as large or as rich as Cuba, certainly not as Peru or Mexico, but it was extremely important tactically. Plus, Hispaniola was, at the moment, being shared with the French. So, to be the Maestre de Campo in Santo Domingo was an important role. Especially in wartime, they knew that it was a place that was going to be the face of a lot of conflict, so Spain would have sent somebody there who knew what they were doing, an experienced military leader. What I'm saying here is Francisco de Segura, well, he knew what he was about. Sandoval was in command of what the Spanish call a tercio. We might think of it as a brigade or a legion, or probably most accurately as a regiment. The tercio usually had about 2,000 to 5,000 men, and they were comprised of companies of about 100 soldiers each. The Spanish tercio formation was actually pretty revolutionary in Europe, and it was devastatingly successful in warfare. Now, back on the continent, basically everybody had adopted it by this point, but the Buccaneers and the French militiamen of Saint-Dominique weren't so sophisticated. Those companies in the tercio usually went into battle in a hedgehog formation. That was a square marching pattern with a piece of heavy artillery and the minstrels, the trumpeters and drummers in the center. Those were surrounded by regular infantry. In the past, that would have been swordsmen, but by this point we're talking about heavy pike. And those pikemen were surrounded by a line of musketeers. Those musketeers had their guns loaded and ready. The pike were there to reload their guns if need be, or if they were facing a charge, they could move to the front and guard them. Then there were 4 mobile heavy attack units at each corner of the square. Those would have been mostly light artillery, arquebus, and some dragoons for support. That was a bit of added protection that could either help defend the hedgehog formation or break off and support other units. In the tercio, each of those companies would have marched in what they called a dragon formation, sort of a zigzag pattern. They could, from that formation, easily maneuver to either surround or break away from a combat situation. And then there would have been some heavy cavalry units. Now, in the past, they would have been knights, heavy lances, but now they would have been mostly dragoons. However, they still would have been from that slightly higher equestrian class of soldiers. That army prepared to march from Manzanillo Bay. Now, Manzanillo Bay lay about 20 miles from Cap Francais, just about the same distance as Port-de-Paix from Cap Francais, maybe a little bit less. When the Spanish were just about to arrive, some lookouts on the coast noticed them coming and set sail for Cap Francais to warn Laurens de Graaf. After they warned him, they moved on to go warn Governor de Cussy. The Spanish, though, well, it's not like they were trying to be secretive here. They might have kept those 700 horsemen secret, but everyone else, they were broadcasting their arrival. They wanted the French to know that they were there. De Graaf immediately set out to organize the Buccaneers. Now, he'd been preparing for this situation for months, but now it was time. He got them all armed, and he started putting everyone in their places to defend the city. They had built a few ramparts and a few trenches, things like that. But then, perhaps most importantly, he organized the retreat for the women and children. This was the sort of thing that had frustrated him so many times in his own career as a pirate. But this retreat from Cap Francais was probably led by Anne, who was Anne Cherel at this point. Now, that's pure speculation, but she was still a prominent citizen who had once been married to Pierre Lelong and had one of the largest plantations in the city. Now, anyone really could have been leading that, but I think that many of them at least would have looked to Anne for support. She was, though, either still pregnant or nursing a very small baby. It's entirely likely that she was in no condition to lead the retreat. However, telling you about the women and children fleeing before the battle, well, it robs me of the chance to paint a picture of Anne during the battle, going into labor, just as the Spanish attack, and having to smuggle her baby out of the line of fire with the aid of an Indian midwife amidst a hail of gunfire. If I were writing the movie of this story, I would include a scene like that, but we know that Cap Francais had at least a few days' warning, so the women and children in the town would have gotten out within, well, less than a few hours. But by this point, back in Port-de-Paix, de Cussy had received the news of the impending Spanish attack, and he sent out word to Tortuga and Léogâne and Petit Goave to gather troops. They were all to send their troops out to the east, toward Cap Francais. However, Governor de Cussy didn't wait for those reinforcements to arrive. He immediately gathered all the militia forces available to him there in the capital, which was just about 700 men, and immediately set out to march. Now, he only had a very small window of opportunity here. If he were going to stop the Spanish from sacking Cap Francais, he had to reach the town first. It would take at least a few days for the Spanish to reach the town. Now, they were closer, but they were hauling artillery, so they would be moving a lot slower. He could move at a much faster pace, and, well, his men already knew the country, so they had that advantage as well. Hopefully, they could beat the Spanish there and choose the field of battle. But what de Cussy didn't know, or possibly what he just dismissed, was just how large and how well organized the Spanish force really was. He was expecting a counterattack, but he was expecting just the regular militia from Santo Domingo, with maybe a few allies from Port Royal, maybe 500 men, 700 at the very highest, but even then probably poorly armed. But he didn't account for the surge in volunteers after he attacked the Spanish, and he certainly didn't account for the arrival of that West Indian squadron with their fancy new guns and veteran soldiers to lead the army. And that's an important point. The leadership of this Spanish force was fantastic. Francisco de Seguro was an accomplished maître de campo, and he had with him several hundred well-trained veterans to lead their militia. These were all men that had fought against the Ottoman Empire and the armies of Louis XIV. Soldiers were there to lead every unit in every company in the Tercio that had been forged in continental wars. They formed the army's backbone, and they weren't the sort of soldiers to turn around and run at the first sight of conflict. Still, Governor de Cussy was confident when he arrived near Cap Francais, well before the Spanish did. He chose to make camp south of Cap Francais, near a large flat grassland called the Savana de la Limonade. Now, perhaps someone out there has a better grasp of 17th century Spanish than I do, and they could help me out, but the best translation I can come up with for limonade is lemonade. Sugar, water, lemon. And that might actually be the case. Hispaniola is a fine place to grow lemons and a wonderful place to grow sugar, so they might be well known for their lemonade, but I can't be sure about that. So if someone knows a better translation, get in touch. However, this field, this Savana de la Limonade, was a good place to fight. It was wide and flat, and it had open grasslands with tall grasses but no trees. There was good visibility. It also stood between Cap Francais and the only direction from which the Spanish army could be coming. It was as good a place as any to make a stand. Now, the townspeople who were left in Cap Francais, those buccaneers who were prepared to defend their town, actually marched out to join de Cussy, led by Laurens de Graaf. Together, their numbers reached about 1,000 soldiers. These were mostly highly skilled musketeers and buccaneers. That should have been enough. That, in any other time, could have defeated the Spanish. But this was not any other time. The Spanish forces arrived on 21 January 1691. However many soldiers Spain may have had, whether it was 1,500 or 2,000 or 3,000 or 3,500, whatever estimate you choose to believe here, it was still more than the French had. And even if they were the lowest estimate, they would have still been an impressive sight. They were marching in well-formed ranks. This wasn't a typical militia. You have to wonder if, at that moment, seeing them march like a proper European army, were de Cussy and Laurens de Graaf finally growing concerned. So the Spanish lined up. They were still in what's been called the Spanish Square, and they prepared to do battle. Now, the French would have been broken up into probably 4 units of about 250 men each. We've seen the Buccaneers do this more than a few times. In the center would have been the vanguard, and then there would have been 2 wings to either side, fairly far out and a little bit forward. That would have given them the opportunity to envelop anybody who charged down the center, but also the ability to pull back and fight as a single unit. And then they would have had a reserve unit in the rear. Both armies stood at the ready. Their guns were loaded and well-oiled, and they waited for the command. And then at mid-morning, about 10:30, both sides opened fire. The French buccaneers were famous for their skills with the musket, and they were truly skilled. They fired accurately as those muskets could, and they knew how to reload quickly. And then they fired again. They fired much faster than the Spanish were able to. This is why so many times over the past 40 years the Buccaneers had been successful over overwhelming odds. They had taken city after city and ship after ship all along the Spanish Main, mostly because of their skill with the musket. That skill had made them, from L'Ollonais to Henry Morgan all the way down to de Graaf, some of the most feared men who had ever lived. And even here, when they were outnumbered by a veteran Spanish army that was forged in the continental wars back in old Europe, they still managed to fight hard. However, where the pirates really excelled was at sea and in surprise guerrilla attacks to ambush their foes. All this standing up in line and getting shot at was really pretty alien to them. Still, though, they managed to hold the line, and they kept the Spanish at bay for 2 hours. But then, the true quality of the Spanish leadership here showed itself. The Spanish musketeers, who were standing up gallantly and firing and getting fired at, well, they were never intended to win the day. They were there to stand firm and hold the French attention. There were legions of dragoons that would occasionally ride in from the wings and probe the French defenses, but then they would pull back and retreat. They were never actually intended to break the lines. Now, of course, if they had an opportunity, they would take it, but this was a feint. It was merely a bee sting, and all it was for was to keep the French distracted. All throughout the fighting, for 2 hours, while Spanish and French and English musketeers fired upon one another, 400 veteran Spanish pikemen were sneaking up on them. They came in from the sides, but they were using the tall grasses of the Savana de la Limonade to hide. Somehow, they managed to sneak in close, avoiding detection. And then, after a French volley, when they were busy reloading, those 400 French pikemen burst from the grasses and forced the French into a close-quarter battle, a melee battle that they weren't prepared for. Pierre-Paul de Coucy and Laurens de Graaf were caught entirely by surprise. The Spanish surrounded them and broke the French ranks immediately. And then they pushed through and just started slaughtering anyone who stood in their way. It was a true rout. These were some of the best soldiers that the Spanish had to offer, and who they were fighting, well, they were mostly conscripts, fresh militiamen and slaves who had been forced to fight. It wasn't a pretty sight. Of course, the French had veterans of their own. Laurens de Graaf and 300 buccaneers were on that field that had taken more than a few ships in their day, more than a few cities. They'd fought in many battles similar to this one. What did those combined years of experience do, though? What did all of that combat training tell them to do in a situation like this? Well, they ran. They ran as far and as fast as they could. Almost all of the 300 buccaneers escaped, including Laurens de Graaf. Now, Laurens de Graaf was a prime target of the Spanish attack, so the Spanish were annoyed and more than a little bit upset that they failed to capture or kill him. Still, though, they captured plenty of other men. The French officers, including Governor Pierre-Paul de Coucy, well, they were all killed, and during the battle, as many as 500 French soldiers were also killed. There were only 200 men left to be taken into custody as prisoners of war. Spain only lost 47 men. The French would call it the Battle of La Limonade, but the Spanish called it La Victoria de Sabana Real. Now, if you were to Google Sabana, which I may or may not have done here, it comes up with bedsheet as the translation. Now, my grasp of the Spanish language is, well, it's not great, but it's better than my French, but I just couldn't figure out what bedsheets had to do with this battle. And then there's Real. Now, if you Google Real, it will give you real, which I know in this context isn't the case. In 1691, Real meant royal in Spanish. Now, today they would more likely translate that regio, especially when dealing with a monarch or the crown. But Real was a possessive form of royal, as in the royal council or the royal lands. So, victory of the royal bedsheets? That's when it struck me. I'm dealing with a language from about 1700. And the English language has changed a huge amount over that time, so must have the Spanish language. Sabana in 1700 was cognate with Savannah. And in fact, it still is. It still has that same meaning, but Savannah has just become kind of archaic Spanish. Today they would probably more likely use words that we would use, similar to prairie or meadow or grassland. So the victory of Sabana Real was the victory of the Royal Savannah, the King's Field. It was Spain's way of saying that on this day, on these grasslands which had been discovered by Christopher Columbus and settled by Spanish conquistadors 197 years ago, it was saying that they defeated the French interlopers and reclaimed those lands in the name of the king. You see, this was a real Spanish army. This wasn't some ragtag militia force that wasn't paid and had guns that were half rust. This was a true fighting force. If the Spanish in the New World had ever had these numbers or ever been this organized before, they could have easily defeated any of the buccaneer forces that went up against them at Maracaibo or Veracruz or Portobello, anywhere that the pirates had attacked in the last 40 years. However, they hadn't. But now, well, this was a major victory for Spain. It was a victory both in killing Frenchmen and reclaiming land, but not only that, it was an emotional victory, a moral victory. It was proving that the French buccaneers were not, well, they weren't devils, they weren't immortal, they were just men, and men could be killed. Over the next few weeks, Spain would have her way with French Hispaniola. They would immediately sack and burn Cap Francais. Then they continued on west. They attacked Port-au-Prince and Port-au-Prince. They razed both to the ground. Defenses were attempted in both cities, and smaller battles occurred, but there was really no question as to who would win. They were hopeless affairs. Luckily, the Spanish had other places to be, so they moved on before they attacked Tortuga or Petit Goave, and most of the inhabitants of French Hispaniola had escaped to those cities, or some of them had left the island entirely. If, before the battle, as soon as they realized that the Spanish had landed, Laurens de Graaf had marched his men west and met with Governor de Cussy, they might have been able to make a stand elsewhere. If they had abandoned Cap Francais, which they should have done, it was an outpost to them. If they had waited on their reinforcements to arrive, maybe they would have been able to double their numbers and possibly repelled the Spanish. Still, it's unlikely, but they would have had at least a better chance. The aftermath of the Battle of Sabana Real was difficult for the French. Many men had been killed that day in the fighting, and those men weren't pirates, as so many of the people who have died on this show were. They're not men who went to sack and burn. These were farmers. They were fathers and brothers and sons and husbands. Joseph Charel was killed in the fighting at La Limonade. His wife, Anne, had made it to safety. She was probably still pregnant at this point, but might have had a small child. This was the second time that she had been away from her husband, with a baby to think of, when she learned the news that her husband had been killed. I can't imagine that. It would be terrible enough to experience that once, to feel the fear and the sorrow and all of that uncertainty and the anger. To be alone again with a tiny human to care for and living with the threat of constant danger and no reassurance. In both cases here, in the death of Pierre Lalonde and Joseph Charel, both of her husbands, well, they had been killed by the Spanish. What does that do to a person? What could it turn someone into? What could it drive them to do? Next time, we'll find out. Let us travel back to Tortuga in the 1640s. It was very rough place. It wasn't even an official colony yet. France wouldn't recognize the French settlers there until 1659. Those that were there were essentially squatters. They were religious exiles on Spanish land. That was the beginning, though, of the era of the Brethren of the Coast. Those French squatters began to cause real problems, and Spain tried again and again to oust them from their land. And it was into that world of early French habitation on Haiti, that we introduce a girl named Jacquette de Lehy. She was born there on Tortuga, though the circumstances are unclear. Exactly who her parents were is up for debate. Her mother has been called a Haitian, and some have taken that to mean that she was black, but I don't think that's the case. The French called their colony there Haiti, after the name that their Indian neighbors gave to the island, and I believe that Jacquette's mother was probably French. Her father is equally mysterious, though. He has been described as French, as Spanish, and as Taino. It's possible that he was, if not Taino, at least an Arawak-speaking Amerindian. Now, there weren't many of them left on the island at the time, but those that were left were living on the coast where the French settled. He may have been Spanish as well, but I think that's unlikely too. If that were the case, it's unlikely that her Spanish father was married to her French Protestant mother. I think it's most likely that her father was French as well. Now, it may be less of a romantic tale than star-crossed lovers, but it's more realistic. The main reason I think that that's the case is because Jacquette has always been described as having fiery red hair. That's not a common trait in those of African or Spanish or Amerindian descent. However, it's not unheard of. In truth, we don't really know much about Jacquette's parentage. We do know she had a younger brother. We don't know his name, but we do know he was born with a mental disability. It may have been autism, but medical science at the time was not nearly advanced enough to tell us. Sadly, her mother died giving birth to her brother. And when she was still young, perhaps about 12 years old, Jacquette suffered a tragedy. Her father was murdered in a raid by the Spanish. She was left without any real prospects. She was alone and had to take care of her brother, to fend for both of them. It was a hard life, almost certainly, just trying to earn enough to eat. What she did over the next few years, we aren't exactly sure. Some have said she served as a lady's maid, but I'm curious exactly what ladies she was serving on Tortuga in the 1640s. She may have been a servant, though, cooking and cleaning for some establishment or family in town, and she may have served food or drinks at one of the local Kill Devil shops. As the years drew on, there's a chance she turned to prostitution from time to time, though it's not recorded as such. Tortuga didn't have a lot of opportunities, and that might mean the difference between eating and starving, alongside her brother, who she was caring for. Which leads us to the question of the other challenges she faced. She was, as the years went on, a pretty teenage girl with bright red hair, and she was all alone in one of the toughest ports in the world, filled with brutal, lawless men. That she survived it all is evidence enough that she learned the skills necessary to defend herself, even if those lessons were hard come by. She struggled by for several years, trying every day to ensure that she and her brother had a roof under which they could sleep and something to eat, and they didn't always have either. Finally, Jacquette became fed up with that life of scrounging and scraping, and chose to do something about it. Young men her own age, well, they were all going to sea on Buccaneer ships as Brethren of the Coast, and they were coming back with sacks full of gold and silver. Now, Jacquette wasn't allowed to join with one of those crews because she was a woman, but she had a way around that. In the right clothes, with the right hair and enough dirt on her face, she could pass herself off as a teenage boy who was looking to enlist. But beyond all that, beyond the promise of bags of coin and enough to eat, the life of a buccaneer afforded her the possibility of revenge. This life of hardship and toil was forced upon her by a Spanish soldier. Her father had been killed by a Spanish soldier, and every bit of suffering that she'd endured was his fault, and the fault of his masters. So if she joined a brethren craft, she would be given the opportunity to meet with some of those Spaniards and to kill them. So she donned boy's clothing and found a crew and successfully joined up. She went to sea. Now, she may have actually served alongside some of the famous French and Dutch buccaneers that we've talked about on this show, although that would have been before any of them rose to prominence. Buccaneers like Roque Brasiliano and Francois L'Olonnais and Philippe Becquel. Any of them might have been her crewmates while they all learned their way around a brethren craft. Eventually, though, her true identity did come out. Everyone learned she was a woman. However, by then she'd been sailing for some time, raiding and pillaging successfully alongside the men, and they all knew that she was just as capable as any of them, perhaps even more so. And given her personal hatred of all things Spanish, she may have had a particular fervor when it came to finding and robbing and killing the Spanish that really eclipsed any of the other buccaneers. So her secret was out, but she continued to serve, even as a woman, now openly as a woman, and she rose through the ranks. Perhaps her being a woman served to grow that notoriety, but it was her brutality and her thirst for Spanish blood that led the men to follow her. Eventually, they followed her as captain. Her rise to captain probably followed a typical pattern. She may have been voted up to be a quartermaster on board her vessel to represent the crew and to stand as an equal to the captain. But then, when their crew took a larger and better craft, the captain would have taken over that craft, and she would have been voted in as captain of the old ship. Now, several of the men, especially those that valued her abilities above their age-old prejudices, would have volunteered to join her crew. However, it was, more than anything else, Jacquette's ability to earn them a decent share by finding and taking prizes that would have convinced any of the men to stay, and then would have convinced more to join up. That was the bottom line, and that's why buccaneers buccaneered. Her ship probably wound up joining fleets under Francois L'Olonnais or even Diego Lucifer to raid the Main. She would have captured and outfitted bigger and better ships for her to command and wound up recruiting even more men. The problem, though, with being a successful pirate is that with each of your successes, that raises your visibility in the eyes of the law. In this case, the law was Spain. They began hunting specifically for Jacquette, and word reached her in port right before the Spanish closed in. Perhaps it was all of the cargo she'd stolen or all of the lives that she had taken that caused the Spanish to chase after her personally, or perhaps it was the fact that it was a woman that was doing all of that that caused them to focus on her. It was a particular affront that a woman had so offended them. So they commandeered her ship while it was in port, and they captured any among her crew that they could find. However, Jacquette wasn't to be so easily taken. Once again, she donned men's clothes, a bit too big and a bit dirty, and she cut her hair. Then she rubbed soot on her face and in her hair to dull the bright red of it. Once again, she disguised herself as a man and disappeared. Then she started spreading the rumor of her own death. Many in her position would have taken that escape as a win and retired far from prying Spanish eyes, but that wasn't how Jacquette intended to play it. In 1654, the Spanish once again came to her home. They came in force to Tortuga, and they captured the island and its fortress. Jacquette, along with many others, fled the island. She took a ship and a small crew, and once again she turned to the sea. She visited all those old haunts that the Brethren of the Coast used to hide out, where she recruited. She got more crews to join her cause. Then she sailed on for Port Royal and enlisted some of the help of the Englishmen that had just taken the island from Spain. Some of them were eager to go and capture Tortuga, so they joined up as well. It was apparently those Englishmen that gave Jacquette de la Haye her nickname, the name that she is best known by today, Now, they'd all heard of her. She was a famous name, and they'd heard of her death. And yet here she was. She'd let her hair grow out, and she'd let it regain its natural luster. And now she was in command of a fleet of ships sailing to retake Tortuga. Those Englishmen called her Back from the Dead Red. She was successful in taking the island back from Spain. Back from the Dead Red once again made Tortuga her home, and she had a small armada to aid in the defense of it and to send out to earn a living. She would eventually be killed 2 years later, defending the island from Spain. This is episode 60, By the Will of God. You might be wondering why, with such a thrilling, romantic, and cinematic tale taking place back before Henry Morgan sailed, I haven't yet mentioned Jacques de la Haye. It's a great story, but that's all it is. Everything I just told you about Back from the Dead Red is fiction. It's not real. That was a lie, so sorry about that. However, it was a popular fiction, and remains so today. But the very earliest record we have of her exploits came from the 1940s. It was written by a man named Leon Treich. He may have passed off his tale of Back from the Dead Red as absolute fact, but he was a fiction writer. His saying that the tale of Jacques de la Haye was absolute truth is like the new 15th Amityville horror sequel claiming that their movie is based on actual events. It was a tale told to sell books, and it worked. Back from the Dead Red became famous, but in the 20th century. Just Google Back from the Dead Red and you'll see how popular she still is. There are articles and blogs and Twitter handles discussing her. And there's even a red wine named after her. I'd like to read from their website. It reads, quote, "Out of the deadly Caribbean waters of the 17th century comes the true story of Jacques de la Haye, an orphan driven to piracy as a tender young girl. In an attempt to evade the law, Jacques faked her own death. Upon being recognized by her signature flowing red hair, she earned her treacherous moniker Back from the Dead Red, stirring fear into the hearts of any who saw her fiery red locks at the helm. As deadly as she was beautiful, her legend continues to inspire many a buccaneer." End quote. Now I like that passage. I bet their wine is delicious and I intend to try some. And I don't take any issue with their using that story. It's a good story. I could take issue with their calling it a true story, but it's just a wine company. It's not an academic article. And they're hardly alone, either. Those blogs and those articles and all those Twitter users, well, they all claim that Jacquette's story was reality. And really, I don't take issue with that either. That's all part of the myth of piracy, and the legend of pirates is half the fun. I mean, a decent amount of Blackbeard's fame is due to the myth of his death. That myth where his decapitated body swam around the Queen Anne's Revenge 3 times. That certainly didn't happen. Now, I'll stand here and be a buzzkill all day, but that shouldn't affect anyone else from enjoying a good story. Who I do take issue with, though, is the author that penned Jacques de la Haye's story, Leon Treich. Not for writing a story, and not even for passing it off as reality. That was a common fiction convention at the time, but for 2 other reasons. First, when he gives Jacques a handicapped brother who was unable to fend for himself, and then he follows that up by killing her father by an evil Spaniard, then he has the ability to paint Jacques as a struggling girl trying to make it in the world against all odds. And this dehumanizes her, to me at least. It removes her agency. It's like the author is saying, see, Jacques isn't really a bad person. She's just trying to care for her brother and seeking justice for her father. I mean, even the best of the Buccaneers weren't exactly Robin Hood. They killed and they robbed and they didn't give back to the poor. I think this might come from the 1940s mindset. It was a world where women had the vote, and they were working in factories and leading resistance factions in Europe, and they were beginning to show just how capable they actually were in the male world. But obviously, to the 1940s mind, women were just a more delicate sex and possessed of a maternal instinct. If they were to go to sea to hunt the Spanish ships, it had to be for the greater good, to care for someone weak and to seek justice. It couldn't be that they were just the sort of person willing to take advantage of government commissions and kill and rob any Spaniards they came across. I mean, we're all complex individuals, and we all have our own reasons for doing things, but to me, Trike's assessment of women at sea rings false. And the second issue I have with his tale of Back from the Dead Red is that so much of it is lifted whole cloth from a real-world story, from someone else's real-world story. If you think back to when Anne first arrived in the West Indies, you may have noticed some similarities between her story and that of Jacquette de la Haye. That's not a mistake. It's almost as if the author took Anne's story and ran with it, adding in all sorts of fictitious elements to suit his narrative needs. He even hints, and many others have come right out and said, that Anne and Back from the Dead Red actually sailed together. Never mind the fact that Anne was a toddler when Jacquette was killed, according to his narrative, or that she wouldn't have arrived on Tortuga until over a decade later. However, just because it's not true, that doesn't mean that the story of Jacquette de la Haye doesn't matter. There is, in terms of actual historical fact, so little on women in piracy, especially during the Golden Age, that to tell a complete and compelling story about them, you almost always have to fill in the gaps or else use an entirely new story. I just wish that in this case the author had been a bit more original. The story of Back from the Dead Red is basically a stew made up of stories of several women across different ages of piracy. And actually in that, I think that gives the story some value. We know so much more about Blackbeard or Henry Morgan or Black Bart Roberts or any of a dozen other men in piracy, but we have so little in the way of hard facts on women. So it makes sense to invent a woman that incorporates elements of all of their stories. It's not history, but it creates a sort of parable of a figure that represents many other lesser-known real-world pirates. And Jacquette de la Haye's story is far from the only fictional account of a pirate woman that's been taken as reality, but it's, in my opinion, the best. For example, there's the story of Charlotte de Berry. She was a woman who married a sailor and disguised herself as a man so she could sail alongside him. The captain found out, though. He didn't report her, however, because he wanted to take her for himself. The captain then started assigning her husband the most dangerous jobs on the ship. He wanted to see him dead. And when that didn't work out, he finally just accused her husband of plotting a mutiny and executed him. So the captain was free to force his advances on Charlotte, but she ran away. Then she was kidnapped by another brutal ship's captain who forced her into marriage that essentially kept her as a slave to his many unspeakable whims on his African farm. Finally, she incited his crew to mutiny and cut her own husband's head off, and her tale just goes on like that. It's a salacious, bloody, violent bodice ripper. And it was meant to be. It's out of a penny dreadful. It's not high literature. It's not history. But once again, her story has been mistaken for real life all too often. Now, the goal here today is to talk about real history. But even the history we're going to talk about has been infected with those same elements found in that penny dreadful tale. It's difficult to discern the truth in the story we're telling today. So much of it is, at best, poorly sourced, but we're going to try. When we left off last time, the Spanish had just won a great victory at Sabana Real, or at La Limonade. They'd defeated the militia led by Governor de Cussy and Laurens de Graaf. De Cussy and most of his officers had been captured and executed. De Graaf, however, had escaped, as had Anne. She'd made her way to Tortuga and given birth to her child, while the Spanish were busy ransacking and burning Cap Francais and Port-de-Paix and Petit Goave. In the aftermath, the French in Saint-Dominique picked up the pieces and started to rebuild. The war had left them incapable of really doing much fighting, but the war was picking up steam all around them. Around that time, an English armada of about 3,000 men sailed against Guadeloupe, a French territory. Combined fleets of naval units and privateers, both English and Spanish, raided French cities all across the region. However, France did have an answer to this. They sent out the Marquis d'Aurigny to serve as Governor-General at Martinique, and they gave him a fleet with 14 men of war and a host of smaller vessels to defend French interests. And then to Saint-Dominique they sent one Jean-Baptiste Ducasse. Ducasse is a really interesting character in the story of West Indian piracy, and he's one that we'll see many more times in the future. He started his career initially as a buccaneer and a slave trader on the coast of Africa, and then he moved on to Petit Goave in the 1680s, where he operated for several years as a buccaneer. While he was there, he would have met many of the famous pirates we've talked about: Laurens de Graaf, Michel de Grammont, Michiel Andrieszoon, Nicholas von Hoorn, Jean Hamlin, all of them. He even very likely sailed alongside them at times. But then he made a smart move. He sailed back to France and then gave half of all his winnings to the French crown. In return, he was given the rank of lieutenant in the French Navy. This was back in 1687. He sailed in the Mediterranean for a couple of years, but then when the war broke out, he sailed for Martinique in the Windward Islands. He used it as a base of operations. One time, he was attacking St. Kitts alongside a French buccaneer named Jean Fantine. And the most famous pirate to grace the next age of piracy we're going to talk about broke onto the scene. He was there when Captain William Kidd mutinied and took command of his first vessel, but we'll talk a lot more about both of them later. After Governor de Cussy was killed, Ducasse sailed for Saint-Dominique. Now, he wasn't governor yet, he just went to survey the damage, but he found the island in ruins. The dead were unburied, heaped up in piles. Yellow fever was running rampant through the populace, so Ducasse returned to Martinique and reported on his findings. And then he was immediately embroiled in one of the more significant sea battles of the 9 Years' War, at least in the West Indies. When all that was over and done with, though, he received word from Louis XIV's ministers informing him that he would be taking over the governorship of Saint-Dominique. Now, he was central to all of the colony's doings during the war. There are many exciting tales of his exploits, of battles that were won or lost, and pretty soon we'll tell those tales, but today he's not our focus. He did, however, as one of his first official actions, name Lorho Cornelis Baudouin de Graaf, quote, Sieur de Graaf, Lieutenant du Roi for the government of Île-la-Tortue and coast of Saint-Dominique, end quote. The new governor had a high opinion of Laurens de Graaf. He actually knew him from way back when, and they were friends. But he had less love for the rest of the inhabitants of the islands. He would write of them, quote, They are very bad subjects who believe that they have not been put on the world except to practice brigandage and piracy. Enemies of subordination and authority, their example ruins the colonies, all the young people having no other wish than to embrace this profession for its libertinage and ability to gain booty. End quote. That was what he had to work with. That was who lived on Saint-Dominique. De Graaf was charged with the defense of the coast of the island, most notably of Cap Francais. It was still some of the best land on the island for growing sugarcane, and the French were not about to give it up. De Graaf oversaw the rebuilding and then saw new defenses put in place. Now, during this time, Anne would have returned as well. She was, once again, a widow with a newborn child, but she still had her plantation to oversee and her interests to protect. And she would need to protect them. The Spanish from Santo Domingo were rattling their sabers. All the evidence pointed to another attack on Cap Francais. But Governor Ducasse sailed a flotilla from Petit Goave to Port-de-Paix and then sent 120 militiamen on to Cap Francais. This convinced the Spanish not to attack. Cap Francais had at least a little respite from the war. And then here, sometime during the rebuilding process, in late 1692 or maybe early 1693, we get to see one of those moments in history. One of the great moments in the legend of piracy. The tale is usually told something like this. The great pirate Laurens de Graaf was out drinking when a local man crossed him. The two shared hard words, and the local man challenged de Graaf to a duel. The notorious pirate agreed, but he drew his pistol and shot the man while his back was turned. A few days later, his widow, Anne, came to that same bar seeking justice for her husband. She found de Graaf sitting there, surrounded by his men, and she picked up a glass of rum and threw it in the pirate's face. De Graaf stood calmly and asked the young woman if he had somehow offended her. She replied that yes, that scurvy-ridden pirate had killed her husband not 2 days gone, and she meant to have her revenge. She was carrying a pistol and a saber. De Graaf agreed to face her in a duel. He laid out his terms for a fair fight with the saber. Anne, though, to his shock, accepted the duel. De Graaf hadn't expected that. He expected her to back down, or to try and kill him right out. But she agreed to cross swords with him, the most feared man on the 7 seas. That so impressed de Graaf that he immediately fell to his knees and professed his admiration for her and her courage. Not only that, but her beauty. He asked this fiery young woman to be his wife, and Anne accepted this offer as well. The two were married that very day. It's a thrilling tale. But if someone killed your spouse and you went to find vengeance, what are the chances that you'd wind up marrying them? I'm thinking the chances are slim. I've seen this story shared as if it's truth by many. It's often treated kind of like a cheap romance novel. De Graaf is the swarthy, sexy rogue that just gets Anne's heart all aflutter with his dashing good looks and the air of danger that surrounds him. I mean, yeah, he's dangerous. He just killed the father of her child. That story is, of course, total nonsense. It was written by men in the 19th century. Other, more recent versions have de Graaf merely insulting Anne rather than murdering her husband, but then the rest of the tale plays out as before. I think that too is malarkey. It assumes de Graaf is just a pirate out of myth that goes about insulting women and challenging them to duels. And by this point he wasn't. He was Sieur de Graaf, Lieutenant de Roy, Lieutenant of the King. He was in charge of the defense of the coast of Saint-Dominique. He had a position of power, and no small amount of standing in the community. He had troops under his command. In effect, he was the military governor of the city in which Anne lived. And let's not forget that they already knew each other. They'd met at the very least 2 years ago, before the attack on the Limonade, and more likely it was closer to 6 or 7 years ago. And Anne was a prominent woman in her own right. It's entirely possible that, more than merely acquaintances, they were already friends. Even if it wasn't a close friendship between them, they'd surely shared dinner and drinks and pleasant conversation. I think it's a lot more likely that, well, Anne's husband was dead. Laurens's wife was dead. They were already friendly, and you know how everyone seems to know those two people that are both in their circle of friends that would just be perfect for each other? But it's like whenever one of them is single, the other is always in a relationship. It's never the right time, but the tension between them is palpable. I think it's likely that both of them had been attracted to each other, and in a sense had always been waiting for this, even if the circumstances surrounding it were tragic. Anne, at least, had surely heard of the handsome, charming pirate well before she ever met him. However, we don't know. Whatever the circumstances were, though, they did marry. Anne was now Anne de Graaf. And there are some other less romantic reasons they may have married, beyond the financial and political influence they both had, there's the fact that at the moment, Laurens de Graaf had a command on the land. He was in charge of defending Anne's home from the Spanish and, well, how to put this? Anne had lost her last two husbands to violent deaths at the hands of Spanish soldiers, and Laurens de Graaf had an amazing track record of not getting killed by Spanish soldiers, and he'd certainly given them plenty of opportunity. For a time, though, the newlyweds were left in peace. That's not to say there weren't a few scares here and there. The Spanish would occasionally gnash their teeth and threaten attack, but it never materialized. And that's also not to say the Saint-Dominique wasn't involved in the war. But instead of the war being visited upon them, they took it to the English. Governor Ducasse led a mission against Jamaica in January 1693. That was a cold move. It was like kicking a man while he was down. Jamaica, at that moment, was really, really down. Now, we'll go into detail on that at a later date, but suffice it to say that they'd had a bit of a shake-up, and Port Royal was, well, underwater. The island was only just beginning to recover when Ducasse attacked, and it was brutal. But it was really, at the time, their only success in the war. Ducasse continued to send out squadrons and allowed his privateers to raid. The English governor in Jamaica would complain of, quote, the daily depredations of French privateers on our coasts, end quote, but there were really little more than mosquito bites, and he often didn't even send out squadrons to deal with them. More often than not, though, anybody that came to the island in force was chased off by the HMS Falcon, or one of the other warships guarding the Windward Passage. It was a frustrating state of affairs. For both the English and the French, Ducasse knew that if he wanted to win a decisive victory, he would have to play the one card he had not yet played. He wrote back to France of Laurens Sieur de Graaf, quote, he is a man who would fulfill his duty much better in a ship, end quote. He was saying that de Graaf's talents were wasted on shore. Everyone knew that he was skilled as they come when it came to being on board a ship, but unfortunately, de Graaf's name carried a lot of baggage, and most of it wasn't good. Nevertheless, Ducasse continued, quote, I am obliged to tell you, Monseigneur, that he is one of the finest sea officers there is in Europe, and if you should employ him as such, he will give you ample proofs, end quote. See, Governor Jean-Baptiste Ducasse was building an armada. He already had several warships in the fleet of Saint-Dominique. They included the flagship Téméraire of 54 guns and 900 tons. That was under Chevalier du Rollon. Then there was the 50-gun, 550-ton Envue, and finally the 44-gun, 400-ton Royal warship Hasardou. There were a few slightly smaller warships like the Solide, but most of the fleet that he was building was to be comprised of buccaneers and privateers. Remember, according to Ducasse, those pirates had, quote, not been put in the world except to practice brigandage and piracy, end quote. And they were young people that were after libertinage and the ability to gain booty. Those are a hard sort of sailor to command, unless you had someone like Laurens de Graaf. His name carried weight and demanded respect from the privateers, even if, and by this point it was true, most of those rovers that would be sailing for France were not even around when de Graaf was in his prime. And it's worth noting, the regular sails on board the privateer vessels during this war, both English and French, and even Spanish and Dutch, well, they would become the next generation of famous pirates. Men like Thomas Tew, Captain Kidd, and Henry Avery, well, all of them were sailing in this war. Now, none of them were here fighting for France. They were all English, but you get the idea. So, to wrangle all of these brigands into a fighting force, Ducasse brought de Graaf in as a commander. All told, they had a combined fleet that numbered 22 sail, mounting 378 guns, and carrying 3,164 men. And at least one woman. Anne de Graaf was on board when her husband set sail from Saint-Dominique in June 1694. Exactly what her position on the ship was isn't clear. It's almost certain she wasn't a crew member. Now, it wasn't unheard of for merchant captains and even naval officers to bring their wives along, but it was unheard of for women to come along in a time of war when the fleet was sailing into enemy waters specifically for the purpose of doing battle. For example, a French officer might be encouraged to invite his wife to sea when his ship was patrolling the Mediterranean coast of France at peacetime. It would be a pleasant voyage, almost a cruise. But when the Spanish Armada was bearing down on your shore, you left your wife at home. And yet, here was Anne. Now, I'm sure Laurens de Graaf was aware of those naval conventions, and while he may not have been a conventional officer himself, he was probably trying to live by them. I can only think that he intended to leave Anne behind when he set sail, but she was here, on board. What I wouldn't give to hear the conversations that took place before they set sail. Now, we can't know what circumstances led Anne to sail with her husband, but I imagine something of it involved her being unwilling to stay behind while he went off to fight the Spanish. I mean, Spain had killed her first two husbands while she was apart from them. Maybe, just maybe, she could keep Laurens from getting himself killed and from doing anything foolish if she were by his side. And second, Spain had killed her first two husbands. I imagine she felt she deserved her own chance at revenge. If Laurens, her husband, were going to go kill Spanish, well, she was probably going to jump at the opportunity herself. I also wonder what kind of a relationship she had with the crew here. She was not only the captain's wife, not only their admiral's wife, but she was a well-known figure in local politics herself. She was a known figure in the world of the freebooters. I worked for a woman that owned a little cafe once. She and her husband owned the cafe jointly, but she ran the place. She was the one that made decisions about the menu. It was her you called when you had a problem, and her name graced our checks. She was the boss. But sometimes we would be short-staffed, and her husband would come in to help out for a while. Now, technically, he wasn't an employee. He was just there to help. But when he asks you to do something, I mean, what are you going to do? Tell him no? Now, Anne wasn't a sailor. She'd certainly been aboard many ships in her time, but she'd probably never learned the ins and outs of operating one of them. But if she noticed a problem, or saw men slacking, or just realized something could be done a better way, when she spoke up, well, what are you going to do? Tell her no? Now, she certainly knew a thing or two about giving orders already. She'd been in a position of power for about 10 years on her plantation, and she was upper management. When she had something to say, she didn't say it to her slaves, or now she wouldn't have said it to the crew. She delegated that work out. She told the middle managers or under officers, and they told the crew. So I wonder what kind of respect or resentment she earned from the regular crew and from the officers. The fleet arrived off the coast of Jamaica on 27 June 1694. 8 vessels of them lay anchor off Port Morant, while 14 more continued on west and lay anchor in Bull Bay. That was just a few miles from the remains of Port Royal and from Spanish Town. Now, the 8 ships at Port Morant were left in the command of Laurens and Anne de Graaf, while the other 14 were directly under Ducasse. Now, Ducasse landed his men and went ashore, but they found that nearly all of the locals in the region had been evacuated. This shouldn't have been the case. They'd moved quickly. Nobody should have had time to evacuate. This was highly irregular. However, they scoured a few towns here and there, and finally they did find someone who gave them a bit of information. They learned that the English already had word of their French attack, and they were prepared. And all of that was thanks to a man named Stephen Elliott. Now, Stephen Elliott has a story that would make a decent novel. He was, to quote John Latimer, an intrepid smuggler. In wartime, that meant that he would carry supplies and, perhaps more importantly, news and reports to English, Dutch, and Spanish settlements. All of this he would do while avoiding the French. Now, eventually he would be caught by some French privateers just off the Spanish May, and they took him to Saint-Dominique as a prisoner, and they took his vessel. While he was there in Saint-Dominique, though, Stephen Elliott learned of the impending French attack on Jamaica. And after learning of that attack, he actually managed to escape his prison, steal a canoe, and row all the way across the Windward Passage to Jamaica to inform the governor of the French plans. The English were prepared. They'd evacuated miles of countryside all around Port Royal. Every town that wasn't evacuated was fortified as well as it could be. If it had a fort, there were men inside with all of their goods piled behind well-protected doors. The English governor himself had come down personally to Fort Charles. Now, he said it was to oversee the defenses, but remember, Port Charles was likely the safest place on the island. Ducasse, then, had a problem. Exactly where and how to attack now that the English were so well defended, well, he wasn't sure. Most of the attacks he tried were mild and didn't accomplish much. He would send a few hundred men, and mostly they would just kill some cattle and burn some empty houses. But on the other hand, Laurens de Graaf was doing quite well. And it's here we get to see why they were in luck that they had Anne along for the journey. When the Buccaneers learned that their original objectives were out of the question, well, Anne was the one that suggested that they seek out new objectives elsewhere. And if you actually look at the history of buccaneering raids on the Spanish Main, they tend to stick pretty closely to their objectives, and what Ducasse was doing was attempting to stick to his objective. That might be a sound military strategy, but Anne just decided they go somewhere else. The English weren't expecting them to attack several places on the island. They knew that the planned attack was near Port Morant and near Bull Bay. So they just left. They went far to the northeast in Jamaica, where there were rich, sugar-producing lands. And it turned out to be a really good suggestion. The countryside up there was weak, and they were completely ill-prepared for an attack. Those privateers under the de Graafs stormed any fortifications they found with ease. They took towns, and then they took the surrounding countryside around them with virtually no resistance. They captured treasure and slaves and cargo. More importantly, though, to the success of the mission as a whole, they did a huge amount of damage to the local sugar-producing infrastructure. They destroyed sugar plantations, they broke up processing plants, and then they burned the manor house. To the west, Ducasse was trying to do the same thing, but he wasn't having nearly as much luck. Time and time again he was thwarted, either by well-fortified English forts or by the veto powers of the Chevalier du Rollon, the admiral of the fleet. This pattern continued for a month. Ducasse was frustrated in all of his efforts, while de Graaf was having success after success. And Anne was there for all of it. She would not be left behind, and with her beside her husband, advising him, helping him to make decisions, they seemed unstoppable. Due to all that success, the men gave her a nickname. They called her Anne-dieu-le-Veut. In English, God wills it, or by the will of God. They were saying here that she was blessed, and that all her decisions ended in success. And they did. She became, to the French there on Jamaica, something of a good luck charm. When she was there, present, the men had better morale. They fought harder. They marched longer. In part, if for no other reason than to not break the streak of successes that they felt she had brought to them. On the 28th of July, Ducasse finally had 1,500 men mustered at Bull Bay, and he was prepared to attack Port Royal. The English sent out a sortie to parry his attack and actually did delay the French. Ducasse was forced to pull back and remake his plans. Meanwhile, though, Anne and Laurens de Graaf had left the northeast and sailed out west to Carlisle Bay. There they'd taken the fortress with ease, and they'd captured the slaves there, and the cargo, and the money. And then they marched east to help and reinforce Ducasse at Port Royal. In this attack, finally, the French took Port Royal and captured everything in the town worth carrying away. Now, they paid a heavy cost, and they didn't really gain that much. The French would later claim to have killed 360 Englishmen in the attack, but the English would only admit to 22, and the French captured virtually nothing in that attack. However, They had their decisive victory, which is what they wanted. Many of them thanked the good luck charm that was Anne-dieu-le-Veut. However, Governor Ducasse himself was disappointed in their winnings. He claimed everything that they had won for himself, or really for the colony. Now the privateers had probably hidden away some of their shares, but no small amount of what they were going to earn was supposed to come out of the sale of those slaves. They learned, as had the pirates that marched on Panama under Henry Morgan 22 years earlier, that big military operations just didn't pay well. So they left. They decided to go and ravage the Main to earn their living. And there was little here that Laurens de Graaf, or even his lucky and lovely wife Anne, could do to stop them. This would weaken Saint-Dominique's military position, but it was their right, the Buccaneers' right, to leave. Now, the official naval squadron under Ducasse left before the privateers did, so when they left, and then the privateers did as well, Anne and Laurens de Graaf found their ship all alone. And that was when, crossing the Windward Passage, they were surprised by a contingent of the Armada de Barlovento. The Spanish had come to aid their English allies. Now they'd come too late, but they did, finally, have the arch-pirate Laurens de Graaf well and truly caught. The Spanish ship circled the ship of the de Graafs, and they opened fire. The French ship was hit with a terrible barrage. They were caught in the crossfire. Laurens Cornelis Baudouin de Graaf was struck by a Spanish cannonball. And there on the deck of his ship, just off the coast of Jamaica, he died on the 4th of August, 1694. Laura Sooke Duncombe writes in her book Pirate Women, the Princesses, Prostitutes, and Privateers Who Ruled the Seven Seas, quote, Anne, horrified at the loss of her husband, nevertheless leaped into the command of his ship. Her husband's crew put up a brave fight, giving the Spaniards a long and bloody battle. The Spaniards ultimately prevailed, though, and Anne was captured along with the surviving crew. Her ultimate fate is unknown. End quote. That's a powerful scene right there. The image of Laurens de Graaf, the Laurens de Graaf, struck by a cannonball and breathing his last on the deck. And then his wife Anne grabs his sword, raises it above her head, and begins to bark out orders. To your stations, man the guns, repel the boarders, fire! The picture of Anne, a young woman, her husband's blood still wet on her hands as she leads the men for hours. Well, that crew was fighting hard. They were dying, and Anne was there to lead them through. Now, some historians, even relatively modern historians, would scoff at the idea of a woman leading a battle so intimately, with the blood and the smoke and screams all around her. But as Queen Boudica might tell you, or Joan of Arc, or Catherine of Aragon, or Grace O'Malley, or Mary, Queen of Scots, or Queen Elizabeth I of England, or generations of Germanic and Viking warriors, or Anne Bonny, or Mary Read, as any of them would tell you, women are absolutely capable and often excel at fighting battles and leading armies. That said, though, I do have one major issue with this passage, and that being that none of it ever actually happened. It's not true. I may have lied to you again, so sorry about that. After the raid in Jamaica, Laurens and Anne were both alive and well. And to be clear here, Laura Sooke Duncombe is absolutely forthcoming about this fact, more so than I just was. She writes, quote, This legend runs afoul of the historical record of Laurens de Graaf's life. Only stories featuring Anne include this detail of his death by cannon in the Caribbean. End quote. It's not to say that Anne didn't have a position of power or influence on the ship, that she didn't or couldn't lead the men. It's just that her husband wasn't killed at sea, and she didn't take up command after him. That's just the legend. And Laura Sooke Duncombe isn't trying to mislead the reader by sharing this passage. She states that about the legend before the passage, and she cites her sources too. That story, that whole story about Laurens de Graaf dying and Anne taking up his sword, well, that comes from Ulrich Klausmann, who is a modern historian, and basically it comes from nowhere else. That illustrates the problem here. In her book, Laura Duncombe wrote an entire chapter about women in the Buccaneer era, and during that entire chapter, she really only has a handful of sentences about Anne herself. Most of the chapter is spent describing the Buccaneer way of life and giving a brief history of men like Henry Morgan and Alexander Exquemelin. And what is about Anne is largely, well, it's myth. Now, it's not because the author is a poor researcher. She absolutely states that it's part of the myth. But that's all that either she or I, or really anybody trying to tell this story, have to go on. I mean, she was writing a book specifically about pirate women from a decidedly feminist perspective, and she still gives over at least half of that chapter to talking about men. And when she does talk about the women, it's legend, because the hard facts, the real records, well, they just don't exist. See, if you're trying to be historically accurate, you have to cross-reference sources and verify claims, and that's basically impossible when you're talking about Anne-dieu-le-Veut. Later on, when we're talking about other women in piracy, most notably Anne Bonny and Mary Read, we have so much more to work with. We have Captain Johnson's book, first of all, but then we have court records and governor's letters and all the kinds of primary sources we could want. But when it comes to Anne, all we actually have so far in her story are birth and marriage records. From that little bit of information and incorporating a bit of the legend, I've tried to piece together her story as best as I can, but in a lot of ways it's been little more than a collage of the life of a 17th century French colonial woman. I committed much the same sin as that author telling you about Back from the Dead read. The question, though, is why do we have so little reliable information on Anne? I mean, her story has to be fascinating. And there are a number of reasons. First of all, I think, and this is a big one, is that the world was busy at the moment fighting one of the largest wars that they'd ever seen. Official documents of the time were too busy with news and reports of troop numbers and naval movements and supply allocation to write much about one woman sailing on a French privateer vessel. Had Anne been present a decade earlier when de Graaf took Vera Cruz or Cartagena, you can be sure the letters of Spanish officers and French governors would have been filled with absolutely scandalized admonitions. What's this? A woman on board a pirate ship? My God, what is the world coming to? And you just know it would have been all the gossip back in France in their salons and boutiques. I like to imagine Parisian women telling their husbands how shocked they were to hear of it, and how could any respectable woman hope to keep herself decent on a ship, much less do her hair, and the sight of blood, oh my, and then getting together with their friends and sharing every gory, bloody detail of every man's throat that she slit. But then second, and perhaps even bigger, there's the implicit sexism of the people writing those official reports and the histories that came after. Once again, I'll lean on Laura Duncombe here. She writes, quote, "Male historians often exclude women pirates from their work. Unfortunately, for women pirates, the vast majority of history has been recorded by and from the perspective of men. Scholar Dale Spender explains that, and this is Duncombe quoting Spender here, women have been kept off the record in most, if not all, branches of knowledge by the simple process of men naming the world as it appears to them. They have assumed their experience is universal, that it is representative of humanity. Whenever the experience of women is different from men, it stays off the record." And then Duncombe goes on, "Even if male historians today were inclined to write about pirate women, they would have a difficult time doing so because of the dearth of primary sources about them. Since women have been considered unworthy subjects of historical documentation in the past, it is now difficult to study them, a vicious cycle that persists in keeping women off the record." End quote. And then there is a third reason that there might be so little on Anne-dieu-le-Veut. The publishing industry in the 1690s was still in its infancy. As we just stated, the industry was run almost entirely by men, and the writers that supplied the industry were men. They had a lot of maturing to do, and over the next 30 years or so they would. When Captain Johnson published A General History of the Pirates in 1724, the cover read, quote, "A general history of the robberies and murders of the most notorious pirates," and also their policies and discipline and government from their very first rise and settlement in the island of Providence in 1717 to the present year, 1724. With the remarkable actions and adventures of the two female pirates, Mary Read and Anne Bonny. End quote. And then he goes on to list other things in the book and then names all of the other pirates. The top two pirates named are Mary Read and Anne Bonny, above Henry Avery, above Black Bart Robertson, Charles Vane, and Jack Rackham, and Blackbeard. Now, it's not because England in 1724 was a bastion of women's liberation, and it has been argued that actually Captain Johnson was a pen name for a woman, but that's not why publishers would present Mary and Anne so prominently on the cover. They did it because it sold books. There were the women who bought books, much like those hypothetical Parisian women I mentioned earlier, and they would very likely want to buy a general history to read about those two women going to sea and having adventures and kicking ass. And women were quickly becoming the driving force when it came to buying books. But then there was the flip side of the coin. The stories of Anne and Mary were scandalous. Not just the women at sea, but women dressed as men, women who lived as men. There was an element in Mark Reed's story of a transgender lifestyle, and then those women were involved in an extramarital, polyamorous love triangle with Calico Jack. Women who accidentally entered into a lesbian relationship. The second edition of the book even updated the woodcuts of Anne and Mary specifically with bared breasts and aimed pistols. It was a magic combination for the publishing industry. They had a book here that had everything. They could sell adventure and rebellion and violence and taboo sex and even a dash of women's empowerment all in one volume. That's a winning combination even today. If the world wasn't so caught up in war in 1695, and if the publishers in Europe had been a little bit more mature, I can only imagine that Anne de Graaf's story would have received the same attention as Mary Read and Anne Bonny. And actually later storytellers would even try to put many of the elements of Anne and Mary's story into Anne de Graaf, erroneously. They would try to put her beside Jacquette de Lehy. They would dress her up like a man and make suggestions of taboo relationships. But those stories were constructed fictions. Without some sort of historical record on Anne de Graaf, beyond births and marriages, there's only so much that we can legitimately say about her. Up to now. Her story isn't over. And she's about to run headfirst into those male historians and become, to her sorrow, very much on the record. So let's rewind a bit. After the raid on Jamaica in the summer of 1694, Anne and Laurens de Graaf returned safely to their home in Cap Francais. The following year for them was relatively quiet. The war continued to rage all around, but Cap Francais was left out of it. They managed to have a child as well, a daughter, Marie Catherine de Graaf. If Marie Marguerite Lalonde had come to the New World, that would now make 3 children in Anne's household. The English, though, were not going to take this attack against them in Jamaica lying down. A fleet of ships was rushed across the Atlantic as soon as possible when word of the raid against Jamaica reached their shores. England sent 2 60-gun, fourth-rate ships of the line. One of them was the flagship Dunkirk under Commodore Robert Wilmot. The other was the Winchester under Captain Thomas Butler. Then there was the 48-gun Ruby, we've seen her before, the Reserve, the Swan, the Terrible, and the Firebrand. And then they had a total of 14 troop transports carrying English regulars, commanded by Luke Lillington. And then there was a hospital ship and a small flotilla of merchantmen carrying supplies. This large and, frankly, intimidating fleet arrived in April 1695, but their forces were almost immediately struck by illness. This was always a serious problem when transporting large numbers of troops to the West Indies. The Europeans didn't have immune systems suitable to handle the New World's illnesses. Several hundred soldiers died on the crossing, and then when they arrived, more than 1,000 became ill, and many of them died as well. The fleet arrived at the English colonies in the Windward Islands and all reconnoitered on St. Kitts, except for the Swan. She was sent ahead to treat with the Spanish in Santo Domingo. They proposed a joint Anglo-Spanish raid on the French, and the Spanish agreed. It would have been helpful for the French if they had had an intrepid smuggler of their own to act as a spy, but they didn't. The Armada de Barlovento there in Santo Domingo was commanded by Admiral Francisco Cortez and their general Gil Corioso. By May, the English ships had all arrived at Santo Domingo, and there they joined their forces. And Jamaica had actually sent some of their own ships and soldiers to join the fight. The Falcon was needed in the Windward Passage, but the 46-gun Hampshire sailed to Santo Domingo along with a number of smaller vessels. The attack on Saint-Dominique began on 24 May 1695. The Allied forces of the English and Spanish descended on Cap Francais. At that time, Laurens de Graaf had only 300 men to defend the town, and over 1,500 English and Spanish soldiers disembarked and marched on his home. They were backed up not only by artillery, but by the big guns in the harbor. Historian James Pritchard writes in his book In Search of Empire, quote, "As usual, the Buccaneers had fled from any opportunity for serious fighting. Governor Ducasse had few resources. The former notorious Buccaneer leader Laurens Corneille Baldran Sieur de Graaf, recently appointed King's Lieutenant at Le Cap, displayed no military ability at all, and at the end of May the Allies quickly overran the town and burnt it." End quote. I dislike this passage. I think it paints the situation entirely unfairly and from a decidedly pro-colonialist imperial point of view. Exactly what 300 men could have done here, I don't know. But he's not wrong. Laurens de Graaf bungled this invasion horribly. When the Allies invaded, he pulled his forces back ahead of them and let the English and Spanish take Cap Francais. Now, he had no hope of defending it, but he didn't even ensure that the women and children escaped the town. Anne, his wife, and his daughter, and his 2 stepchildren were all captured, along with many other wives and children. Laurens continued to pull back towards Port-de-Paix, where the governor could reinforce him, but even that was no use. The Allied fleet, after sacking and burning Cap Francais, fell upon Tortuga, and then Port-de-Paix, and then every other French city on the coast in quick succession. By July, they were in complete control of the island. Right here, they could have held it, but the war had other ideas. They were forced to fight elsewhere and had to pull back. Now, we'll talk a lot more about the ramifications of this attack to the French colony later. But for now, Anne-dieu-le-Veut and her children would be sent to Havana and then on to Cartagena, where they would languish in a Spanish cell. When the English and Spanish finally left, everybody on the island began to pick up the pieces, but immediately they began to point fingers and try to attribute blame. That went particularly poorly for Laurens de Graaf, as well as the commander of the Port-de-Paix garrison. Both of them were arrested, shipped off to France, and made to face a court-martial. There was a sentiment passed around that Laurens de Graaf may have secretly been in league with the English and the Spanish. He was Dutch by birth, and the Netherlands were allied against France. Eventually, though, more than 3 years later, he would finally be exonerated. But that only finally happened when the war had come to an end. As for Anne, she and her children remained in prison for all of those 3 years. France continually tried to have them released, not just them, but all of the other women and children taken in the raid on Saint-Dominique. But it was to no avail. Even as the war began to end and prisoner transfers began, they held on to the wife of Laurencio. It wasn't until the final prisoner transfer in October 1698 that Anne was released. She and her husband were reunited. They returned to Saint-Dominique, but they didn't live the same life they had before. They were penniless. Laurens, at least, was in disgrace in the French city. He agreed to join up with an expedition under Pierre Le Moyne d'Iberville, It was a better option than staying there. That expedition was going to explore and settle the Mississippi Delta. They traveled from Port-au-Prince up through the Bahamas. They made a stop at Nassau, and then they touched down at Pensacola, Florida in February 1699. Now, the Spanish were alarmed by the appearance of several French vessels, but one of them actually recognized the translator on the voyage. He was a big man. He had more gray in his hair than blonde, and his clothes were rough, but the Spaniard had seen him before in much finer attire. He named him Laurencio. That expedition would eventually go on to found a fort at modern-day Biloxi. De Graaf actually knew where to find the best places because of his time spent visiting the pirates at La Salle's colony years earlier, and the local Indians actually offered to help this expedition because they recognized De Graaf. They had met him before. In 1701, the expedition would found Fort Louis de la Louisiane. That's in modern-day Mobile, Alabama. That was to be the first official capital of the Louisiana colony. And it was here that Anne and Laurens de Graaf relocated, and it's here that their story ends. We know very little about their last years. Some have said that Laurens de Graaf used his fort at La Louisiane as a base from which to continue roving. Some have suggested that he had Anne at his side. It's possible, but there's little evidence to support it. Really, no evidence to support it. I think that stems from a feeling that pirates are characters, they're creatures. To be a pirate is what you are, when in fact it's just a job, and sometimes people settle down. It seems that they established themselves there at La Louisiane, probably as planters, and settled down to raise their family. They would have still been well known and probably gained some measure of prominence in the community. Maybe not what they had at Cap Francais, but they weren't in disgrace any longer. What we do know for certain comes from church records. Their daughter, Marie Catherine de Graaf, was confirmed in the Catholic Church at 12 years old in 1704. And that's the very last record we have of Laurens de Graaf. He would have been 51 years old, but still alive and well. We don't know when or how he died. But we do have one further record of Anne, also from the church. She died in 1710, at the age of 48. There is a story that I believe has incorrectly been attributed to Anne-dieu-le-Veut. The story is that their daughter, Marie Catherine de Graaf, would, later in life, challenge a man to a duel and kill him. Her parents would have been proud. Next time, we're going to rewind the clock to the 1680s. There are other stories from that time period that are less focused on Laurens de Graaf, Anne-dieu-le-Veut, Michiel Andrieszoon, and all of the rest. And it's time to tell those stories, and then we'll eventually catch up to where we are now. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank everybody for helping to support the show. Many of you have helped support us by giving us a donation on our website or by becoming patrons on Patreon. Many of you have also left us reviews on iTunes or wherever it is you listen to the show, or simply share the show to your friends on social media or in real life. Without all of you, I couldn't do this, so thank you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you haven't checked them out yet, I certainly suggest you do so over at brillig.com.au. That's brillig.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can get in touch with us on Facebook, SoundCloud, Twitter, or YouTube. As always, most importantly, thank you for listening.